Chapter 101, Love and Longing. Blades flash through the air as war sword meets war sword. Try tight both as they flash through the air. I must admit, I'm not going to be comfortable with this for quite some time, Vernon remarks as he gauges her intent from how her sword weaver to both dodge her swing and try to mark her himself. You don't trust my battle skill? Miro Noir asks him with a coquettish smile. I don't trust myself. You're too beautiful to lash out at, and I may make a mistake, Vernon remarks, and she blushes lightly before flicking him. Vernon, we're supposed to be dueling and training, not flirting? She chides him with an adorable smile on her face. Can it be both? Vernon asks impertinently, and she breaks down into helpless giggles, only to gasp in exaggerated shock as he taps her on the shoulders with the flat of the sword. You scoundrel! She exclaims dramatically. Such low and deceitful tactics! She continues even as the nearby children laugh. Have at you, rogue! She proclaims before taking a playful swing. Ha ha! Vernon exclaims as he dances away from the sword and swats it away with his own to bring out a ringing sound more akin to a bell than the clash of swords. Show the sorcery, VC Noir cheers. Make with the warfire, Limi Noir adds. You heard the ladies, Vernon says with a grin and deflects Miro Noir's next attack as her sword blazes with bright blue warfire. Vines travel up Vernon's sword and overtake the weapon with leaves and thorns in an elegant twist that even has a number of small white and purple flowers through the center. The children cheer in giddy glee as the overlapping thorns and leaves prove to be somehow just as strong as the tri-tight blades, and seem to only grow stronger from the warfire and feed that strength into the life surrounding Vernon. Flowers grow and burst into full bloom surrounding his feet as the grass grows tall and long. They force their blades against their beloveds for a few moments before breaking away with a leap and landing. Miro Noir seems to glide effortlessly as Vernon trails a blaze of sheer life as he skids to a stop. Flowers bloom then seem to wither before puffing up into balls of fluff, which are then grasped by the wind and then spin around Vernon as he braces himself for a charge. There's a few moments of stillness, but before any of the children can shout anything, Vernon launches himself forward before presenting a blurringly fast stab that Miro Noir melts away from. He skids to a stop and spins to turn it into a slash that she parries before going for a chop. He spins away from to bring his sorceress sword around for a stab that she dips away from. A diagonal slash is deflected, and its returning stab is forced away before he grips the sword at the halfway point to try and direct the blade more precisely. He gets an open palm to the chest and is repelled backwards. He vanishes, and the momentum is carried through the teleport into a massive circular swing that leaves a streak through the air and even tears off numerous flower petals from the sword while she ducks down beneath the attack. Her open palm launches him upwards, and he twists to land nearly flawlessly. He then cuts through a ball of warfire, and his vine sword devours it with gusto, even as he adjusts the interplay of metal and vegetation. A slash, and the sword breaks into segments connected by the vines. The cheers of the Noir family as he then pulls the whip sword back into a single solid piece to parry her swing. The sheer force of the blow sends him flying back. He rolls with the blow and leaps into the air to send a couple of whip strikes down at Miro Noir, who deflects the first one, then dodges the second. Then he surprises her by using axiom along the vines to anchor himself into the ground and pull himself in. Miro Noir is somewhat off balance by the strange change in the battle flow, and rather than retaliate while he's open, she jumps back. He gives a spin of his sword, and it clicks back into one piece with a smirk. You delight in surprising people, don't you? Miro Noir asks, and he nods. It's a simple pleasure in life, Vernon admits before thrusting the whip sword forward. The wooden vines growing around the handle grow even faster, and the weapon extends into an enormous spear. Her dodge causes him to disengage the links and whip the blade after her. She isn't even nicked by the unusual but clumsy attack. Expecting to be surprised has allowed her to weave around it. She then cancels the warfire in her own sword, and enhancing her strength to her pinnacle, she cleaves the sword from the spear, leaving Vernon with nothing but a stick. A stick he lashes out at her with even as it grows thicker and stronger in his grip. The sound of metal on wood sounds out until the sheer life of the staff catches her sword in the side, and vines begin growing over it. With a grunt of exertion, Mironoir tries and fails to free her weapon, but she does tear the staff clean out of Vernon's grip, and he stumbles into her. The sheer surprise knocks her over, and the weapons go flying to the glee of the watching crowd. "Sorry, dear, I lost balance." Vernon apologizes as he holds himself slightly over his wife. She simply smiles, snakes her arms around his back, and then quickly pulls herself up and spins them both around so she's on top. "Nothing to apologize for, my love. It was amazing fun." She purrs at him before leaning down to kiss him gently. The crowd hoots and she waves at them to leave. "Little chance of that, my daughter. We live here," Cia Noir teases from the sidelines as Vici Noir and Limi Noir run up to them at a full sprint. "Uh-oh," Vernon remarks in an amused tone as the kiss breaks off and both of them see the rapidly approaching Apuk children. Mironoir turns and grabs both of the charging children to be tackled off of Vernon, who just starts laughing at this point. It was almost dangerous to go outside of the small areas controlled by the Noir family. His stunt at the end of the Broken Shell tournament had snowballed that even people who were there and saw him act were telling exaggerated stories. The things he had done were everything that an Apuk woman would swoon over, and a child would stare into the distance, imagining it happening to her. A sorcerer from beyond the stars entering the tournament to reveal exotic axiom arts and incredible battle skill, then revealing utter devotion to his Apuk wife and easily besting even the most powerful foes. And all of that's before showing himself the most honorable of all and outright shaming his most ruthless opponent before simply walking away. According to some of the Noirs, they can't go into public without 1,000 different questions about him being lobbed at them from every which way. His attempts to apologize for the inconvenience only resulted in laughter, as this was a good thing all around. A chance to boast and play themselves up. These sorts of things are a reason to stand tall rather than be annoyed. "So what you gonna do next?" Vici Noir asks. "Yay, what's next?" Limi Noir adds. "You two think we planned what happened at the tournament?" Miro Noir asks in an amused tone. "Why not? I mean, the two swords and the weird armor and the time power and sorcery and huge control of warfire and Limi Noir exclaims, trying to find the words a few times and failing as she considers things. "I got the wacky stick," Vici Noir exclaims, picking up Vernon's staff, and it lets go of Miro Noir's sword as she rushes off with it. "It's called a staff," Vernon calls after him. "I'm sure your broken spear half appreciates the name." Miro Noir teases, leaning over and kissing him. He gives a little sigh before kicking up off the ground and then extending a hand to help up Miro Noir, who takes it. It's actually a legitimate weapon type on Earth. A solid oak staff can split a man's skull like a melon if you've got the strength to use it properly, he remarks before tucking a conjured flower into her hair. Perhaps, but unless there's a sorcerer holding onto it or it's from the dark forests, then there's simply no form of wood that can harm an Apuk. The very idea is rather silly. She notes, bending down to pick up both swords. "But these... Really, Vernon, must you?" she asks as she stands back up to find that Vernon is already right behind her and hugs her from behind. "I think I must, yes." "Now what were you saying?" Vernon asks her, and she lets out a slight laugh. "Where did you get the idea for a segmented blade that is both a sword and a whip?" she asks, and he chuckles. "Video games, cartoons, and my fellow nerds off the Dauntless." Vernon admits, his mind going to a fighting game with a very scantily clad warrior. The image of Miro Noir in such an outfit, modified for Miro Noir's more generous frame, sends a tingle down his spine. Perhaps it's something to speak about later. After all, some mutual roleplay sounds like a great deal of fun. "You've been released from active duty and still working with your fellows." She begins to chide him. "It's not really work. The Nerd Squad are my friends and we're connected by a passionate fascination with Axiom. Is it really any kind of work if it's something you're passionate about and find relaxing to do?" he asks, and she sighs before leaning into him. "Besides, you have your own hobbies and entertainments. Or has playing a yetrin suddenly become a chore?" he asks, referring to the vertical instrument. The things were almost like the Japanese floor guitars, koto, except they had a thick bass at the bottom to allow them to stand upright. Also, when played, a foot was usually on the bass to steady it. It was played with the fingers. And there was a second, more quiet method that involved the player leaning against the Yitren from behind. Well, no, I suppose not. You've made your point. Miro Noir notes as she collects the swords in one hand and then just luxuriates in her husband's embrace. She then quickly pulls the swords up and out of reach as Limi Noir and Vizi Noir race up and hug them both around the legs with the staff. Vizi Noir's been dashing around with knocking into the swords with a loud clack. Careful now, these are still rather sharp. Blows my mind that sparring is done with razor-sharp weapons, Vernon mutters. Restorative medicine and medical techniques, darling. It lets you get away with everything, but outright executing your opponent. And as harsh as it may be, pain is an excellent teacher. She notes before tossing the sharp weapons well away from the two children and near the edge of the yard. Can I have a sword? Vici Noir asks. Yay, swords! That's awesome! I want one too! Limi Noir echoes, bouncing up and down before they both split up and bunch up their hands while giving Vernon the biggest puppy dog eyes they can manage. You two do know that I'm young enough to remember pulling that kind of stunt myself with my own parents, and sometimes even by accident, right? Vernon asks after a few moments. His tone is fairly unimpressed, but there's a flicker of amusement in there. Please, they beg as one. If your mothers and fathers say yes, then yes, otherwise no, Vernon says, and Miro Noir giggles a little as they rush off, cheering in glee. What's so funny? I did much the same as a little girl. It's how I got them to let me start my warfire training early. Miro Noir notes with a fond smile. So odds are I'll be making some smaller war swords then? Oh yes, I'm afraid so. We're a martial people after all. A sword is just a sign of maturity. Chapter 102, The Bounty Hunters. She opens her eyes to a strangeness. So much is missing and set aside. So much is she hollow? Is she dead? Is she... You're awake. Wonderful. Oh, Rico's not here to see it, a warm and happy voice exclaims as she sits up in confusion. Rico? Who? The woman's fur is jet black with yellow highlights and her stance is strong and graceful as she rushes up. Her movements somewhat concealed by a large black coat that hangs down to just over her ankles and upper heel. Hints of armor and a few obvious weapons are visible. Who are you? Wait, who am I? You were hurt. Terrible people did worse things to you. Your body has healed, but your mind, your soul, your memories are gone. But that you can speak? That you're aware of the self? That's a good sign. It means you will get better. The stranger says softly, her gentle voice completely at odds with her apex predator appearance. One that's hauntingly familiar, but still utterly vague. Who are you? I'm Onyx Mangomal Bravo. Where we are is on the bounty hunting ship, the Chainbreaker. I'm a bounty hunter, and I specialize in tracking by scent in melee takedowns. Oh, wait. Bounty hunters go after criminals, right? Right. Was I a criminal? We don't know. The person who kidnapped you didn't keep records. We don't know your name. We don't know anything about you beyond that you're very young now. You might have been older before. Onyx answers. Wait. I know. I think... I know that's possible, but I can't remember how. It's a restorative coma. It heals you extremely thoroughly. Anything short of dead gets slept off in a month at most. You were used terribly and put into a lot of comas. Restorative comas have a side effect. They can wipe out someone's memories. Trained and well-practiced skills usually stick around, but details, information, trivia, all gone. Sometimes even the skills are lost as well. You got lucky, young lady. You remember how to talk, how to properly ask questions, and maybe even how to walk. No, it's all gone. Why? Why did this happen? She demands, and the larger woman sits next to her on the bed. Greed. It's always one of three things when someone does something awful. Greed, stupidity, or pain. There is great value of the organs of a people. Many faiths and societies refuse to use the restorative comas Because of this, when such people get hurt in terrible ways, they need donations. You were harvested time and again for your organs, and they restored you over and over again for it. Their greed made them see you as nothing but a way to make money. Onyx explains, and she can feel the world falling away from her. The sheer sense of violation and the urge to reach in and rip out the parts of herself that were grown in her flashes through her mind for a moment. Why would you tell me this? This is horrible. Why would you? Why would you tell me that? She demands. Because you deserve the truth. I'm not going to lie to you. I wish you would. What does knowing this help me? What does anything help me? I was already dead. It would have been better to take a knife and... No, Onyx exclaims, grabbing her around the shoulders and shaking her. Never wish for death. It's a surrender. It's letting the slags who hurt you win. But I don't even have a name anymore. Every part of me's been ripped out and sold. I'm nothing. She sobs and is pulled into a gentle hug as she breaks down utterly. She weeps until almost all she can recall is her own tears. It feels like an eternity. She knows it's barely minutes. Time is rocketing by. She has no real frame of reference, and eventually almost everything in her mind is the embrace. The strong, gentle embrace. She's humming. Onyx is gently humming, almost singing, and the soothing melody seems to wear away at the ragged edge of the pain and confusion. She lets herself drift into the melody and embrace. Simply dwell in the moment and let the warmth fill her. Hey, is this a bad time? A new voice asks, rumbly and friendly with a twinge of concern. Quite the contrary, dear, Onyx says kindly, and she looks up to see what's coming. Small and frail and lacking in fur and fang and claw. With the way his legs are shaped, how is he even standing upright? Where is his tail? Why is his muzzle smashed in? What happened to him? She reaches out and puts a hand on his head. Small, very small, she remarks, and he snorts in amusement. Also stronger than he looks. Onyx remarks, and she reaches to pull the newcomer's lip up. Flat-looking teeth. It's cute, in a harmless, blobby kind of way, but not strong, not dangerous. He's safe. Oh no, don't make that mistake. I did, and he scared me so badly I nearly wet myself. I don't believe you. No fur to protect him. No fangs or claws to fight with. He's small too, probably weak. What can he do? I'm the best pilot you're ever going to meet. I've been trained in dozens of different classes of weapon, from melee to range, demolitions, hand-to-hand takedowns. Oh, and I've gotten pretty good with ship weaponry. Leading my plasma and pinpoint directing lasers at the same time is a juggling act, but one worth learning, he explains. This is Rico Bravo. My husband Onyx explains, and she looks from Onyx to Rico and back again. He's smaller than me, and you're way bigger than me. How could he be able to do any of that? With exuberance? Rico asks. I don't think that's the right word, Onyx muses. Does it mean excitement or joy? Rico asks for clarification. Yes, she answers. Then I did. I love my job and all the fun parts that come with it. He boasts with a big smile as she tries pushing down on him to see if he's as frail as he looks. He doesn't move. Instead, he reaches up at her and pushes down on her head. She can feel a pressure sink her into the bed a little. You're strange, she says, and he chuckles, meaning that everything's boring from here on out. Get ready for Dullsville. Rico jokes, and she just blinks in confusion. But first, before we do anything, we need a name for you. Onyx, you want to tell her, or shall I? Tell me what? She asks, and Onyx gives her another little squeeze. Rico holds out a communicator in a color similar to her main coat coloration of bright green. It even has white trim like she does. She turns it on and it's mostly blank, but there's a registry, an ID in it. She activates it, and the image is of a Canador with the same green and white fur as her. It has clear blue eyes in the picture, and she thinks she should know who this Jade Pulsar Mangowa Bravo is. It niggles at her. She stares at it for a bit. The gears in her mind are grinding, but not quite turning. There's a picture application too. This one here. Onyx explains, pointing to one of the icons. She pushes it, and it first shows what's on the other side of the device. This button lets you take your own picture. Well, wouldn't I just hold it out like this? She asks, turning the device around and angling it to look at her. There's a slight feeling of accomplishment in that she understands how this thing works. Not quite what she meant. There are two cameras on that thing. They point opposite ways and the button switches which one is being used, Rico says in a slightly odd tone. Oh, okay, she says, bringing it in and pressing the button. Then it shows her face. It's a match for the ID. A perfect match. I'm Jade? I thought you said you didn't know who I am. This says we're related, Jade accuses them as she tries to make sense of it. There's no clicking. This isn't old, this is new. We're helping make a new you. We don't know who you used to be, but I'd like you to be Jade. I may be soon enough to have a child, but I want a daughter now. You need a mother now, and a father too if we can manage it. Family, please? Onyx asks, and Jade goes quiet for a moment as she thinks. Is it that easy? She asks in an odd tone. If you want it to be, then yes. Just because you have a big problem doesn't mean there isn't an easy answer. Rico remarks. Why didn't you just tell me I'm Jade when I woke up? It would solve a lot of problems. Jade asks, and Onyx snorts in amusement before giggling. Oh no, this isn't like some absurd daytime vid show. You get to know from the beginning who and what you are. We're not going to do some silly bit where we tell you nothing and insist that the new ID we've given you is the only one you've ever had. That's just asking for you to be revealed as a long-lost princess to an entire planet of Axiom using mute super assassins that take it as a personal and deep insult as they chase us down over the galaxy before rescuing you and somehow downloading the memories of their psychotic savior queen, before some climatic battle that ends with a world in ruins and the family together again on the corpses of millions. What kind of shows do you watch, woman? Rico demands with an utterly flabbergasted expression. Entertaining ones. Why else would you watch a vid? Onyx returns with ease. Rico opens his mouth to answer but doesn't have one. She's right. Right, anyways, you game? The past is lost, for now at least, but the future's still yours if you want it. What does Bravo mean? I know what a pulsar is. I know Mangowa is a combined word about how strong a bite you've got. But what's Bravo? Jade asks, and Rico smiles. It usually just means congratulations. But in the older days, before a fair amount of language drift, it meant some kind of bandit or criminal on the run. It's kind of ironic that I'm a bounty hunter and as such a lawman with a name like Bravo, but hey, Rico comments with a shrug. Okay, so you're married to each other. Jade starts putting things together. So that's why the last two are Mangowa Bravo. Jade is for the color of my fur. Why Pulsar? For good luck and to guide the way. Oh, if you feel lost, look to the stars. They're yours for the taking if you'll just reach for them. Rico remarks. What up? But I give you the name Jade and Mangowa in the traditions of my family. My family chooses names of power. Rico literally means powerful leader, Rico remarks. So I give you the name of Pulsar and my family name of Bravo. Pulsars are heavenly bodies so powerful even stars dance to their whims. Really? Jade asks, and Rico nods. So, want to be our daughter? Onyx asks, and then lets out a little woof at the sheer force of Jade's hug. Banner Alpha, we're going with Banner Alpha, Rico says into his communicator as Jade bursts into tears of joy and sheer relief. There. This is just the first of many steps, Onyx assures her. Speaking of steps, do you have the strength to walk, Jade? Rico asks gently. Come on, kiddo. There's something for you. For me? She asks as Onyx stands up and holds her hand to help her up and off the bed. This is the point that Jade notices that she's wearing comfortable loose gray pants and a sleeveless shirt of the same warm and soft material. This is an important day for you, kiddo. The first one of a new life, Rico says, holding Jade's other hand. This way, he says, guiding her through the room. Rico, are you certain this is wise? Onyx asks. Surprises are part of life. Getting used to them is a good way to live longer, Rico says as he guides them into the next room. The lights are off. Is it time? Someone asks in the darkness. Jade, say it's time, Onyx coaches her. It's time? Jade asks and nearly jumps as the lights suddenly turn on. There's a huge banner reading Happy Rebirth Day Jade in massive green letters and a crowd of people cheering. Behind them is a table laden with things she can almost remember. All of it food she can recognize that. She's flabbergasted as she looks around. Most are like Rico, some of different colors, but all clearly his race. But there's another, with a long tail instead of legs and riding on the shoulders of one of Rico's people, is a tiny woman with scales instead of skin. What? First new day of your life, your rebirth day. Indeed, a wonderful day all around. A new voice says, and from behind the crowd, a massive woman of the same race as Jade and Onyx stands up. She's enormous, dwarfing even Onyx, who already towers over everyone else. Ah, Mother, so you agree? Onyx asks, and Jade looks from her to the strange silver-furred woman. The other one smiles to reveal numerous rows of razor-sharp teeth. Dear child, you are doing a wonderful thing. I had some doubts. Few races can keep pace with the strength of the Canador, but these humans are untiring. They will help teach incredible resilience to your daughter. She says, walking through the small crowd which parts around her. She's wearing white robes that makes her seem almost ghostly. Wait, Mother called you Mother? Does mean you're my grandmother? Jade asks as the stranger walks up. Is Onyx her birth mother? Does the pale fur skip generations? Not by blood. I am a mother of the astral guides, a faith that many Canadors follow. For we, the Canador, are stronger and much more dangerous than many races, so it falls upon us to set the example, to show the way for the weaker races. Though there's very little weakness to be found here, even the frailest has an incredible resilience on this ship, Mother states as she walks up. I am Mother Tearclaw. I am here to bless your rebirth in the ways of our people. How? Jade asks, and Mother Tearclaw smiles again. Oh, it's quite simple. Just open and close your mouth when I tell you to, all right? She asks, and Jade nods. This feels big, but not physically. She can't really describe it. The pale Canador stands up to her full height and clasps her clawed hands together. 3 stand before me, 1 in need of guidance and 2 to guide, 1 to learn, 2 to teach. A birth has occurred and we Canador grow. But to what? What shall she be taught? I ask this of the parents. Strength, Rico says. Compassion, Onyx adds. Strength and compassion, these are the 2 founding principles of all Canador. That which defines us, for strength is our birthright, but it is to be tempered with compassion, Mother Tearclaw announces in the silent room. Show me your hand, Father, she instructs, and Rico holds his arm out for her. In a single movement, a cut is opened upon the back. Small, but it bleeds profusely. Jade gasps at the sudden turn of violence. Behold, child, the simplicity of violence. How trivial it is to break things. Open your mouth. She does as instructed, and suddenly the blood-covered claw is suddenly past her teeth and brushing her tongue. The ironish taste of the blood and the sheer shock of what happened causes her jaw to snap shut. Yet Mother Tearclaw's finger is far too resilient for that simple bite to truly penetrate. It was quick, not strong. Now, child, you have tasted strength and frailty as one. Though easily harmed, your father did not complain, did not yield, and suffered willingly to teach you. Now behold how much more it takes to heal. She instructs, and she withdraws a roll of cloth from her robe. She cleans the blood from Rico's hand with a lick and slowly wraps bandages around it. Those that wound another must taste of the suffering to even begin to understand it. Though such a taste may prove savory to the deepest, darkest recesses of the soul, there is no pride in it. For pride comes from accomplishment. In this I was shown the weaker, despite my strength, for your father was unaffected by pain and wounding. My strength meant nothing to him, and that was his strength to show. Mother Tearclaw explains as she finishes wrapping the bandage around Rico's hand. He makes a show of flexing his fingers before Onyx's hand wraps around his. Onyx speaks slowly as Jade watches, fascinated. You have wounded the one under my protection, but you have also healed him in equal amounts. Neither act can be undone. And though you have harmed that which I love, you have also undone that harm to the best of your abilities. So I offer my forgiveness. I am relieved to have it. This, child, is one of the most important lessons your parents have to teach you. There is strength in more than claw and fang, resilience, compassion, forgiveness. These are things that must be learned, things that must be taught. They seem so small compared to so much, yet those loud, powerful, feigning things, they wear themselves into nothingness against resilience, are blunted by compassion and shattered by forgiveness. Do you understand, child? Mother Tearclaw asks. I think so, Jade says, and she nods with a smile. Perhaps you do, but you have your whole life in the astral sea to learn and to teach in turn. Now, child, you have been blessed to witness the true strength within Canador. Be blessed and live well. Mother Tearclaw finishes before leaning over and kissing Jade on the muzzle. Now then, the official bits are done. Time to party. I'm very curious as to what goes into a human cake. Care to find out with me, child? Is this part of the... Jade asks, now thoroughly confused. Rico pats her on the shoulder with his bandaged hand. Nah, you did great. You've got your blessing, you've got your mother and me, as well as a bunch of unofficial uncles over there, a cousin and an aunt. So let's have some fun, he says just before Onyx hugs her tightly. It's so wonderful. I've wanted a daughter so long, and now I not only have you, but your little sister on the way. When she reaches her growth, she'll need this too. I doubt we'll be here, Mother. But if we are, would you be willing to bless her as well? Onyx asks, and Mother Tearclaw laughs. I'd be delighted, especially if these cupcakes are on offer then as well. The priestess calls out from nearby the food table. The cake is unmarred, but a series of miniature ones are on a plate that the holy woman is clearly feasting from. Chapter 103, The Dauntless. So asteroid 827b in the Kykenneth system, is it? May I ask you two why you've brought this celestial body to my direct attention? Admiral Cistern asks of both a member, the Science and Research Department, and an operative of the Intelligence Division. It's unclaimed, sir. We came up with this idea after speaking at lunch, Dr. Janet Polito remarks. We were discussing the men aboard the Chainbreaker and how they have recently arrived at a space station. We then spoke about both the possibilities of building one and the uses of one as well. Agent Willis O'Brien adds, Continue. Admiral Cistern prompts them. Simply put, we want to put together a design of a rotating mining habitat off an asteroid and use that as a testing ground. We'll be borrowing design methodologies from the locals. There are even some designs that are shockingly easy to build and maintain. A little reinforcement, and we can have a safe place, only a few days' travel outside the easiest exit point from cruel space, to test out a lot of our theories of weapons and such, unless we can get started on a base on Anriac 4 way ahead of schedule. No, I've already approved of the prospects to terraform the planet. You know this, Dr. Polito. You research possible ice-based asteroids to redirect into a collision course with the planet. Well, having a base on it to observe the seismic and atmospheric effects of the impacts would be astounding. They would indeed, but such things are some time off. While the ship is bloated with crew, 5,000 soldiers, 1,000 technicians, 100 command staff, 250 scientists, and 100 men in the intelligence division, in addition to 56 dedicated linguists, 44 legal professionals, and another 50 political scientists, all told quite the army of able-bodied men and women to see this endeavor through, but not enough. That's the ultimate difficulty and the greatest irony of this voyage. Or rather, one of the great ironies, there are quite a few contenders for the title of greatest. The ship is bloated with able-bodied men to the point that cabin fever is a constant concern, yet we lack the manpower to properly set up the infrastructure needed to affect things on a truly appreciable scale. But we've affected galactic policy, openly fought terrorist dissidents, and even conquered a world. We blackmailed a single governor of a single district to vote in a direction of a complete non-issue that means nothing to no one but ourselves. We've gotten into a gang fight, one so common that there are nearly a baker's dozen a day across this world, and that world we conquered, that was done almost entirely by pirates, with our boys merely cleaning out some of the competition with surgical strikers. Even then, they still needed the pirates to do a lot of the heavy lifting when numbers were needed. So what, sir? Are you saying that it's pointless? That we can't do a thing? Dr. Polito asks. I'm saying we need to be realistic. If we had 100,000 men, we wouldn't be able to put a dent in the madness that is this galaxy. If the whole of the human population were brought into the prime of their lives, given the same training as every soldier, lawyer, scientist, technician, and intelligence officer simultaneously, and all of them given a flawless plan of movement, scheming, murder, and action, we still would not have enough people. That's absurd. One man in the right place can make all the difference, Agent O'Brien remarks. True, however. How best to describe this? Off the top of your head, do you know the population of this city planet, which is not unique in the galaxy? It's just a political center. Off the top of my head? That idiot reporter that was there when we first landed clearly has dyscalculia. As for actual numbers, roughly 500 trillion on the last complete census, with only the lowest most levels of the cultural criminals and mentally damaged actually living in squalor. Which means that if we were to suddenly get 2 billion more people on our world, and all of humanity were to team up as a single massive unit to march on Centris, we would be outnumbered 50,000 to 1. Sir, if we were to use all 5,000 of our soldiers to control this world, then they would each have to be equal to 100 billion enemies. Now, I know we've had a rash of successes, but I wouldn't trust my men to be able to beat 5 million termites in a fight without chemical weapons, let alone 500 billion sentient, technologically advanced, reasonably educated aliens. That's putting aside the sheer shenanigans that Axiom affords both them and us. So what do we do, sir? Dr. Polito asks, and Admiral Cistern smiles. We remember our advantages and make use of them. We're outnumbered and outmatched on such a scale that it stops being a detriment and starts being a benefit. Your space station is ambitious, but it lacks the sort of shoot for the moon and land among the stars momentum that I was hoping for. Care to revise your estimates? Admiral Cistern says. Well, we could work a series of communication pylons into it to give ourselves exclusive ways into and out of the galactic information and communication networks, our own backdoors and private channels. Of course, that would mean that multiple such stations would be needed, Agent O'Brien considers. They could also serve as massive weapon testing facilities. After all, they would be the target of pirate raids a great deal, meaning we'll have no shortage of moving targets. Dr. Polito considers, and Admiral Cistern leans back and pulls out a cigar. He pats himself down for a lighter when Sir Philip kindly uses a wooden match to get it going. He nods in thanks to the dutiful man, and they both relax to enjoy the show. Experimental starship manufacturing base as well, especially since the Hykinus system has several unusually dense asteroid belts. They could be used to test flight capacity or weapon strength, fleet maneuvers in zero gravity, three-dimensional formations. Not to mention just basic research into mining, refining, and manufacture in space. Specific parts of the station could be excluded from the artificial gravity fields to allow us to study methods usable near Earth as well. Not to mention, there are construction methods that use Axiom, so designing and testing the components of a manufacturing facility, which takes advantage of them before shipping them near Earth to be taken up and finished. Sending in massive cargo containers worth of resources that are already in space would cut down on the costs to make and send more ships out of cruel space, which would allow us to snowball the entire planet economically. We just need to make sure that wars don't break out over the materials. We don't want a nuclear space race for the big shipping container in the sky. You don't have to worry about that. I'll be seeing to it. Admiral Cistern promises, which startles both Dr. Polito and Agent O'Brien as they had actually forgotten where they were. How, sir? O'Brien asks, and Admiral Cistern smiles. Essentially by controlling it all myself using an impartial methodology. The major 10 contributors to the space outreach programs will each have a guaranteed 5%. The remainder will be utilized in more neutrals. There's no way to simply hold it above them without provoking a war, so the main methodology would be to get everyone who wants off-Earth off and set things up so that fighting over the wealth is far, far more dangerous, stupid, and reckless than simply waiting your turn. But for that, we need to control things, Admiral Cistern explains. Thankfully, a lot of the infrastructure cost has been alleviated by the Railgun initiative. It can't be used for people yet, but the cost of building ships is likely though the floor if they decided to keep the orbital shipyard they constructed the Dauntless with, Polito considers. There's no reason they'd have taken it apart. They've likely made it larger or even more of them, O'Brien remarks before considering. In fact, since it's now hardest to get people rather than supplies into orbit, it's entirely likely that by the time we fully re-establish contact with Earth, they'll already have plans to start building a legitimate base on the Moon and Mars. The big problem has always been getting people and materials off of Earth. The lack of atmosphere, resources, and heat were always easily enough to solve. It's the gravity well of Earth that stood in the way the most. Mr. O'Brien, you didn't tell me that you held such knowledge of engineering and other such details, Sir Philip remarks. Nothing official, sir. Just some passing interest to pass my free time upon. It's important to diversify your knowledge and skills, O'Brien explains. Ah, I see, Sir Philip says simply. Not to mention our scientists are absolutely abuzz with these things when they're not going nuts about alien technology. I tend to sit with them at mealtimes and it's interesting stuff, O'Brien notes. Back to the matter at hand. While I do like your proposition of a space station, I would rather it have a bit more to it than a simple weapons laboratory. In particular, I want not only for it to have the capacity to construct a fleet for humanity, but also communications in some form of docking method. Essentially, I want it to be a place to help humans out of cruel space and be neutral to all governments, yet allied to them all simultaneously. A new human state based in space? It's what we have to do. Otherwise, a massive war could break out for control of this. If this new state only exists to facilitate humanity to the stars, then it will remain acceptable. Essentially, we must make the Dauntless a nationality. Admiral Cistern states calmly, and both Polito and O'Brien openly gape at him. What? Polito asks in shock. I announced my intention to create a space-based human state with a massive emphasis on exactly how this will progress when I sent the Lance 03. Further details will be sent to them. Admiral Cistern explains, and they both stare at him goggle-eyed. Sir, we need to situate ourselves in the galaxy, soldiers. While humanity may be protected by cruel space, we need to stretch beyond it. There are too many resources for the taking for us to stay within cruel space. Admiral Cistern remarks calmly as he takes in their expressions. Sir, why are you saying this? We've determined that there are more attempts by the minute to breach this office, and it's all but guaranteed that at any moment you're being listened to. Because in the grand scheme of things, despite it being large ambitions for our race, we are still very small. Centris is an elephant. We are a dust mite. Its mechanisms can't even perceive us. However, an hour ago, I received confirmation that Lance 03 has entered cruel space. It can no longer be intercepted in any capacity. Therefore, I can now speak of it and the plans upon it, Admiral Cistern remarks. And the bugs? The spies listening in? Agent O'Brien all but begs. We're thoroughly aware of them. The information they're receiving is either deliberately misleading, misinforming, or incomplete. Furthermore, we've determined what they're looking for. None of it is anything we've spoken about, Sir Philip remarks calmly. But you two are fairly well-known gossipers. Had I made the announcement myself and attempted to contact all individuals in the EFL and all individuals on and off duty, it would take a great deal longer to disseminate the information. Information, sir? Dr. Polito asks in a slightly stunned tone. We're all registered as the Undaunted, a human military state that exists outside of null space. Galactic policy does not allow an entire species to be represented by a single person, but rather every policy within it requires representation. They just stare at the Admiral, who smiles. Feel free to speak of this among your fellows. I will begin official announcements within 48 hours, and I expect the revised plans for the space station within 72 hours. Impress me, Admiral Cistern orders. Sir, are you announcing yourself as a military dictator? Agent O'Brien asks, and the Admiral shakes his head. This will be a meritocracy, one where the position is earned. Every 5 years, every senior officer will have to pass a performance review and judged by their peers, with the Grand Admiral being replaced, chosen, or sustained by a vote of all captains and admirals, chosen from the admirals. Every other rank must be earned properly and sustained in the performance reviews. A meritocratic stratocracy? What about people that wish to leave the military in hell? What about people like me? I'm a scientist, not a soldier, Dr. Polito exclaims. Anyone found abusing the power of their rank will be dishonorably stripped of it. Even I am not immune. Everyone serves for a time. Afterwards, they hold all the rights, responsibilities, protections, and expectations of a full citizen. You are currently serving on a military vessel. You are to be commended for it, the Admiral states. Why, sir? Polito asks. I can't get anything done unless I can prove I unilaterally represent at least a single fraction of humanity. Otherwise, everything they've permitted us here is merely for their personal entertainment. We're a joke to them. I need to be able to state, with complete certainty and confidence, that I speak for at least one government in totality rather than a single ship that was sent by a loose collection of governments. Do you have any idea what this is going to do? Yes, we're going to have absurd rumors running around the ship and picked up by all the spies, hacks, and infiltrated portions of the world. Long story short, we're doing a massive disinformation move while we set up a defensive state which will be dedicated to helping humanity out of cruel space. The Admiral states, and both just stare at him. Dismissed. Bring me those plans in 72 hours. Chapter 104. The Butler did it. Targets identified. Agent Honey, this is Wrinkles. Are you prepared? Philip asked into his communicator. The range on this custom model was very short, but it also was encrypted beyond the point of security and well into the realm of absurdity, meaning it was just barely acceptable for him. Prepared to strangle you for this code name, sir? Harriet snarls, and he can only smile at the rage simmering in her voice. The girl was a mess of little hang-ups all over the place, made dealing with her like walking in a minefield, albeit less actual danger. He blamed that newfangled outrage culture where everyone's so obsessed with being a victim for some godforsaken reason. Still, it had damn near shattered fairly thoroughly when it came up against the reality of their situation. That's the spirit. Finish your mission and you might get a shot at the prize. He encourages her, utterly unconcerned that the axiom-bloated woman might actually get something done. This thin, false outrage always died when it was time to get your hands dirty. All right, in position, assuming the identity, Harriet mutters. Keep me informed. Philip orders. Agent Jailbait, Wrinkles here, come in. You're having too much fun with these names, sir, Herbert remarks. Nonsense, I'm having just enough. Now, are you in position? Philip asks. Yes, sir. I'm in the shrubbery in the hydroponics section, amidst the darker foliage, Herbert replies. Very good, Agent Jailbait. Begin moving towards Target Alpha 2 and await Agent Honey, Philip remarks. Swallowing a grumble, Herbert shifts ever so slightly through the foliage and watches the numerous workers tending to the many different dark blue bushes, all of them growing different forms of narcotic berries native to the world of Brule. At first glance, it seemed like a connection, but it was just one part of many different narcotic ingredients being grown on this spire to be refined on another. The drug it created was called melange, as it was a melange of a dozen different natural drugs. So what do you think about the boss lady's newest plan? A nearby gardener asked the other. What? What plan? I wasn't told anything. The other gardener replies. We're starting to grow synth plants, particularly chip ferns, which means she's up to something to do with computers. Or robots. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. This is one of the better jobs I can get without a friend in higher places, and I'm not that much of a people person. So it's growing narco plants and trying not to see or hear anything I'm not supposed to. I'm keeping my head down. The other answers as she pours water onto the plants. Herbert is very still and focusing on the twin axiom abilities to phase ever so slightly out of reality and from sight as well. Oh, come on. Aren't you the least bit curious? The other one asks. Of course. But I also know the danger involved of asking more. I don't know who's backing little Miss Darla, but the poor girl is clearly just the face of this. All those days she walks in stressed, so very stressed, the gardener says, moving on, unaware of the infiltrator who's little more than a spirit already moving away. The clop-clop of hooves on the floor draws his attention. It's Agent Honey. His visor allows him to see the flows of axiom bleeding off her disguise. It's also useful for spotting the freaking cloaken. The invisible variants might be rare compared to the rest, but the species is so huge that there's already been hundreds trying to muck around with the Dauntless. They'd stopped when the guards had started making a game of how hard they could literally throw the idiot, invisible reptile women out. A pair of workout fanatics had managed to pitch 110 meters before she bounced and rolled. Rumors had spread, and the spies had decided to try disguise rather than walking in while invisible. He dashes, unseen and untouchable, between the rows, pausing under them so he can sneak more traditionally, and doesn't develop a headache for overusing the axiom. Some of the men had learned to like the sensation of pressure in their minds. Others could ignore it entirely, and still others wouldn't even feel it. Most felt it as an uncomfortable weight that piled on the more you did until it just hurt too much. "Ma'am," the door guard says, and opens the door to the inner parts of the area. Harriet simply stops and crosses her arms at the guard before glaring. "Ma'am?" the guard asks as the other one backs away. Herbert slips in invisibly and taps his mic twice to let them know he's in. Harriet breaks off the glare and walks in. The door closes behind her and she listens. Scares the hell out of me. I think she reads minds. Then seriously, keep it to yourself. I don't want your screw-ups to rub off on me. The other hisses. Neither notices the fact that Harriet planted the first two projectors on them. "First two bugs are planted, sir. Operation Smoke has begun," Harriet says into her mic, and Sir Philip nods. "Then my agents. You know your places. You know the plan. To work," Sir Philip orders. Elsewhere and deeper in the offices, Darla Swipe's tail lashes back and forth as she regards the information. They're running on a deficit after the last failed job. A simple snatch and grab with some new girls to get some blood on them had gone tits up. There had been death, destruction, multiple thefts, and that absolute wretch Isabel had interfered. She really needed to send her cousin a few explosives one of these days. Otherwise, the bitch might actually get lucky. There was a prickling sensation down her back. She's in danger. Something is up. "Hey, Knife Top, get in here," she orders, and there's the sound of a sudden brawl. Then her enforcer crashes through the door, holding a duplicate of herself that she completely dominates. The double can't even get a proper word out as she screams in pain and is battered against the floor and walls. Well, that certainly shows which of the two is the fake. The only noise Knife Top ever makes are those of violence. "Hold her," she says, standing up and walking around, fully in her cutesy cute public persona, complete with simpering voice. "I don't know who you are, madam, but you're both very brave and very, very stupid to try and infiltrate my compound as my enforcer, while she's on the premises, no less," Darla says before reaching down to caress the terrified spy's face. "I know I look and sound like a sweet, innocent, in-over-her-head daughter of big dirty money," she says in a tone to perfectly match her trendy outfit and adorable face. "But I grew out of that centuries ago, and I'm going to show you exactly how we dealt with troublemakers in the Dark Cabal." Darla hisses and the pungent stench of urine permeates the room. "Really? You're that pathetic? May as well just kill you then. Cowards have no real place, and they break so easily under torture that they're just gone before the fun even begins." Slowly, ever so slowly, a claw extends itself from the tip of one of her padded fingers and slinks downwards to the spy's eye. "Which is your favorite? Let her speak, Knife Top. I want to know which eye she wants to lose first." Darla purrs at her soon-to-be victim. "I'm not a spy." The fake squeals and Darla giggles. "That's a heck of a claim. You've got a weird mix of a jellied spine and sheer tits, girl. You pissed yourself, but you obviously lie right to my face. Of course you're a spy. You're a double of Knife Top, and she's the one pinning you down." Darla giggles. "What? No, I'm not. I'm..." The spy's cut off when the door opens to reveal another spy. Everything goes still for a moment. "Some idiots have been mistaking me for Knife Top. I thought it best to let you know before I get killed for it," she says, and Darla looks from her to the Knife Top on the floor to Knife Top. "What is going on?" Darla demands as she stands up with a growl and slowly pads around to the newcomer. She then slams an axiom-hardened palm into the gut of the newest knife top, and then when the taller woman doubles over in agony, she grabs her head and slams her power into it. The scream of the dying meat leaves a ringing noise in her ears that quickly fades as she drops the burning husk. Stupid girl had no idea what was going on. A waste of effort, though it had been cathartic to kill the incompetent shit. A tiny shard of Kutha floats up. On contact, she can feel the axiom wrap around her in her state of heightened awareness. "Boss, you just became a copy yourself." The cowardly wretch on the floor whimpers and Darla drops the piece of metal. She then makes a jerking motion with her head, and the worthless coward's neck is snapped like a twig. Her enforcer clops up to her and waits for orders. "Kill everyone wearing your shape. I don't care what they say, end them." She orders and Knife Top nods as she stalks past. "Boss, there's something," a fake Knife Top says coming around the corner says, before screaming in agony as Knife Top lives up to her name and impales her through the chest with her antlers. She growls as the screams begin echoing out in earnest. Someone had identified her greatest agent, her personal killing machine. Someone wanted to take advantage of the woman's unlimited access. But thankfully, they didn't seem to know that the woman had an axiomatic mental stake in her mind. She was some strangely fit but completely harmless career woman outside these properties, a perpetual bachelorette who just wasn't very lucky. But around Darla, around her business assets, a mute murder machine. The original girl was still completely unaware about the Knife Top personality. Even if they have studied Knife Top's other personality, the two girls don't know each other. She's fine. She doesn't even know anything beyond killing and intimidation. Can't even talk. "Interesting," a soft synthetic voice says nearby, its accent strange and yet thick enough to be heard clearly. She turns around and senses for Axiom, and there's nothing. No one else in the room but here. She rushes behind her desk and finds only a note on her chair. "I'm watching." She reads it out loud before a scream in the distance gets her to jump in horror. It's just Knife Top killing. It's just her pet mass murderer with the improved axiom-based frenzy patch. Yeah, the mental stake. It couldn't be subverted, could it? Frustrated at her moment of weakness, she slams the paper on her desk and stands up straight to take a deep breath. This is a mental game. Someone's playing with her, and she won't let them. Her eyes fall upon the paper. Along the back is a single word. Yes. She freezes at the sight of it. It's not in galactic trade. It's in the angular scratches and gouges of Hrutha, her native tongue. Something moves behind her and she spins to confront it. Whatever it was is gone before she can see more than a dark blur. She's not safe. She's far from safe and needs to run. "Now!" the voice barks and she bolts to dodge whatever trap is coming. There are footsteps behind her. She sees nothing but a waiver of axiom. She races through Knife Top's killing field as bodies of her enforcer's duplicates litter the room before the bloodstained woman simply collapses in front of a terrified Tret that Darla doesn't pay attention to. Knife Top dropping is all the more reason to run. She reaches her secret escape tunnel and hears whatever was following her slam into the emergency hatch. She breathes a sigh of relief as she drops down 2 levels, and below her, a light fixture explodes to drop her safely in a parking garage. Her escape vehicle is there. Unassuming and plain, the car isn't even souped up, but so boring that no one would expect anyone to drive that and be up to something. She rushes into the vehicle and activates it. Reality is pulled out from under her as she feels the knoll slam into her, disabling the car, her body and placing her at the bleeding edge of unconsciousness. Reality fades and swims with the only certainty being the sudden sound of footsteps. Sharp and measures they approach at a brisk pace. Then the door opens and she falls to the floor of the garage, limp and boneless. "Wrinkles here. Operation Smoke is a success. Proceed to extraction," a prim and clear voice notes. Rage floods her body as she knows she's been played, spooked into escaping and right into their trap. Her claws start to unsheathe as will alone begins to push back against the cruel laws of tainted physics. Then something crashes into the back of her head, and she knows nothing more. Chapter 105, meanwhile, at the lab. All right, gentlemen, I've arrived. What's the emergency? Admiral Cistern asks, and raises an eyebrow to see a carob woman with gore-smeared antlers strapped down heavily to a table that's been raised up to allow access to the back of the woman's head. The leather straps are being reinforced by thick chains and small device designed to disperse null on a table next to her, watching her with a small laser. Should she begin to struggle, a blast of null will shatter any axiom enhancement she might think to use. Sir, thank goodness you're here. You need to see this for yourself. Dr. Wren says there's a strange glint to his glasses, making them perfectly reflective and revealing nothing about his thoughts. Nearby and writing furiously is one of the nerd squad, Corporal Gerald Lore, an enthusiast for axiom enchantment. Admiral on deck, Corporal Lore announces and salutes. At ease, soldier, Admiral Cistern remarks, returning it. Now what's this about? There was no small amount of urgency in your request for my presence. Sir, we made a bad assumption. What we thought was a refinement of mind control techniques was actually a devolution. What's happened to this woman is the real deal. Lore says, first holding up his hand as if holding something, then gesturing to the restrained carob with a panicked look. To put things in more comprehensible terms, if you'll recall my report on frenzy patches and the physiological and psychological effects on people as well as inherent dangers, you will remember that it is possible to program a patch to direct the rage it causes at specific targets. This effectively allows less scrupulous individuals to force innocent civilians into attacking assassination targets in a berserk rage while also suffering the equivalent of a borderline lethal adrenal rush. Dr. Wren explains and Admiral Cistern nods. Yes, it was rather disturbing. Some of the EFL have been using false frenzy patches to excuse bad behavior, and those on stations have uncovered the fact that the trick is not entirely original when they help with security. Admiral Cistern notes, frenzy patches are fat, anemic kids with busted legs compared to this monster. We're still going through Swipe's notes to figure out how the hell she made this thing and if there are any more of them. Lore remarks from where he takes down more and more notes as he leans over to get another look at the back of the crib's head. Whenever he takes a pause in writing, his hands twitch in a sort of strangling motion that goes to wringing, to fidgeting, to shaking. The man seems completely unable to be still, not a good sign. Do we have a name for this thing? Admiral Cistern asks. Our current name is a persona nail, Dr. Wren remarks before running a hand through his hair. This is serious, sir. Only in my worst nightmares have I ever imagined such an abuse of another person. A frenzy patch is at most an hour-long blast of rage that can be directed at a single target as powerful combat drugs kick in. This thing has rewritten this girl's whole life. It's been in her for at least a decade and a half, and it has two settings, active and passive. When it's active, and it is currently active, it overwrites her personality with the persona of Knife Top, a mute carob serial killer, and walking war crime with complete slavish obedience to Darla Swipe. Enormous bouts of paranoia, and a massive case of sadomasochism that she recklessly indulges in. Good Lord, what about the victim? Knife Top's host? Admiral Cistern asked delicately. Her name is Holly Clatterhooves. 30 years old, and from what we can tell, she's had this thing half her life. There's a missing persons report that was closed 13 years ago. When the nail was put in her, she ran away from home and became both a recluse and a workout fanatic. From what I can tell, there are several aspects to the passive state. A workout addiction, a complete aversion to unhealthy foods and lifestyle choices, complete reclusiveness, and a large series of trigger words designed to force certain behaviors. This includes the activation phrase of Knife Top in the Hrutha language. This kid wasn't given a chance to grow up and was made into a monster. Lore explains as he continues his study of the device, grimacing and twitching as he does so. Admiral Cistern takes a moment to consider the wisdom of allowing the Nerd Squad, a group of individuals almost entirely composed of the psychologically abnormal, as much lateral freedom as they've enjoyed. Normally they're stable, but Corporal Lore looks half a second away from breaking. Then the man puts everything to the side and asks for a few moments, which are granted, then he leaves the room. He leaves in what's clearly a forced calm and ensures the door is closed tight behind him. Then through the reinforced soundproof bulkhead, a loud scream can be heard. It lasts exactly 10 seconds, then stops. 2 seconds later, Corporal Lore re-enters the room. His stride is perfect military, his salute so crisp it would bring a tear to a drill instructor's eye, and his movements precise to the point you would need survey equipment to find a flaw within it. His eyes are flat and dead. Whatever coping mechanisms this man has are running on overdrive. He takes his notes fast and crisply. He works in complete silence, more like an automaton than a person. Dr. Wren and Admiral Cistern watch, one in concern and the other planning interception, if he does something foolish or outright snaps. He fills nearly 10 pages with notes before putting everything to the side. Sir, without the original blueprints or extracting the object in question, I am unable to extract further information. Permission to leave, sir, Corporal Lore says with his heels slamming together in perfect parade ground salute snapping off. Permission granted. Admiral Cistern responds with a salute of his own. Sir, thank you, sir. Corporal Lore barks out and marches out of the room at a clip that most would need to jog to match. That could have gone worse, Dr. Wren notes. Indeed, Doctor. Excuse me. Admiral Cistern says, pulling out his communicator. Erica? Yes, Doctor. I need you to schedule an appointment for Corporal Gerald Lore and contact him about it. He's under a great deal of stress, and I need to know if he has suffered any damage from it. He orders and nods at her confirmation before hanging up. Best to keep on top of these things, he notes calmly. Yes, sir. Dr. Wren agrees. Back to the nail. We're prepping a surgical suite to first scan, then help in the extraction of this device. The problem is that the brains of extraterrestrials are very different from human brains. We may need to bring in an outside neurosurgeon. Dr. Wren explains as he walks over to begin scanning all of Lore's notes. What's the difference? Will this be an issue in the future? Not at all, sir. In fact, it will be a boon. You see, while the human brain has specialized sections, each one is very good at what they do. The scare we had of mind readers some weeks ago just won't happen, as the vast majority of mind-reading techniques take a mental scan of everything occurring at once. In a human, however, the greatest priority is given to the more primitive aspects of the mind. Our secrets are drowned under our heartbeats, digestive tracts, respiration system, sensory input, raw instinct, and several other factors. The human mind is gibberish to read, yet the alien mind is not? Admiral Cistern asks. The alien mind is non-specialized. We don't know for certain, but we believe this would allow them to recover from brain damage far more easily than a human. The rest of the brain can pick up the slack from any damaged portion, where a human one struggles to do as such at times. If this can be confirmed, we can move forward and extract the spike. A short healing coma to help the patient recover, and we've freed this girl from a lifetime of slavery. After which we can study the nail in its totality before destroying it. How quickly can this be done? I want this thing studied and countermeasures devised as soon as possible. Admiral Cistern says, and Dr. Wren nods. With your permission and a full team, we can have it in containment and being looked over by our best men within 12 hours, and that's if we need to hire an alien neurosurgeon. Without that process, we can do it in 6 if we rush. No rushing. I want this done right, Admiral Cistern states sternly as he walks over to examine the back of Knifetop's head. The nail's head is maybe the size of a dime, tiny and only really visible because the fur and hair around it has been shaved away. For a moment, the fur is gone to be replaced by human skin, and he's looking at the back of the head of one of his own people. He suppresses the raw sensation of rage that burns inside him. A handful of lava is burning in his gut, as he turns to meet Dr. Wren's gaze and sees his own outrage reflected back at him from the man's glasses. He swallows the rage and calms himself. This is a top priority, Doctor. We need to understand these things so we can detect and deactivate them with maximum efficiency. If they're willing to do something this disgusting to an innocent child, then we can safely assume that our soldiers and support staff will not be immune to this kind of abuse. Dr. Wren nods at the order and begins speaking in a calm tone. I think we may have a benefit, sir. The compartmentalization of the human mind may serve as a defense. The sheer priority the more base functions of our minds possess may interfere with the signals and make the implantation of the nails extremely obvious. For now, at least. As we become more known in this galaxy, our biological advantages grow more and more simple to subvert. There's no cause to believe that our minds will be an exception to this pattern. You're taking this very well, Admiral Cistern notes, and Dr. Wren merely lowers his glasses to reveal just a storm of rage, disgust, and sheer scorn burning within. He rises his glasses back up, and the mirror-like reflection returns. Sir, I have studied, advanced, and tested the biological spheres of both medicine and science in general. I have dedicated my life to the pursuit of knowledge. I've created no less than 4 crops designed to fight desertification and push the Sahara back in on itself that got me the Peace Prize. Yet it wasn't enough. So when the call came out for scientists on the Dauntless, I signed up. Now I'm faced with sheer horror inflicted by a monster to create another monster, a perversion of biology, psychology, and axiom study. His eyes visibly twitch and he takes a deep breath. Excuse me, sir. I need to get started with the preparations, Dr. Wren remarks. Hold a moment. Admiral Cistern remarks, and he glances to the null device. What would happen to her if she triggers the null burst? We're not certain. Likely it would severely damage, if not destroy the nail. But what it would do to the girl hosting it, I can't say. Her fur is unusually long for her kind, and it hides a monstrously powerful physique. The woman doesn't have a shred of fat on her and is made of braided tungsten wire for muscle. All of it natural. Not axiom enhanced, though we're not sure why. But what we are certain of is that the better an alien's conditioning without axiom, the better they can resist the effects. Or rather, the more they have to fall back on when they can't use it any longer. This woman is no less dangerous in a null-heavy zone. She could theoretically enter cruel space, and she'd only have some lower back pains from the size of her chest. The rest of her is streamlined into a killing machine. Dr. Wren notes as he takes off his glasses and polishing them with his eyes closed. The information is coming easily to the man. All the more reason to deprogram her then. I want this girl on the road to recovery before 24 hours have passed. You and me both, sir. I'll get started at once. Make it so, Doctor. Chapter 106, Love and Longing. My, is my Vernon brooding? I've not seen this before. Miro Noir muses as she slips up and sits beside him on the roof. He sighs and tucks away his communicator. It's just rumors, but I trust the source. Apparently, Admiral Cistern is declaring us all our own independent state. The territory is the edges of cruel space, with intention to build a number of armed starports. An interesting turn of events, Miro Noir notes calmly. It is interesting, but there's... Interesting? It's madness. It's treachery. The Dauntless is an enormous investment. So many hopes and dreams resting upon us, and we go rogue? But what can I do? What do I do? I'm just one soldier and part of an unofficial team. I don't have the skills or clout to... This could end so badly, and... He's cut off as Miro Noir cuddles into him from behind. He takes a deep, shuddering breath and thinks, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to think. I never considered this happening. Is it official? Miro Noir asks, and he simply shrugs. I don't know. At the moment, it's just a rumor, but Zan speaks with Sir Philip daily, and Sir Philip is Admiral Cistern's direct assistant, Vernon explains as he tries to think. This isn't like him. Not in the slightest. Admiral Cistern was very much about doing this mission to the best of his abilities. How can he accomplish that if he hijacks it entirely? Even if this is going in the worst way possible, you at the very least have a way out, my love. We don't have to return to Centris. Serbo gladly welcomes its princesses home, and sorcerers are always wanted. She assures him, and he leans back to nuzzle against her somewhat. Thank you. That does help a great deal. No official notice has gone out yet, so it's hopefully just an exaggeration. Vernon says as he leans back and sweeps up Miro Noir to swing her around and sit her on his lap. He hugs her tightly and is simply silent for a time. She cuddles into him to offer support. Is it really such a worry? New countries are born all the time. Serbo has not had a single day of peace in recorded history. It's merely that our wars are more ceremonial now. Great duels between royals over which village flies which banner. Yet if the Empress were ever to show herself weak or craven, true war would return. A day I'll prepare for. Mironoir explains and Vernon chuckles. I suppose I could use that Apuk enthusiasm. Find it as something to look forward to rather than dread. Vernon remarks and Mironoir giggles. Maybe you just need to burn off some energy? You have too much and are thinking about terrible things without end. Some relief, perhaps? Mironoir offers. Oh, and exactly. How shall we burn it off? Vernon asks her, and she nuzzles into him. We could do this, though there's some risk of my little sister's finding us, Mironoir offers. Not sure an audience would help for that, Vernon remarks, and Mironoir gives him a poke in the forehead for being silly. That's a fair point, but still a silly one. You think they'd honestly stick around when we need privacy? She asks. They're children. It's not the sticking around, it's the barging in. Vernon remarks with an amused tone in his voice. His stress and frustration seemingly melted away. True enough. Perhaps if we were to find some place scandalously private? Mironoir asks, and Vernon lifts an eyebrow. You've got a plan. Let's hear it, Vernon remarks, and Mironoir whispers in his ear. That is an incredibly risky and more than a little naughty bit of fun you're proposing. You don't think it's a good idea? She asks in a slightly surprised tone. It's an excellent idea, but we're going to be watched by the woods themselves. Vernon remarks, and Mironoir suddenly pauses, meaning every sorcerer that is and shall be will see us. Perhaps it's not so grand an idea after all, Mironoir mutters with a blush. Not quite that bold, Vernon teases. I'd rather have you all to myself for now. We are on our honeymoon after all. Mironoir purrs, and he lets out a little rumble of contentment and holds her tighter. A very fair point, and since we're both outside already, is there any place you'd like to show me? There is a place not too far away, though there is something I want to do there. Excuse me a minute, she says before giving him a light kiss and hopping out of his lap. All right, I'll be in the backyard, Vernon remarks. Oh no, stay here, otherwise the whole family will want to come. An afternoon alone together is what I want. Then I shall abide? Vernon remarks, and she jumps off the room. He's alone with his thoughts for a few moments. Things just weren't adding up. If Admiral Cistern needed them to somehow start his state of the undaunted, then why would he approve of the village? He couldn't make sense of it. Even if there was a very, very good reason for what Admiral Cistern is doing, then the questions of how he's going to be juggling all this immediately follows it. Back to brooding? Already? Mironoir asks a few moments later as she hops onto the roof to land beside him. I'm not brooding. Leaning forward, chin on fist, eyes fixed on the distance, and a hunched-in stance. That's a brood. I'm just trying to think, Vernon protests. A deep melancholy think on a heavy topic. That's a brood. She teases him, and he sighs before noticing that she's got one of the shell-patterned backpack on. Come on, let's have some fun and get the brooding over and done with. She giggles, and he holds up his hand for her to help him up. There's a little twist of axiom, and she scoffs as he lifts into the air at her pull, without him bothering to move from his sitting position. She just gives him a slight smile, and he unfolds slowly in midair. Okay, where to? He asks with a slight chuckle as he touches down. We're going swimming, this way, she says before launching herself off the reinforced roof and into the distance. He follows with a leap of his own and quickly not only catches up, but bends the axiom in just such a way as to pull ahead. He turns around in midair and slowly turns upside down so that he ends up nearly face to face with Mironoir as they soar. That's going to make landing awkward, she notes, looking somewhat to the left as he pulls ahead. Reality blinks and he's suddenly beside her and slowly turning in the air to face forward. They slam into the side of a mountain and Mironoir launches off to redirect herself, and he follows after sticking to the wall for a moment to judge her trajectory properly. He's already coming up behind her as Mironoir glances backwards to see if he's following. Is it that little inlet down there? He asks as they come up on the coast. Yes, but we're going a little fast and we'll be landing in the water. Oh, whatever shall we do? She teases and he chuckles. They land on the surface of the ocean moments later, Mironoir safely in Vernon's arms, as the surface drops like a trampoline and launches up to form massive waves. One he skates on as he heads to an inlet. Far below, something in the water, something gigantic, stirs. I take it this is the right way? Vernon asks slowly, letting Miro Noir down and guiding her in the skating across the surface of the sea. Then he reaches out and grabs her other hand before crouching down and starting a spin with the two of them before picking her up and twirling with her. "Oh, this takes me back," Miro Noir gushes. "Care for a longer skate? We only had a little time on the water and a bit of fun. We could have a lot more before even entering it this time," Vernon offers, and then Miro Noir sighs in contentment. "That sounded like a yes to me." "Of course it was. I was just waiting for the opportunity," Miro Noir gushes. In truth, she had forgotten that it was called skating and didn't want to embarrass herself admitting it. Actually, forgetting a detail on how she met her husband was just shameful, but she was much more focused on what they were actually doing and how it felt than what things were called. "You should have said something. This is fun," Vernon says as they glide over the ocean, dipping up and down with the waves as something large circles far below. "So what's that thing under us? I think it's hungry." If it acts on it, then it's the main course of our next meal. The jagged coastline has a sheer drop-off directly into a dark water trench. There are about 4 massive races down there. "About?" Vernon asks. "Oh, HFY the Lifebinder. He literally went off the deep end in his rage and combined several Leviathan-class monsters into a single super beast before bringing it up to rampage. Yes, it laid eggs as it came up. We're not sure to this day if his monster was able to reproduce or if they were just normal Leviathans. Either way, it certainly went to show that sorcerers were more than just mystery and woodsy ways, that the power ran deeper and stranger," Miro Noir adds, and Vernon chuckles. "I suppose I pushed those limits again. Transmutation, time manipulation, and sheer thermal control to command warfire and ice at once? I added quite a bit, I think," Vernon notes. "Not that you're boasting or anything," Miro Noir notes with a smile. "Not at all, much like when I claimed to have the most beautiful princess to ever hold the title." He compliments as they skim in a lazy circle. "Oh my Vernon," Miro Noir gushes before cuddling into him as the skating slows and she just basks in his presence. They slow to a stop and upon the dark water just hold each other for a moment. Right before a maw erupts around them both as a Leviathan erupts from below. Jagged teeth slam together as an impossibly huge creature crashes through the surface to make a meal out of them. Only to scream in agony as even when gushing over his wife, Vernon is on the ball and had teleported them out of immediate danger. Now they stand just behind the beast, hand in hand and balanced on the frothing ocean surrounding the monster. Miro Noir is a battle princess, meaning the creature has already been impaled by her weapon, and the brutal spikes along the side of the war sword fulfill their purpose and dig deep into the flesh, which allows her to cut a massive gouge out of the meat and straight to the bone on its scalp, tearing the creature open as if it were made of paper. "Chill," Vernon orders, and the water surrounding the monster turns to ice as he grabs the thermal energy and then shapes it into a lance of green warfire he hurls into the open wound. The fire burns through the bone and directly into the gigantic, but proportionately small brain of the monster. There's a rush of steam as the brain of the beast is flash-cooked and the whale-sized monster goes still. The gigantic beast slumps over to lie dead in the water, and Vernon considers. "So, how much do we eat, how much do we keep, and how much do we give to others?" he asked Miro Noir, who looks confused for a moment before comprehension dawns. "Well, it's certainly too large to eat on our own. Sharing it with family still isn't enough. It would be a waste to fell a creature like this in battle and not see what kind of sauces and drinks pair well with it. There are recipes, but these beasts are usually rather hard to fight. Balancing on water is a bit of a difficult trick, and sorcerers aren't well known for enjoying hunts, but it takes an entire community to butcher and prepare a Leviathan of any type. Well, let's pin it down so it doesn't float away and see who we need to talk to," Vernon remarks. "Things just get more and more interesting. This is going to be quite the feast." "No, this will be a festival," Miro Noir notes as she uses warfire to clean her blade and then cools it with a dip into the water. She stashes it away and pulls out her communicator. She still hasn't let go of Vernon's hand as he uses the axiom to guide the Leviathan closer to shore. Neither of them even consider letting go. Chapter 107. The Butler Did It. This chapter contains a hard look at torture. Viewer discretion is advised. The world was nothing. It wasn't anything. She was contained, utterly contained. For a time she had been wet, but things had grown numb. She was floating in utter darkness and a complete void of sound. She would focus the axiom, but all she could sense was that she was within a tritype coffin, trapped, like an animal. Time meant nothing. She had fallen into and out of consciousness so many times she could no longer tell the difference anymore. Nothing to see and nothing to hear but her own screams. Her claws had been surgically removed. Something was wrong with her fangs. She couldn't bite through her tongue, and she couldn't even fully bite down. There is nothing in this hell of absence. Even her heartbeat is so calm and soft that she can barely hear it if she focuses with all her might. She has no position to maneuver, and the numbness has grown to the point she can't tell if she even has all her limbs. For a time, her imagination paints vivid pictures to keep her entertained. Then the color bleeds away, the sounds grow dull and mute, and she begins to forget what smell and touch and taste even are. Then the world splits in two and she yowls in shock. A menacing figure stands silhouetted against light so bright she can't even quantify it. Then she reaches down and is revealed to be Knifetop. She's saved. Her loyal minion has come to... Another Knifetop reaches in, and both of them haul her out. She's carried with a hand under each armpit and marched by the Knifetops past other Knifetops and into the next room where Knifetop sits at the table, and two more Knifetops stand in each corner. Heavily armed and furious to see her. No, this is bad. This is very bad. She begins pulling at the axiom to effect her escape, and instantly it's scrambled as if someone dropped Null into the area. Her consciousness fades, so then fades back in to find herself sitting in a chair. Her arms and legs and tail are bolted down. She moves forward and back a little. The most she's been able to move in how long has it been? Darla swipe. The Knifetop sitting opposite begins and Darla looks to her in shock. Right, she was Darla Swipe, master of axiom and the minds of the peons around her. Manipulator, master and molder of the petty wills of... Something crashes into the side of her face. Another Knifetop had hit her with a clipboard and now stands beside the sitting Knifetop. Joke's on them. The pain gave her focus. Who are you people? What's going on? Do you have any idea who you're messing with? Darla demands in a spitting fury. You are our prisoner. Whether this list of titles grows depends upon your behavior, the sitting Knifetop remarks. She then holds up a picture of the back of her own head, revealing the head of the axiomatic mental stake. Did you develop this yourself or did you have help? She asks, and Darla merely growls as she thinks of a plan of escape. Clearly, axiom won't work. These crazies use Null fast and loose. Her fighting claws have been removed and she can feel tight wrappings of rubber around her fangs, blunting them to uselessness. She's naked, she's wet, but she's healthy. She still has her foot claws. Answer the question or earn the title Lab Cat. The Knifetop standing next to the one sitting threatens. Darla gathers phlegm in preparation to spit as her answer. Yet before she can let fly her displeasure, the world fades away and she's once more in the coffin. Everything bleeds away. Time, senses, any flow or sense of reality. Memory is the only retreat. Yet it only makes it worse. The memories crash in a wakefulness and a sensation of wrongness. She's being tampered with, toyed with, and she has no idea how. The light shatters the dark world of the coffin, and Knifetops drag her out. It's exactly the same as the last time. Same tiny differences between the Knifetops, same number of steps, same door, same everything. She doesn't bother with the axiom this time. She lets them strap her in. What makes you think my sisters won't tear your heart out for this? Beyond the fact they don't know you're here? Controlling your minions through fear shatters when you need desperate aid. Your operation is ours now. The sitting Knifetop explains, and Darla tries to lunge at her, only to be struck by the clipboard again. Only it feels good. It hurts, yes, but she loves it. That blow was wonderful. She catches her own thoughts and sits back a bit. She can't reach to check. Does she have an axiomatic mental stake implanted? The thought turns her insides to ice. What the hell is she dealing with? Who the hell is she dealing with? I see you notice the effects of your new title. The sitting knife top remarks. Title? Prisoner and Lab Cat. Do you wish to add to this admittedly short list of titles? The knife top with the clipboard says. Now then, Miss Swipe, you're going to tell us who else helped you in creating this. The sitting knife top says, holding up a picture of the axiomatic mental stake. Why so you can make your own? She demands, and the sitting knife top raises an eyebrow. Is that your final answer? She asks, and Darla's eyes narrow in a glare. So it is, she remarks, and the world swirls around her. Darla awakens to darkness again. The numbness is beyond anything else that she ever imagined. She's not stuffed in cotton. She's not even numb. Her sense of touch is gone. She screams, and though she hears the sound, she doesn't feel her throat move. She thrashes and feels nothing, only hears the slight splashing of the warm water and the tiny, helpless thumps she can make against the edges of the coffin. She slams her head into the top and can't feel a thing. She chews on her tongue, and there's nothing. It's all nothingness. She feels nothing. She yowls and yowls until they grow hoarse, and she can taste the blood in her throat. Her thrashes continue until she finally feels something. Exhaustion. That's when the world shatters again, and the knife tops drag her out and back into the interrogation chair. This time, there's a light meal in front of her that the sitting knife top is enjoying. I hope you don't mind. It's been some time since our last chat, and I found myself famished, the sitting knife top says, and Darla can feel herself drooling. Her stomach is empty, utterly empty, but she hasn't starved. They've been keeping her alive despite starvation. She doesn't know how, but the fact she can smell something is like an orchestral choir going off in her mind. Give it to me, feed me, she screams at him. Now, there's no cause for poor manners, especially considering your situation. My situation, you sick. The clipboard crashing into her head interrupts her. She feels it, and it is good. She slumps nearly bonelessly in sheer relief at feeling something after so long. She looks up in sheer relief to find the clipboard knife top glaring at her. Do that again, she says. You're in no position to give orders. The clipboard-bearing knife top remarks. Do it, now! She commands, and she smiles as the clipboard is brought back. Then it stops in front of her face to show a picture of the axiomatic mental stake lying on a tray. Tell us who else designed these, and I'll hit you all you like, the knife top promises. Yep, no, I won't. Screw you. Burn in the pits of whatever hell your kind fear you. The world swims away into nothingness again. She's back in the coffin, and nothing helps. Every sound she makes and memory she dives into fades away so quickly that reality, self and memory. Reality, thought, memory, self, everything washes away and drips into nothingness. Are her eyes closed or open? Does she even have eyes anymore? Has she ever had eyes? What use are eyes when there is nothing to see? Was there ever anything to see, or was it just a delusion? As she ponders, if there ever was and ever the world shatters, and she screams in pain as spears of purest light pour into she eyes and she tries to scramble away from the horrible, agonizing suffering. She screams and thrashes and fights and panics as the knife tops drag her away, past the other knife tops and into the room with knife tops sitting there, while drinking a cup of something that smells like purest poison. Everything is horrible. She wishes she could be numb again. And it's only bad. It's all bad, and it's all wrong and awful and wicked and twisted and just wrong. She's strapped into the chair, and each sensation, smell, sight, taste, and sound is worse than the last as she fights with all she has before all energy leaves her, and she slumps into place sobbing. The stench of urine and feces cause her to gag, even as shame burns through her, as painfully as everything else. Miss Swipe! The sitting knife top begins, and she flinches back with a scream. The soft voice was the bells of doom that slammed through all reality and shook her bones to shards. There is silence with only the deafening echo of her own sobs and the drip, drip, drip of her soiling falling to the floor. Then something cuts through everything else, a sound. It's perfect. It's pure and wonderful, and she turns to see it. The clipboard crashes into her face, and a wonderful sensation rocks through her body, causing her to moan low and long in sheer relief and satisfaction. She works up the strength to see the knife top that struck her with the clipboard and pauses. Things are wrong. Everything but the knife top are horrible and wrong, but there's something else, something bubbling beneath it all. Oh, right. They're not actually knife top and a dozen identical Carib. They're all fakes. It's all fakes. She finally recalls that she's being interrogated as her eyes widen, and she starts hyperventilating in panic. Then she opens her eyes and sees the knife top with the clipboard again. There is something wonderful behind the illusion, something utterly magnificent and amazing, and she needs to see it. "Ma'am, we need you to tell us who can make these?" the sitting knife top says, but she doesn't even glance that way. "Miss Swipe," the clipboard-holding knife top asks, and Darla nods excitedly. To hear her last name spoken from this wonderful thing disguised as knife top is bliss. "Can you name everyone that you know can make these?" It's the picture of the axiomatic mental state. This is why it... Yes. She remembers all the questions in the darkness and the everything for that one stupid question. "No one. I killed them." She answers and receives 2 pats on the head. It's joy and happiness, and from now on, everything good must be measured in pats but will never come close. "Oh?" the clipboard knife top asks, and she nods. The sound was so perfect and wonderful and gushy good. It was almost half a pat in goodness. Yep. I had them all wearing bombs as they worked and said they'd be free when they're done. They were free to die, so I set them off when I understood everything. Boom. Then the clipboard Ginify top reaches over and scratches behind her ears, prompting another low, shuddering moan of purest bliss. They truly are all that is right and good and wonderful. Each scratch is easily worth 2 pats each, and she got 3 behind each ear. It was amazing. "We have just a few more questions, and then everything becomes better, okay?" the clipboard knife top asks, and Darla nods as fast as she can. "It can get better? There's better?" She wants it. She wants it so much. "How many more did you make? How many of them are in people? Which people, and where are they?" the clipboard knife top asks, and Darla nods. She knows almost all of that. 5 total, all in people. There's you, knife top. There's also Flayer and Cutter, and Shaker and Breaker. Flayer's a big flappy sort of woman, but not a bird. Cutter has extra arms that are knives. Shaker has a big shaka thing at the end of her tail, and nothing else. Oh, and Breaker's the biggest and meanest of the bunch. Big teeth and, I remember, a Sneer, a Snikt, a Nagasha without arms, and a really big Horchka. They're all on Centris somewhere. I don't know where, but my communicator... Where's my communicator? Wait, this isn't... Darla begins to come to her senses, and the knife top with the clipboard smiles more beautifully than anything she can imagine, leans over and kisses her on the brow. Darla slumps into unconsciousness, and Corporal Lorry leans back and lets his illusion fade away. He lets out a huge breath through clenched teeth as Sir Philip removes the pin that allowed the illusion and places it on the table. A most succinct summarization of the information. He notes before refilling his cup of tea and taking a drink. Cool or not, it's needed. "I feel dirty using the tricks we pulled off. The persona nail is just wrong. Playing with her sensory perception, shutting off senses, altering them to be nothing but pleasure or pain, shifting all stimuli from specific sources into pleasure. It's insane." Corporal Lorry remarks, and Sir Philip nods. "I hate to say it, young man, but I have seen worse. Not by much, granted, but you greatly accelerated her treatment. Ordinarily, it takes weeks, perhaps even months, to reach this form of pliability. This interrogation method is entirely too effective to not be used again. It's entirely too freaking evil to have been used now," Lorry mutters under his breath. "Care to explain yourself, young man?" Sir Philip demands crossly, and for a moment Lore freezes before he turns to face the elderly spy. "I don't care how good the results are. What we just did was freaking wrong. Yes, good things will come of this. Lives will be spared, suffering will be alleviated, and it was all on the price of one wicked and cruel person's suffering. But it was still freaking wrong," Lore says. Yay, that was foul, Herbert remarks as he tosses his own pin onto the table. I hope things like this are few and far in between, Harriet mutters as she lets her own disguise drop. Sir Philip smiles faintly. Good. They have proper morals and know where the line must be drawn, and likely when to cross that line. Two very important traits. Thankfully they are. I won't deny it. This was roughly as dirty as the business can get. You'd have to be a sociopath to avoid that sickening sensation in the pits of your stomach. That's good. That's very good. Remember this moment. While inevitable, these moments can be put off. The better you are, the more skilled, the more focused, the more attentive and capable you prove yourselves, the less you will need to sully yourself in this kind of dirty work. Yet in the end, you must understand that what matters isn't how comfortable with yourself you are. It isn't whether or not you can sleep at night. It's whether the job is done. For if the job needs to be done, then it must be done. And if it's not you to see it done, then they might send a sociopath, who will do things such as this without so much as a blink, Sir Philip says before standing up. He adjusts his tailcoat and sighs. You children can leave now. I'll tidy up, he offers. None of them move, and he raises an eyebrow in response. With all due respect, sir, this is all our mess. We will all clean it up. Laurie says, and Sir Philip nods with a more genuine smile. Whatever fears he had for the suitability of his replacements are fading to nothingness. Chapter 108, The Dauntless. The alert went out at 3 p.m. Centris. It went to every man in the EFL, every man on the ship. Every human out of cruel space received a countdown. 24 hours. It was just a warning to make sure everyone could see things live. The communication pylons the galaxy over may allow peoples to communicate over the massive distances regardless of distance, but it did nothing to stop the galaxy-scale time zone differences. Regardless, no human fails to be there in time, and it's piped to the entire EFL, every member, from pirate vessel to space station watches. The image starts, and it's Admiral Cistern at his desk, putting his final signature on a document that Sir Philip takes. I have just legally declared the crew of the Dauntless and the Earth Foreign Legion to be a political state known as the Undaunted. We hold a minor seat in Parliament, and our recognized state borders surround cruel space. He explains before standing upright and walking to the front of the desk. This is not in any capacity a betrayal of our mission, Admiral Cistern remarks as he walks. He then snaps his gaze to the camera and seems to look into the eyes of each and every viewer. Our mission has always been to blaze a trail into the stars and find what is beyond the boundaries of cruel space. We have accomplished this. The original mission was complete the moment we touched down upon Centris, he explains before taking a deep breath. And yet the tactical, political, and practical situation of things is that the mission has just barely begun. The trail to the stars has been barely cut. We need a destination, a port of call. We need to establish a friendly nation who shall work to see humanity and all her allies thrive. We have already taken a great leap of faith. The men and women of the Dauntless have hurled themselves into the stars without knowing whether doom and damnation awaited them. The recruited crews to the EFL accepted our hand of friendship unknowing if treachery was afoot. We have all profited from these gambles, so now I offer another. Stay with us past your terms of service. Renew contracts and renew faith, for we shall construct a series of bastions surrounding cruel space to serve in this capacity. He announces, and there isn't a single viewer that can look away, be they invited in or spying in. This galaxy is beyond enormous. The sheer scale of the multitude of worlds and peoples means that while there is enormous room to develop and grow, all of it shall be needed to be anything other than a footnote in the history of the galaxy. The road to a grander tomorrow is long and arduous, an effort of generations. But if we do not build the first station, then who shall? A well-trodden path must first be cut. A goal and destination must be set for those still within the null. I understand that much is being asked. For the allies we have recruited, it will be a further shift of lifestyle, albeit with enormous chance for profit and earnings. I will be speaking to each ship captain and station master personally with all due haste. To the men upon those postings, I ask you to hold fast until after I have finished speaking with them. Admiral Cistern says with a slight bow to make him all the more gracious seeming. For the men and women serving under me, be you on active duty or not, understand that your tour of duty does have an end date. While I would prefer you to remain posted with us, I will respect the decisions of those who chose to depart for Earth or for foreign worlds. The galaxy is ours to explore, my friends, and even though traveling these incredible distances may seem pedantic and small to those of us whom have traveled as such their whole lives, I invite you to take in the sheer scale of the beauty and just how much of it there is. There is an awesome power and beauty to the universe, and it is ours for the taking, if only we reach out for it. Now, at this point, many of you will have questions, confusion, a desire to understand exactly what form of direction this is going in. Shall I be declaring myself or someone else a dictator or king? The answer is no. Effectively, this will remain a military operation with the rank of Grand Admiral. This rank shall only be sustained by a vote of all captains and admirals, station masters counting as captains. The admirals shall be chosen from among the captains. These changes are enormous to our methodology and the mindset of our presence. Before we were nearly nothing more than message runners, and now we expand our purview to true trailblazers. All agreements shall be honored as they were previously, however, so I once more reiterate that there will be no forcing of anyone to stay as part of the EFL or with the Undaunted when your tour of service has been fulfilled. Our shift of focus to nation building will not be without cost. Our lawyers have drafted a charter of rights and responsibilities for all Undaunted, and beginning the next tour of service shall be required to swear by it. To wit, I shall lead by example, he says before moving to attention and placing a fist over the center of his chest. I, Garfield Cistern, in full command of my mind and body, of my own free will, and under no coercion, do so swear to uphold the rights and responsibilities of the Undaunted. To this I shall serve to the best of my abilities. My method of serving shall be dictated by my lawfully acquired rank and status among the Undaunted military in all of its branches, be it general service, command, research and development, infrastructure, or the Earth Foreign Legion. For a period possibly greater to but no less than 5 standard galactic years, will I serve to the fullness of my capacity and of my own free will, to accept and dispense lawful commands as appropriate, and to refuse unlawful commands as appropriate. I will uphold the laws of the Undaunted and keep its secrets and trust to the best of my abilities and insights. Should I prove myself a danger to my fellow soldiers, incapable of fulfilling the roles entrusted to me, or in some other manner unfit for duty, my rank and standing may be suspended or stripped from me entirely for the betterment of the Undaunted and myself. This I have sworn, fully aware of the implications and interpretations of this oath, and do so without reservation or doubt. I am Undaunted. Oath sworn, he moves to stand at ease. This is the oath I swear to all of you. This is the standard I hold myself, and the standard I shall expect from you. Copies of this oath, as well as a copy of the Charter of Rights and Responsibilities, shall be sent to every soldier. I invite you all to read them at your leisure, and contact the legal department for clarity if there is any confusion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a momentous day, where we merely allowed the current of politics and the galaxy to blow us any which way. Previously, we now push out to form our own path, and it shall be a glorious one. I have complete faith in each and every one of you that you will do the right thing and make the best judgment possible. Thank you for your time. He finishes and the announcements ends, shortly followed by emails reaching everyone's personal accounts. His own account has emails filling it up, most from his own crew, but one from Lady KyleKKent catches his attention. It's an automatic notification from her account welcoming him into the galactic community and promising that his vote will hold appropriate diplomatic weight, meaning none. There are empty assurances that his voice matters, lies that he won't be taken advantage of, and here we are, taxation. Unfortunately for her, he's already got the paperwork needed to nullify over 90% of this nonsense. Its filing should be, yes, there, the expected email from the Revenue Service. Paperwork gone through perfectly, so the taxes are mostly averted for the next 10 years, as he reads several more come in informing of exactly where his seat in the Parliament will be. Shockingly, it's near the front, and then he considers it for a few more moments and realizes someone wants a something to stare at. Not so shocking after all. There's more paperwork to churn through. Work and planning and building and work. There's a knock on his door after several hours. "Enter," he says, not looking up from his work as she enters the room. "Hello, Nikti. Terribly sorry, but I'm very busy." She's got her arms crossed and an amused look on her face when he looks up from his work. "So it's official. You're no longer the vague representative of a new race, but an actual political faction." "Yes, indeed, ma'am," he says lightly. "You do realize that there is going to be a silly amount of traffic into your office now, right? You had some relative peace to scheme in private until now. Now, a proper ambassador, they're going to be even more curious this time around," Nikti remarks as she walks around the desk and stands next to him with her hands on her hips. "Yep, unfortunately, we couldn't just keep spinning our wheels in perpetuity. Situations change, things need to be done, and there needs to be work done to lay the foundations." Admiral Cistern says, finishing off the last touch of this bundle of paperwork and moves it into the outgoing tray. He then reaches down and picks up the Gobe ambassador. "How is it that a man as stern and strong as you ended up so cuddly? Isn't the popular idea of a warrior man some kind of hard as bolts brute with no time for love? It's just an image to show. Affection is as vital as water to anyone. And you, big man, a marriage that turned miserable and died in hatred leaves wounds. Wounds that can only be healed in ways such as this," he answers as she cuddles up into him, delightfully warm and soft, and smelling of something exotic but tasty. "Big, unstoppable leader of the undaunted. First of their number. Big old cuddle bug." Nikti giggles at the idea. "Oh, just let me have my cuddles." "Lord knows my ex and sons wouldn't," Admiral Cistern teases. "Sir, you've got incoming," the speaker on his desk states, and Ambassador Tal slips out of his hug and under the desk. Then the door is forced open as Lady KyleKKent struts in, her tail flared out, and her chest feathers puffed out to full size. Ultimately, the little strutting display really shows off how much of a bird, in bird brain, she is. Especially as she doesn't even seem to be noticing the heavily armed soldiers in the room behind her, giving her a pointed glare and clearly considering putting holes in her. "Well now, it's official. You're an appropriate ambassador and under my authority." "Your authority?" Admiral Cistern asks as Nikti sighs lowly and leans against his leg. Then she reassesses her thoughts on the matter, as she's in an exceptional position for some fun. "Why, yes, my authority as Speaker of the Council." Lady KyleKKent preens, her words covering up the slight sound of a zipper being brought down. Ambassador Cistern's poker face is flawless, as he slowly brings up a copy of the powers and responsibilities of a Speaker of the Council. "I was unaware that we were in the midst of a vote, or that a new proclamation was being drafted." "Oh, come now, we're both adults in here," the overstuffed bird woman remarks, leaning against the desk with her chest feathers barely concealing her nearly naked breasts. "Surely you understand that there's more to me than merely official power and sensible ruling, and a man with the sheer gall to forge a nation for himself with such a small force is either utterly mad or something far greater. I find myself curious as to which." This meeting had gone from odd to outright inexplicable. How had he wandered his way into a porno? Chapter 109, Wreck and Roll, Shadows of Centris. They had finally talked him into it. It had taken a long time and a lot of badgering from all sides. It was only when he had, at the recommendation of his psychiatrist, gone to think about why he didn't like the idea of sex and whether it made sense. He'd sat down and considered for about a week. The initial rush of gross was still there, but at the same time he felt the urge, the want, the need. He had discussed it with the others, with Koa and Amadi, the closest things he had to real friends. They had then promised to help him and had set up a date. A date, yeah. Apparently everything was taken care of already, and he just had to show up and try to enjoy it. So here he was, dressed like an idiot in a dusky brown suit with frilly white sleeves and a white ruffle out the front. His dress uniform had been hidden, and he wasn't allowed a normal suit. The ruffles were ridiculous, made him look like some pompous, oblivious, stupid. "Oh la la, you look delectable." A refined voice dripping with sheer delight rings out, and he looks to the left. That is a whole lot of women. Yes, there are insect traits from the mature snicked, but it's more like someone's in a half-assed costume than an alien. A woman with break-your-back huge knockers and hips that match as she doesn't so much walk as sway up to him. I see your views on certain matters have changed. I look forward to your lust. Inflamed. Misty deliberately rhymes as she saunters up with sheer desire, seeming to roil off her. Her dress is a slinky bit of dark red silk that seems to be tied on only by a pair of strings to the other half going down her back. He can see the woman's lacy black thong and garters clearly. Her hair is a mass of golden blonde locks that move in a single enormous wave before parting, fanning out behind her shapely rear. Her biggest points of inhuman appearance, the antenna in her upper arms having blades that are decorated with jewels woven into lace that wrap around them. All in all, she's a cross between a walking porno, a Mardi Gras float, and an overly sexy Halloween outfit. Subtle is just a vocabulary word for you, isn't it? Reginald asks before he can stop himself. And sarcasm is a defense mechanism for you. I know, Misty remarks, and Reginald's on the back foot. Okay, how much did Amadi and Koa tell you? Reggie asks, wondering just how gruesome a murder he has to plan that evening. Enough. Don't you worry, I'm willing to slowly peel away what I need to so that I can ravish your wounded soul with love, enough to salve your wounds, Misty announces, and Reggie just gapes before looking around. Are you mugging for the camera? Has this become a reality TV show? Am I getting punked? Reggie asks. I'm not sure what punked means, but I am making sure your friends on this ship know that I'm here and not going to hurt you. Now, do you know what I have planned tonight? I was told to wait here in this goofy outfit and try to enjoy myself, Reggie remarks with crossed arms. Oh, wonderful. This is going to be a surprise for you then. Now, first off, we're going to have dinner. Things are very different from human standards. Your friends explained a great deal to me. And there's going to be another, or is she another 6? It's hard to tell with the Lidris, Misty muses. The Hexaform clan, right? Reggie asks. Shireen of the Hexaform clan, yes. She along with Misty Jadeblade, shall be your escorts for the evening, Misty announces, and Reggie runs a hand through his hair. I, Engineer Reginald Pike of the Undaunted, accept, Reggie says, and Misty titters somewhat before reaching into her bosom and pulling out a flower that she tucks into his coat. I'm glad this is for you, little human. I know that things are reversed from what you were raised to know, but that just means you merely need to keep pace rather than wonder what to do next. Misty explains before gently kissing Reggie on the back of the hand. Oh, okay. There is one thing I want to know before we go further, Reggie asks as a bit of a stalling tactic, and to confirm to himself that yes, this is real, yes, he's doing this, and yes, he's looking forward to it. Oh, Misty asks with a purr, how is it that a woman like you isn't already in a relationship? You're certainly gorgeous, you're patient, you're courteous enough to not be given the runaround by the crew of the Dauntless, you're flexible enough to change your plans to make things work better, and you're willing to work with others. From what I understand of the galaxy, you should already be not only married, but have several children by now. Reggie asks, and Misty smiles widely. Darling, I'm trying to seduce you, not be seduced. Though to answer your question, the galaxy isn't as fair and balanced as it seems, and it's not balanced at all. Though many women can share a man, a great many women like to be in charge, more than there will ever be men. So those women fight and argue, and eventually one of them either submits and lives miserably or is thrown out of the marriage if they don't simply keep fighting forever. Some enjoy the fight, but it's exhausting. I was thrown out of several marriages because, to be frank, I like to win, and I figured that with modern medicine, there wasn't really a great rush to settle, so I kept pushing. Playing the long game to get the perfect prize makes sense. Were you expecting some gushing declaration about soulmates and true love, and how you're my chosen Ladida? Misty simpers as she clutches both sets of hands together and bats her eyes at him. I'd already be back on the ship with at least 2 closed bulkheads between us if you did, Reggie remarks, and Misty breaks out into helpless giggles at the mental image. That would be the smart course of action. Number A relationship. A family isn't built off a child's dreams. It's built off dreams of children, not of what you want it to be, but what it can be. I wanted just a booty call before, but now I want to see exactly who and what you are. Reginald Pike, a man that defines the term undaunted. I want to see what we can build together, and I'm willing to bend a little for it. Shireen is willing to bend a little for it. If you're willing to bend a little, then we can begin the start of something wonderful. Misty, that I was standing out here in this silly outfit meant I was willing to try. You don't need to convince me. It's already been done. Reggie jokes as he starts to relax more around the woman. It's give and take that she wants. Not give and give, not take and take, but give and take. That's good. I like to be thorough, Misty says with a slight titter. Now let's get going. Shireen is waiting for us, and the poor girl might worry herself into knots if we take too long. Can't have that, can we? Reggie asks as Misty takes him by the hand and leads him to her air car. She opens the door for him, and he feels only a little bit like a putz for a woman waiting on him and not the other way around. The drive is short and swift with a few exciting moments as she brings him to a distant spire that he has never been on before. It's far more upper scale, and even as Misty lands, he can spot several groups walking around with a single figure in the middle of what seems to be a protective formation. The smallest ones are just 2 women and a man, one woman in front and the other behind. It did make a sort of sense, but was still rather odd to see. She lets him out of the car and walks with her lower right hand in his left and her right blade arm resting on his shoulder as she guides him into a restaurant. The Gilded Lily. The name churns in his head for a moment before he realizes that the name of the restaurant is a saying for dressing up something already lovely. Maybe it's appropriate. Maybe it's not. He keeps his attention roaming as they enter. Red carpets, black leather, varnished hardwood, and a lot of brass masquerading as gold, likely due to some races being hard enough on the furniture that the cost had to be cut somewhere. They're led to a side room where Shireen is already waiting for them and taking up 3/4 of the table by herself. Her every body is in a different outfit, all of them styled in the same way as Misty's, but the colors and designs are a literal rainbow spectrum across all 6 Shireens, and Misty who starts the pattern with red. Though it makes her natural shimmering black hair the background that allows Misty's golden locks to stand out like a flare. Oh my gosh, the violet Shireen begins. You traded refined dignity for sheer cuteness. The yellow Shireen continues. Ah, the whole collective gushes. Oh, calm down now, girls. Girl, you're overwhelming him. Misty admonishes the excited girl. Oh, sorry, it's just... Sorry. Anyways, I ordered drinks for us. You told me your favorites, and I got the hardest mixed drink on the menu for you, Reginald. I can call you Reginald, right? I mean, I haven't really had the chance to formally speak all that much, and The blue Shireen starts babbling and then trails off. It's okay, you can use my name all you like, Reggie assures her, and a couple of the faces darken in blushes, and there's a bit of a quick scramble of color as Misty titters in amusement. Whoa, calm down. Just calm down. The blur of color stops dead, and 6 pairs of eyes look straight at him, goggle-eyed. You're even more nervous about this than I am, aren't you? He asks, and there's a lot of nodding from one person. Well, I mean, you're a new type of alien round in the galaxy that only looks kind of like a tread, and you were fast and daring and agile even when you were older and weaker and hurt. Now you're something right out of Rom Duels. I mean, there's always been secret male characters, but you're like a custom character right out of the games. Rom Duels, Reggie asks. Rom Duels 42. I'm on the design team. It's a tournament fighting game that's designed to be cross-species compatible. Doesn't matter how many arms you got or what dimensions you think in. You can play it and you can win it, Shireen boasts with a great number of smiles. I'm on the programming team. I work on the physics engine, so everything flows and jumps and bounces and moves the way it should. The series is somewhat famous, or is it infamous, for their sheer focus on the way the men move. Misty teases. Well, I mean, the way you moved was even more interesting. The sheer momentum of movement, and you just kept going. How did you do that? Shireen asks, and Reggie shrugs. Mostly instinct. When you need to move, you move. You don't think about movement or deliberate fancy tricks, you just do it, Reggie remarks. I need to get some motion trackers on you and have you run an obstacle course, the things I could learn. Are you asking me to be a model in your game? Reggie asks, and Shireen starts her stammering flurry again. Showing the galaxy how your man moves on the public market? That's a heck of a power move, Shireen. Misty teases with a sultry smile. Ah, it looks like our drinks are arriving. Chapter 110, The Bounty Hunters. So where did the hat go? Scally asks nervously as he looks around. Sure, he's surrounded and protected on all sides by the rest of the chainbreaker, but one was missing, and that meant something was up. They were all in Section 2, the Coliseum. There were a dozen major competition arenas, and this one was doing one-on-one duels all day. The fighters would walk out and show off what weapon they would use and give a short introduction as the odds were calculated and put up to prompt the betting. This was fast cash, so nothing big was ever set, but it was a hell of a way to introduce yourself to the entire space station. Perfect for setting yourself up for bait for people to try something stupid on. He's out to win a bet, a round, and the appreciation of the audience. 2 bets, actually. Well, technically, he's already won the first one. As I said, there was no way in hell he'd go through with this. I underestimated the man, Pukey remarks before grinning. Hopefully he loses the second. That way we break even. What's the bet? Scaly asks, and Cindy giggles a little in response. Whether or not, Cindy begins to explain before the large 4-part screen floating above the arena activates. All right, we got the blood out of the floor, and we've got our next contestants lined up. The announcer, a Platin with small holoprojectors, bolted into her armor plating, with the hard light holograms being the only apparent clothing she's wearing, but has a massive ablator strapped to her back. Our first, from the Spinwards direction, comes an absolute monster. That's right, ladies. We've got a Canador in the fight. Allow me to introduce Vexa Crimsonhewer, she announces, and a blood-red and jet-black Canador woman comes stomping out and roars. Base metal armor plates hang off chains around her body, as she apparently has little, if any, care for her own protection, as she brings down a mace that's more akin to a car engine welded onto a pole. The swing visibly cracks the stone floor and leaves a crater in the sand and gravel overtop it. The announcer gives out a low whistle in response. Well, someone's ready to rumble. Your opponent is still a mystery and has asked for your opinion both before and after you see them. Anything to say to them? Think you can scare them off before they even emerge from their entrance? The microphone with the hand holding it is grabbed by the Amazonian alien who drags the announcer in close to growl deeply into the microphone. Only the forfeiture on murder is going to save your life. I fully intend to reduce each limb you have into bloody smears of gristle and bone shards. My fur will be dyed with your blood. She releases the announcer at this point, and she turns to the opposite entrance with her mace held forward. Then the hat steps out and into view. The human men on the chainbreaker promptly burst into laughter, cat calls and jeers loud enough to echo around the arena. The man is in a knee-to-elbow, length chrome leotard with a double-sided blue pugil stick that he balances on his shoulder. His Carnex hat is on, as well as a gigantic grin, and while the rest of the bounty hunters can recognize exactly what he made his suit out of, it's still ridiculous and worthy of jeers. I think you walked in the wrong door, honey boy. Not that I don't appreciate the show, but this is for fighters, not dancers, the announcer remarks as she visibly looks him up and down. Then what's she doing here? The hat asks, pointing to his opponent, who pauses in her laughing to look baffled at him. Little Tret, if you think you are some kind of warrior, then where is your weapon? Why do you not wear armor? Now perhaps you think yourself skilled in wrestling. Though if that's the kind of fight you want, I wouldn't say no. I was thinking I'd break this stick off in your gut and use your carcass to sweep the floors. Unless you think you can stop me. The hat challenges and she goes still. So you're actually Bongani Chabalal? The announcer asks, and the hat sighs even as Pukey lets out a cheer. Yes, and now I really have to win because I just lost my double or nothing bet, leaving me with nothing. So I'll be whipping this idiot into a coma and walking out with some coin, the hat says as he rolls his shoulders and gives his pugil stick a little twirl. Oh, really? Well, unless you somehow plan to seduce me into submission, I just don't see that happening, Vexa remarks as she starts to pad forward. The announcer gets out from between them, and the odds of 3,250 to 1 are put up on the board. This prompts the crew of the Chainbreaker to make a lot of quick bets on the hat. If he loses, they're out a few coins. If he wins, then they're rolling in it. That'd be too easy, girls like you. The term desperate completely fails to do you justice, the hat says. Anyways, I'm here for the prize. So unless you're afraid of a proper fight, then prepare yourself. What's he doing? He's going to get killed. He's way too small. That weapon's padded and he's not wearing armor, Jade demands as she tries to make some sense of things. He's got hidden armor. Not only is that chrome outfit actually really strong, but under it, he's got a few things we've been scaring up from the Dauntless Research Lab and the Nerd Squad. Pukey explains and Scally moves up beside him. So, he's going to win? The Nagasha teenager asks. He's got a few tricks that should even the playing field. Whether he wins or not is up to him, Mustard remarks as he eats a handful of veg flakes, the local equivalent to chips. All right, we've got the required trash talk out of the way. This is going to be quick. Remember, no executing your opponent outright and no calling in outside help. That's it for the rules. Let's see some blood. The Platin calls out and backs off. Vexa charges in fast with a low sweep of the gigantic mace which the hat jumps clean over. He then dodges to the side to avoid the massive overhead smash that she transitions the sweep into and rushes in close. At this zero range, she can't bring her large weapon to bear, and he slams the pugil stick into her gut. The miniature electrical generators in the ends of the stick crackle to life on impact and deliver a brutal payload through her body. The arena lets out at first a gasp, then a huge cheer as Vexa shakes under the electrical assault. That thing is electrified? The announcer demands. You bet it is, the hat exclaims in glee as he takes a swing, but Vexa jumps backwards and away. This forces the hat to dodge to the side as the massive mace gets another swing at him, and she takes a defensive stance with a wide grip and wary eyes. Clever, your entire look was to put me off guard. You have more tricks, don't you? Vexa asks and the hat nods. They pace around somewhat with the hat spinning the pugil stick somewhat as they clearly both size up how best to close the distance without getting hit. So Bongani, what was that bet? He smirks. The question is obviously a distraction, but why not? Whether or not the announcer could pronounce my name properly, I've spent years hearing people mangle it, but my friends insisted that with so many languages running around, that odds were even or better that it would come out properly. It did, the hat remarks. Why would you bet over something so Vexa begins to ask before darting forward and bringing the mace down hard. The hat darts away and tries to go around the side, but she brings the mace around and wards him off. They're at a stalemate again as he slowly paces around her, forcing her to slowly turn to match him. What's he looking for? Jade asks, and Onyx puts an arm around her shoulders. He's looking for a weakness. By keeping her turning, she has to keep adjusting, and no defense is perfect. The adjustments mean that she has to keep repositioning the defense, which makes it more and more likely she exposes a weakness in it. He's already found one, but he's looking for a second to let him get that first one more easily. What's the first weakness? Jade asks curiously as the hat fakes a dash in and the mace comes down to be dodged. That weapon she has, it has a large haft, meaning it's for using on more faraway opponents. Oh, it will hit like a meteor if it connects, but it has to connect. It needs room to move and strike. If he denies it that, then it's a liability and not an asset. Just a big weight that fills her hands and stops her from using them properly, her mother explains. And his weapon is smaller and faster, Jade realizes. And he's got an electrical current running through it, meaning it doesn't matter if he can get a proper swing in, he just needs to brush her lightly to cause harm, Onyx explains. The hat rushes in to take a swipe at Vexa, sidestepping a downward slam of the mace and jumping over the follow-up sweep with ease. Unfortunately, she's far from the type to panic and merely leaps back herself to open more distance while getting her grip back on her weapon. There's even more than that. He's got a pair of shield rings on and has been practicing with them. He's able to dodge that big hunk of metal easily enough, but he can also block it and stop it in its tracks. He's going to have to if he wants to open her up. She's wary, on the lookout for tricks, and won't take anything lying down, Ipuki remarks. She's an absolute monster, though. Even a glancing hit from her may be enough to win the fight. Vexa jumps forward and brings down the mace. It's dodged, but she puts so much weight into it that the rest of the chainbreaker in the stands can feel the vibrations. The sheer energy knocks. The hat clean off his feet and the hat off his head. The pugil stick bounces to a stop some 20 meters away, and Vexa jumps again to get between him and it in the time it takes for him to kip up. Okay, that's it, the hat growls. No one. He rushes Vexa, who takes a swing at him. Touches! A glowing hand of Axiom forms on his left and he stops. It's swing dead. The hat! A second glowing fist manifests on his right and he uppercuts the shocked Canador so hard she loses her grip on the weapon and skids backwards. She rolls upright, but he's already got her mace in the glowing Axiom hands that mimic his movements. The men and women from the chainbreaker are the first ones to cheer, but far from the last. Vexa snarls and charges in a clear fury. She quickly dodges a blisteringly fast swing of the mace to tackle the hat maw first. The mace comes down again to ram into her back, causing her to let out a whimper of pain, even as she starts shaking the hat. Thankfully, his Karnak scale leotard has proven itself impervious to her teeth, but she's still squeezing him hard around the stomach and liable to take a chunk out of him anyways, if he doesn't get her to stop. Still better than being bitten in half, though. The mace rises and falls again and again before she lets go to throw him. He bounces over the floor and his focus on the Axiom hands is dispelled, causing the mace to go skittering away until it slams into one of the arena walls. The crowd is going absolutely insane as the hat rises up with a snarl to match Vexa, even as she charges at him on all fours like a land shark from hell. He spreads his stance wide and readies himself. Vexa accelerates even harder and right into the waiting Axiom hands that then throw her clean over the hat's head as hard as he can make the Axiom move and right into the wall of the arena, head first. The impact cracks the side and the Canador slumps to the ground. Out cold. The entire viewing audience goes absolutely insane as Bongani Chabalal is declared the winner, even as he walks over to his dropped hat and brushes it off lightly before putting it back on. Call me the Hat, he says simply before collecting his pugil stick and walking out, grin firmly in place. Chapter 111, The Pirates. The day was cool despite the warm season. Ambassador Luxid's small estate is a patch of luxury and peace. It's fairly far away from the cities and in a part of the countryside that just hasn't been developed otherwise. Her description was modest, homey, and rustic, but it's a palatial building with everything someone could ask for. Just goes to show how much wealth there's to be had in a galactic-scale society. So why did you tell me not to take a shower? Miles asks Agenda, who grins. Oh, we spoke about things a bit. Don't you worry, she assures him. Look, I understand that my sweat smells like I've been dunked in cologne or something, but I've been trying not to smear grime on the inside of this car. Miles remarks as he holds up his slightly oil-smeared hands. Well, that's what you get when you insist on getting your hands dirty, Agenda remarks. Hey, making sure the central communication pylon is in working order is important, Miles protests. You still haven't explained how working on it got you so grungy, though, Agenda remarks as she pulls into a parking spot, and Miles uses a hand of conjured Axiom thanks to his ring to open the door without touching anything. Well, we had some equipment in order to repair it, and that started breaking down. The engine on the main lifter had ruptured a valve, and it was spraying grease everywhere. I managed to keep most of it off me as I fixed things, but, he shrugs. Good evening, my dear Duchess and Duke, and, my, how interesting, with the dirt you've gotten on you. Perchance is it related to the repaired communication pylon? Vuni asks, walking out of the manor. Her strapless gown outright defies gravity and appears almost pure white. but has shimmering changes in the material to allow tiny patches to glimmer like snow. An enormous sun hat covers her head, and she gives him an odd smile. Well, this won't do at all, will it? Thankfully for you, I have appropriate attire for a man of your standing already laid out, as well as a bath. Though I'd recommend a quick scrub down and rinse before entering the waters. Come, your royalty now. There's a certain expectation of behavior thrust upon you. Vuni insists as she bundles Miles inside without touching him. Thankfully, his socks aren't grime-covered, as well as he's led into a two-part bathroom. The shower is indicated for getting the gunk off, and the bath for truly cleaning as a proper gentleman. You're having fun with this, Agenda notes after Vuni closes the door behind Miles. The Vulpir hides her surprise at being snuck up on so effortlessly with a dainty laugh. Before we do anything else, I have a couple of questions for you. And what might they be? Vuni asks, as Agenda rises to her full height and looks down upon her. You've always had the authority to declare this system one way or another. The paperwork you showed me was absurd but legitimate. So why didn't you declare one of the families or even yourself as a lawful ruler of this world before? It would have been simple, Agenda asks. She has her suspicions of the sheer amount of fighting it would cause, but wants it confirmed. And what would that have accomplished? The balance between the families stopped outright war from boiling over, so favoring any one of the three or even trying to favor all three at once would have brought about an obscene amount of bloodshed. As for myself, I don't appreciate being a target. I can talk my way in and out of all sorts of entertainment, but it only takes one person deciding that they're sick of my nonsense for all my games to end. Vuni answers before giving out a slight titter of amusement. In truth, I was rather relieved when a sudden off-world party proved themselves the winner. Looking for legitimate means to the power helped even more, and now we're both in position to prosper. How so? Agenda prompts, already liking the woman's insight. Well, simply put, there's a great deal I've wanted to do, but never had the weight to throw around and do it. You can do the throwing for me. In return, I'll arrange it so that what you throw and what you're throwing it at makes you wealthy as well. And I'm not just talking about credit discs. I'm speaking of political clout, favors, even official sanctions and permits to allow you all sorts of liberties and mischief if you fancy such things. I get you. You need someone to soak up all the attention while you get things done, which is why you never push to be anything other than ambassador, where you could make all sorts of decisions and pawn it off on one side or the other. I see the Dark Cabal didn't recruit idiots. So you know about that? It's why I agreed to this, madam. Your history, that simple fact we can trace you back to that nightmare, means that I can get so much done. Whether we come across as harsh or fair, lenient or controlling, it can all be justified by your past, and for that, we have a wonderful asset. Someone we can pin things on? I'd say a direction we can refocus any anger, but in essence, yes, Vuni says before gesturing down the hall. Now then, I have some formal attire for you to try on, and we can wait for our husband in the sitting room. Nearly an hour later, a completely refreshed Miles walked somewhat nervously into the main sitting room. While there had been a time that his new outfit would have been fine formal wear in a human court, it was several centuries out of date, as apparently for men around the galaxy lace was in. Also apparently, Vuni had a theme of stark white in her formal outfits. Am I the bride or groom on this wedding? He mutters to himself, too lowly for either woman to hear him as he adjusts the outfit. He notices both the now white-bedecked Agenda and Vuni staring at him with appreciative looks. He needs to do something quick and witty. So how exactly did you get my exact size for underwear? He instantly flubs his attempt at being smooth. Darling, as if I could forget how you brought me into the fold. I remembered every aspect. Vuni purrs at him, and Agenda giggles in her stately white and silver gown. The boa around her shoulders helps enormously to hide just how well muscled her frame is, and the slight tracings of silver thread through her dress make it look like her many scars are in fact affected and artistic, as if she were making a statement. Although on the subject, my dear sister wife, have you availed yourself of a bioscanner? I'm several months away from being fully blessed, but do you have some blessings in the making as well? Agenda asks, mimicking Vuni's more regal and dainty behavior. Well, I have and I am. It's wonderful. They've just barely implanted themselves into the wall to begin to grow, but there are 6 distinct little bits within me. I didn't scan any more thoroughly. Not only is it just a shame to ruin the surprise, but rumors have never ceased persisting that deeper scans can hurt a developing child. So I choose not to risk it, Vuni explains. She then pats the small space between her and Agenda on the plush leather couch. Now come and sit down. We still have some time before our call with your leader. I have a few questions and no doubt you do as well. Yea, Admiral Cistern certainly shocked everyone with that announcement, Miles remarks as he sits between the two. Which reminds me, how shall he prefer to be addressed? He's held the title of Grand Admiral for quite some time, but you and yours have always referred to him simply as Admiral. Is there some custom I'm unfamiliar with? No, it started as a slip of the tongue that evolved into a ship-wide nickname. When a soldier simply said Admiral, he was prompted to correct himself. His apology included an explanation that calling him Grand Admiral seemed redundant considering who he was addressing. Rumor spread fast and hard, and soon enough, he was only referred to as Grand Admiral in formal situations and in official documentation. Miles explains as he remembers actually being on duty not too far away from the silly man and getting a front row seat to the event. Very clever, it turned the slip of the tongue into a compliment that ballooned outwards. Vuni muses before smiling. Now I believe I owe you an answer in turn? Oh, thank you. I do have a question. It's about the Speaker of the Council. Every time there's an announcement of a major political shift or debate, she's in the picture, but it's never made clear exactly what kind of power she has or what she actually does. Miles asks and Vuni nods sagely. An excellent question, one that I will answer with a touch of extra as well. I'm a generous soul that way. We begin with a note at the culture and biology of the Pavarus, the esteemed race of Our Lady KyleKKent, current Speaker of the Council. You see, their greatest advantage lies in their feathers. They can not only turn their longest feathers into impossible cutting edges, but their more downy coats are capable of absorbing absurd blows. Their armor and weapons are instantly visible, leading to an entire race considering their first impression of things to be the most accurate. Now this leads to why you will often find a Pavorus in the position of Speaker of the Council. It's a very visible role that's offered a great deal of respect. Unfortunately for those that get there, the power of the position is almost entirely ceremonial. The initial greetings and farewells are all presented by the Speaker. They announce the newest changes to galactic law and policy, but the only actual official power they have is a single tiebreaker vote, which only occurs when there's actually a tie, which is not often. Vuni finishes her long explanation, and Miles is deep in thought. So the entire Pavarus race is vain and shallow, because their appearance directly ties to their combat prowess. And it's often warriors in a culture that have first claim to the title of nobility. The first nobles, after all, are the warriors strong enough to convince everyone else they are worthy of being obeyed. They continue to chat, consider things, and plan until an expected call comes up. With a clap from Vuni, a small panel opens on the far wall and projects the image of Admiral Cistern, who raises an eyebrow as he takes in their appearances. I see you've acclimatized yourself to your new positions, he notes calmly. We're going to be in them for a while, sir. Before we begin discussing things in full, my wives have several questions, and I have numerous statements that are likely to answer them all. Should you still have some after I'm done speaking, I'll happily answer them. Admiral Cistern says, and all three of them nod somewhat. Very good. First off, for the worlds and different static nations, and nations joining with the Undaunted, it will be a large-scale protectorate in a manner similar to the Meccan Reach. High-ranking planetary officials will be considered as captains and admirals for the purposes of voting. Furthermore, individuals in positions such as yours, Miles, will be receiving appropriate training to give them a rank equivalent to captain, and then the privileges of those voting rights. He will remain under your command, Duchess Lilpaw, but will be your strong right hand in effect. The Undaunted as a whole will be a large mutual defense and development polity, with the understanding that we will all profit from cooperation. Admiral Cistern explains, and Vuni looks intrigued. How much will the Undaunted interfere with the policy of its member states? How much will it tax by, and where will those taxes go? Generally, the member states will be allowed to govern as they see fit. The exception is if the laws of these states interfere with the Charter of Rights and Responsibilities. Taxes will be on an individual level, with a great deal of leniency shown to those in the process of rebuilding and repairing their own infrastructure. Also, before you ask, while the current governmental officials will be allowed to keep their positions, their heirs must be chosen from those who have completed no less than 5 years' service. This is to install a sense of camaraderie, discipline, and strength. 3 important foundations for the undaunted. These taxes will be focused on infrastructure and defense first and foremost, with development and outreach being the next considerations. Interesting. Now what about, Vuni asks as she starts to get into the swing of things. Chapter 112, The Dauntless. She just stays in bed. She doesn't know why this thought seems so odd, but she just stays in bed, snuffles into the pillow, and wraps the blankets around her tighter. She drifts deeply into sleep before being woken up by a deep grunt and a buzzing in her nose. She opens her eyes and notices she's cocooned herself in her blankets before snoring loud enough to wake herself up. She hadn't done that Wait, when did she stop? The mental conundrum gets her actually thinking and not sleeping, and she tries to sit up and then squirms at the wrappings she's tied herself into. The blankets are unfamiliar. They're made of cotton and a warm orange that she can never remember sleeping in. Now thoroughly confused, she manages to untangle herself and finds that the pillow is trapped inside her antlers, which is just odd, weren't they? Where is she? The room is very plain, a single simple bed which she's laying in, and a cabinet and wardrobe to the side. She pulls at the bedding to untangle herself a little more, and it outright tears in her grip. That should not have happened. What is going on? Her head feels like it's been stuffed with pillows, and she wants to sleep more. But something is up, and she has to get to the bottom of it. She untangles herself entirely and stands up. The walls are pale blue and the floor covered with a soft tan carpet. She moves to stand, and the action is completely flawless, easy beyond anything she can remember. Which is weird, so she reaches down and sees the mass of flesh hanging off her chest. Her breasts are enormous. What's going on? She takes a step, but she's in perfect balance. It's flawless. It's easy. She lets her arms fall to her side, and she feels hard muscle. Rock hard, no, steel hard muscle. She feels her stomach and finds abs on the abs of her abs. Her arms are bulging with power, barely concealed by the shaggy fur her father gave her. Her legs are pillars of muscle that cord together into impossibly powerful limbs. She feels her neck and can tell that she would be able to carry 3 people at least in her antlers, and the antlers. They used to be 2 small, cute points apiece. Now there's a rack, and she slowly counts out the branches. I'm a 10-point Carib. How? Wait, what's that? She asks, feeling her antlers, until she notices what feels like a small rubber ball on the end of a point. She quickly feels around and notices they all have one, and they pluck off after a little effort. A tiny pink ball. But why? She reaches up to feel the point she pulled the ball from, and then pulls her questing hand and finger back with a gasp. She's bleeding. Her antlers have been sharpened to needle points. But why? The door opens and she turns around in shock. Standing in the doorway and looking as surprised as she is perhaps the 3rd man she's ever seen in person. He's a tret in a formal, military-looking uniform. Strong jaw, deep brown eyes, and his skin has a flurry of brown freckles across it. His short hair is a shiny copper, and he quickly goes from surprise to calm as he smiles at her. She can feel her heartbeat accelerate. Interesting timing for you to wake up while I'm using the facilities. How are you feeling, ma'am? He asks gently. 1,000 questions pour through her mind before settling on a simple and obvious one. Who are you? She asks, and he nods. Corporal Robert Wise. As to the other obvious questions, you're in a patient recovery room on the Dauntless, a moderately sized first contact vessel made by my race, the humans, for proper first contact. You're here because in the midst of an operation to try and resist a very dangerous criminal, you were injured, and we were able to effect your rescue while also healing you of your wounds. Robert explains, and she can feel a flush of fear go through her. What happened to me? She asks, and he sighs. Please sit down, Miss Clatterhooves. I'm about to deliver some very bad news, Robert says, and she lowers herself to the bed. The Umbrel organization hurt you. They've been hurting you for 15 years straight, and we managed to free you just last week. It doesn't hit her all at once, but instead it slowly builds as the sheer enormity of what he just said to her starts sinking in. 15 years, she mutters as it really starts to sink in, and her eyes water. Then she starts to cry. It all suddenly makes sense. Her changes her confusion. Her. Everything. She doesn't remember how she got here because she wasn't what they brought here, but something else using her body. Something that had turned her into a monster, a freak. A gentle hand touches her shoulder, and she looks up to see Robert meeting her gaze. She grabs him and pulls him close to begin crying anew. She needs someone. She needs anyone willing to be there for her, and that he returns the hug and whispers gently that she'll be all right is what she needs. She doesn't know how long she was crying, or when she started babbling in the midst of all of it. He doesn't try to pull away or seem bothered by her strength. When she moans about her family and everything she lost with them, he assures her that his superiors were speaking to them, and they were coming to make sure she was all right. Bringing up her friends isn't as comforting, but he swears he'll help her as best he's able. Wondering about the horrible things she must have done has him squeeze her hard and assure her that none of it is her fault. No one sane or sober would ever disagree. That she's a freak is countered with him assuring that she's just in really, really good shape, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. Then a loud growling noise cuts everything off, and she goes still. It repeats itself, and she realizes it came from her stomach. She's ravenous. How about some lunch? Will that help? Robert asks, and she nods. After a few minutes, he tries again. You're going to have to let me go if we're going to get lunch, Miss Clatterhooves. Oh, sorry. She stammers as she lets him go, and he stands upright before straightening his uniform somewhat. You've been through a lot. I understand, he says before offering her his hand. It's going to get better, I promise. He helps her up and guides her out of the room and then down the hallway. The ship they're in is massive, and he guides her to a small side kitchen and dining room. He quickly pulls out a large amount of vegetables that she recognizes from across several words, many of them with a little sticker stating that says they were grown on Centris. He asks for her advice a few times, and soon enough there's a large salad in front of her with a large glass of water. She tries a nibble at first, then begins to borderline inhale the stuff, prompting Robert to stand up and fetch a series of familiar fruits and lay them out in a bowl next to her salad. You probably have a fair few questions, so I'll begin speaking and hopefully answer them. Now, you no doubt have some questions as to what's going to happen next. Long story short, we're putting you into witness protection. We're going to be helping relocate you so that anyone from the Umbrel organization that actually could recognize you will be very, very far away. We have several worlds and stations to place you, including spires distant from the ones you both grew up on and where you were found here on Centris. This will include a new name and a little bit of surgery to disguise you somewhat. He explains as she works her way through the salad and starts in on the fruit. Will you be wanting some nuts and beans with those? She nods, and he stands up to fetch a large bag of nuts that he pours into a bowl and warms up some beans for her to eat. So if you could take a moment to both catch your breath and actually swallow your food, you could then tell me if you have any more questions. Sorry, it's just, I've never been that hungry before. You were in restorative coma. We kept your nutrient levels up, but we didn't want to risk you choking. So you're fine health-wise, but your stomach was completely empty, Robert says, which is why you're only getting a small bowl of nuts and beans. Overeating is a problem. Take your time and savor this meal. She follows his advice, and rather than quickly pulping and swallowing the flesh of the fruit she was already mostly finished with, she takes a slow bite and slowly chews. The sweetness brings to mind tall trees in warm and wet places. So, she begins after a few minutes of slowly chewing her way through the fruit and draining the glass of water twice. You're not a Tret. Not at all, he says with his tone so dry that Holly wonders if she offended him. The resemblances between human and Tret are skin-deep at most, so much so that this is a special kitchen for non-human herbivores and vegetarians. Our toxin and poison resistances are so high that we consider a lot of deadly things to be mere flavorings, which, as you've already guessed, made for an entertaining first contact. A spiced chicken dinner, after dinner mints and coffee, were all considered highly dangerous poisons, chemical weapons, and dangerous stimulants, all part of a healthy diet to humans. A few giggles escape her before she can fully process the silly and yet completely serious situation. Oh dear, I'm sorry. This has got to be just the worst kind of posting for you. How did you come to that conclusion? Robert asked gently. I mean, well, I don't know what it's usually like among humans. Few do. But you've been through the training to get an officer position and put on a uniform, and now you're being asked to babysit some baby-fied criminal muscle freak, and she trails off in her self-depreciation, and he sighs. Things are very different with humanity. Being asked to keep an eye on and offer what support I can to a traumatized victim of organized crime is a very easy job, especially considering that we're in the middle of the Dauntless, and anyone trying anything funny would have to go through a dozen checkpoints. And even if they tried anything, well, let's just say I'm ready for action. But I mean, really, one of the only guys on a ship just to babysit me? Isn't that a bit much? Holly asks, and Robert snorts in amusement. Miss Clatterhooves, humans are the only currently known spacefaring 100 to 100 race in the galaxy. Men are the warriors and workers of humanity. Almost every soldier aboard this vessel is a man. I'm just a random soldier standing guard. Since no one's come in to relieve me, I'm guessing they like my bedside manner, so duty continues. Robert explains, pointing to a somewhat hidden camera in the corner of the room, looking at both of them. Humans have lots of men? Holly asks in stunned silence. A man for every woman, Robert says blithely. You know, you're kinda cute. I'm flattered, but I think you should reconnect with your family before trying to start a new one. Does my mother still want to see me? Holly asks. Very much so. She outright threatened the soldiers explaining things if they didn't tell her the moment you woke up. In fact, I'm mostly just keeping you calm and stalling for time as she races here. Robert explains before pulling out his communicator and examining its screen. T-minus 2 minutes until arrival. What? She's racing here fast and hard to the point that other soldiers are opening doors before she even enters the hallways. She'll be here really soon. Robert remarks with a grin as he reads that some of the guys are being reprimanded for cussing as they dodge out of the way of the charging Carib by the woman herself as she races for them both. Really? Holly asks and Robert nods. Oh yes, there's a good reason I've been trying to stay well away from the doorway. Your mother's coming fast and hard, and heaven help anyone who costs her even a millisecond of time. In spite of all that's happened, you are still well and truly beloved by her and your family, he remarks before glancing down at his communicator as it vibrates. The sound of hooves slamming into the deck just outside the room causes Holly to turn in the disbelief. Robert slips around her, opens the door, and steps outside while gesturing into the room. He then dodges the charging Carib and grins as Holly is tackled into a hug. My little Holly, they told me everything. Mommy's here. She's so sorry she wasn't able to help you. But I'm here now. You're going to be okay. I promise. I will not fail you again. You're going to be just fine and... Mother Clatterhooves starts babbling as Robert leans into the room to close the door. I'll be just outside if you need me. Take your time, he assures them even as Holly returns the hug and starts babbling back. All told, it takes roughly 2 hours before the door opens again. Chapter 113, Love and Longing. Jamais vu, Vernon notes as he guides Mironoir through the deeper parts of the forest. Jamais vu? She asks, and he chuckles somewhat ruefully. Probably the wrong saying. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. We're between déjà vu and jamais vu. The first a sensation of familiarity to something novel, and the other the sensation of novelty to something familiar. Translated, they mean already seen and never seen. Sharing knowledge really complicates things. All sorcerers are familiar with the woods. I never really considered it may be confusing to those who are actually in the woods for the first time while being a sorcerer. My situation is fairly unique, Vernon admits as he looks around with Axiom shedding light from a tiny ball that hovers over his left shoulder. There's a muttered curse as Noir takes an unusual step with an uncomfortable look on her face. How do men do it? These things restrict and pinch and are just uncomfortable. What? Pants? Vernon asks in an amused tone. Such a simple word for such torturous devices. How do men do it? How do women walk around with their legs so exposed? Vernon counters and Noir seems brought up short. They're as armor to you? In a sense, he says before looking down the trail and then back to his wife. The surveying can wait. We can head back. If the dark forests are so uncomfortable, then this can be done some other time. No, I'm fine. Just unused to wearing things such as this. Noir assures him, and he sighs. All right, that's it. We're leaving. I'm not going to have you uncomfortable in the woods like this if you're just going to lie to me about it, Vernon says and turns around before picking up Noir. Sorry for dragging you out here. No, I'm fine. This is just... She begins before the world seems to warp around them, and they're suddenly on the outskirts of the forest. I didn't even feel the axiom. Sorcery, don't worry too much. The main point of this was to look into the paths of the forest and see if they need clearing. They do, Noir notes as she adjusts the pants she's wearing again. Maybe, Vernon remarks. The forests are filled with thin paths and small ways. It's a good way to slowly hinder Opic women and let men just vanish in there. Still annoying, Noir notes as she pulls a snarling twig out of her hair. Right, sorry. I guess I should have found a better way to pass the time after the town insisted we don't do anything else for the festival. It was time well spent. I can certainly understand some of the older stories more clearly now. How sorcerers can just vanish into the woods and not be chased. She mutters as she pulls out a leaf and considers things. Was it really so simple for you? The branches brushed up against me, but nothing was snaring or pulling at me, Vernon notes. Why don't we check on the festival? See how far along they've gotten into butchering and preparing the Leviathan, Noir notes. That'd get you into a proper skirt at least. The way you're moving, you're going to split those pants sooner or later. Yes, please, let's... Noir begins before letting out a slight sound of surprise as Vernon picks her up into a bridal carry. I can jump myself. I want to carry you, he says and launches himself into the air. Besides, it was my bad idea to bring you into the woods. I should have known that things would be more complicated than simply wearing pants instead of a dress. Yes, but I can't let myself grow too used to you wanting to pamper me. I'm a battle princess, strong and capable. If I let myself grow too spoiled, then that fades away. Noir protests as she cuddles into her husband's arms and lets her tail wrap around him somewhat. Oh, so you're saying we should have more duels to test each other? It was more fun than I expected after all, so I don't see why not. That would be wonderful. Perhaps a contest of warfire? See if we can both increase our skill with the old art? She asks and he smiles at her. I'd love to. Thermokinesis is all kinds of fun. You're using big, complicated words for simple ideas. She chides him as Vernon lands and launches again. I suppose, he muses as he thinks and glances backwards to the forest behind them. The sea of deep green sways with the wind and almost resembles a lake of green. It surrounds a huge mountain that reaches upwards to the heavens and even climbs nearly halfway up the steep slopes. There's a slight blurred central part where the snow-capped tops of the mountain meets the rising forest. Something on your mind? Just places to build the village. The base of the mountain would be best. Lots of resources and likely clearings, Vernon remarks as they reach the apex of the jump. What will it be like? You've shown some images and explained it will be a place of teaching, but what kind of teaching? Healthy minds and healthy bodies will be the watchwords. It will be a place where, though many modern conveniences are available, a lot of older ways of doing things shall be done to help hone our bodies and minds into greater states. Sure, automated ranching and farming are easily done, but ranching by hand and learning about the beasts, not to mention hunting wild game, will both teach a great deal to students. Vernon explains, and Mironoir makes a considering noise in her throat. So it won't be unlike the Sisterhood of Inner Ember's order. Much of their spiritual refinement is based around labor and honest work, smoothing out the soul and wearing down the sin. Mironoir explains as Vernon braces himself for the next jump and quickly hits the ground before launching again. Somewhat, it's more like having a deep foundation that can be built off of without relying on anything. The main point is to give the people that come to the village a foundation, an identity to stand on. Most sorcerers come into being when a young Apuk man simply can't handle the sheer lack of direction that the way of the galaxy gives them. Actually, from what I understand, most men, the galaxy over, languish in a lack of direction and purpose. Vernon explains, before drifting off as he considers something. Mironoir knows that his mind has gone right down a rabbit hole, as he calls it, and needs to be brought back to reality, preferably before they land again and he crashes onto the ground. Thankfully, a kiss on the cheek is enough to pull him out of the rabbit hole, and he sticks the landing. This time, however, he lets her down and looks oh so bashful. I'm sorry, I almost got us hurt in my... He starts, but Mironoir cuts him off with a chaste but loving kiss. I take it I'm forgiven. You needn't ask for forgiveness to begin with, she assures him. What were you thinking about? A few friends in the EFL have told me that they're often finding men in positions of master thief or mastermind. Apparently a few assassin men were found too. The story was almost always the same. It's a sheer lack of purpose, a sheer lack of goals, of reasons to continue living, much the same issue as with sorcerers. It might be the biggest contribution humanity brings to the galaxy, a place where men can find community, purpose, and direction. The village is going to be another example of it. Sorcerers are an example as well, but one fairly unique to Serbo. Vernon considers. Really, but most men lead lives of great comfort. They want for nothing. Mironoir says, trying to understand this new thread of thought from Vernon. But direction, a lifetime of being provided for and never tested as a person, can lead you to feeling unfulfilled. He muses. I'm not sure I follow. Being crowned a princess was one of the greatest moments in your life, wasn't it? Vernon asks. There's a couple I can think to match it. Mironoir gushes and he hugs her softly. So many men of the galaxy over never have moments like that. Rise from rest, clean yourself, entertain yourself as best as you're able, eating when you must and then resting again. Their wives offer some more distraction, but an entire life within a gilded and padded cage is no life at all, Vernon remarks, and Mironoir blinks a few times, then there's a slight gasp. Oh my goodness, father! No doubt his many daughters and wives give him purpose, and he's likely found a hobby or three to help. But in all likelihood, there was probably a time when he truly considered running away to become a sorcerer. Vernon considers. Has every sorcerer had it so bad? Mironoir asks. I haven't, but from what I understand, the big difference between a sorcerer and the average Apuk man is that the sorcerers have successfully run away from home. Vernon considers. Do you think this village you're going to be founding will accept older Apuk men? Anyone that wants to come and learn will be allowed to. But I'll have to retool a lot of what I was considering. The skills are important, as is the discipline. But direction is also very important. Helping each shinobi find some kind of direction to go into, in addition to the power and strength, will be very important. Perhaps the most important thing we can offer? Vernon considers before crossing his arms and looking into the distance. I know that, smile. You've just figured things out. Somewhat. Self-mastery has long been a central tenet to most martial arts from Earth. Those that aren't full-on combat training have a lot of philosophy baked into it. The more I consider it, the more I realize just how good a fit this village will be. We just need to find a way to make it a bit more accessible without losing what makes it work, and we should have a great system going. Roving recruiters, perhaps? Send a few of your shinobi out to the towns and cities with news that they're looking for students to train. If they guide the students back to the village, then a lot of the concerns would fade away. Mironoir offers, and he nods. That's probably the best idea. We should also include some methods of contact. Some people might want to only join more subtly with the others. Vernon remarks, Mr. Shea, Are you implying that there may be some boys and men pressured to stay home? Miro Noir teases him. My dear Lady Noir, I think there's always some unfortunate soul in every society. It's reaching out to as many as possible that's of import. I'd rather be too thorough than not thorough enough, he answers, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Now, I think someone's rather desperate to get out of those pants, he says, and Miro Noir nods before launching herself into the next leap of their trip. He quickly catches up behind her and can't help but notice that the pants are starting to tear. How she had done that in loose, comfortable-looking pants was a bit beyond him. Several more massive leaps, and they arrive back in Miro Noir's hometown. An enormous amount of activity as bunting is being hung up, while several hundred Apuk work together to carve the Leviathan to the bone and cook all of it. Massive cooking fires are being set up and sustained by numerous warfire users, even as the gigantic bones have strips torn off them. The smell is heavenly and savory. Even without spices or garnishes, the upcoming feast should prove to be one to remember. Chapter 114, HHA Herbert's 100 Harem. His communicator buzzes and he shifts his arm to control both joysticks on the arcade machine, one with the crook of his elbow, the other with his hand. He glances at the screen as he plays. Oh, okay. He notes steering around a sharp turn in the racing game and then glancing around a bit as he accelerates again. Two Carib, one with shaggy fur, one without, both gray with brown hair. Huge racks of horns, and Shaggy's got little nubs on hers. He mutters as he glances around, and then spots them entering. He nods and tucks the communicator away. VIPs located, he begins his passive bodyguard work, glancing towards the couple out of the corner of his eye, as they walk through the large arcade and shifting, so that if things go wrong, he can race to protect them. What's wrong? Neely asked to his left. He's technically racing her, but neither of them are doing more than just hanging out. After more than a few sessions of her hiding in his room to get away from some of the bullying, Herbert had asked Ambassador Layla for advice. It turns out that just telling them all to knock it the hell off is usually enough, as it's considered shameful for things to get to the point that the husband has to reprimand his wives. Well, Herbert begins as his racing avatar goes into an impressive tailspin as he flubs a turn and crashes and burns in a very literal manner. Some VIPs showed up. I'm now on passive bodyguard duties, which just means I'll be keeping my eyes open on a couple of people, and if things start going wrong, I swing in like a hero and help them out. Nothing complicated. Oh, she mutters, the patterns of surprise and excitement painting themselves in the axiom naturally flowing through her head. It had taken him a bit to actually figure out what he was missing, but when he finally saw, he was able to easily tell each of them apart and what they were feeling as well. Axiom really does make the galaxy go round outside of cruel space. Neely, for instance, was actually one of the shyer ones. Of course, with 100 women in a group, you're going to have shy ones, tomboys, girly girls, proper, refined girls, nerdy girls, hard-ass girls, tricky girls, and so many other types. Neely's one of the shy ones. Also halfway into girly girl, she's very delicate and signed up for an arranged marriage because she thought she had no chance in hell of ever actually finding her way into a marriage otherwise. Then came the clusterfuck that involved Herbert getting hitched to them all. So, what's up with them? Thara, one of his Yaya wives, asks. Huh? These VIPs. What's so important about them? Thara presses and Herbert just shrugs. I don't know. I just got orders to help them if things start going wrong. That is the extent of my knowledge. He lies. He recognizes Knife Top. If there's any amount of regression, he won't be protecting her, but protecting others from her, likely starting with the poor girl's mother. Don Shaw, someone shouts, and Herbert curses as he turns to regard the clatterhooves. Holly looks terrified and her mother furious. Crap, I'm on the clock, Herbert remarks before fading out of sight and touch of everything as he sprints to the source of the call. His jacket and pants shed behind him to leave him in only the low-profile armor and the weapons strapped to it. He pulls on the mask and visor from their hiding place as he moves. The cries of alarm from his own brides are distant and behind him as he homes in on the source. Desert Nagasha, with demonic face paint. 3 weapons interspaced among her hands and a jangling collection of Kutha bracelets, to functions as totems. Her tail is completely covered by what seems to be a drape, but it's bunched up in a way to suggest armor plating. Her torso is much the same with her breasts, almost angular in their armor. The arms and the head are the only things exposed. He can't afford to take her alive. She turns from her threatening of the clatterhooves and raises her 3 totem-bedecked hands. A torrent energy blasts out at him from her palms to disrupt his cloak and phasing at once while suspending him in the air as he tries to resist the sheer force. Her eyes go wide in shock and she falters for a moment. All the time he needs to get the aim right and gently squeeze his pistol's trigger. The Nagasha hits the ground with the back of her head open for all to see the mutilated chunks inside. "That was a human weapon?" Someone in the crowd exclaims in shock as he turns to the clatterhooves. "Activate your distress beacons and get moving. You two need to—" Herbert's command is cut off when his body erupts into goosebumps and he skids sideways to dodge a bolt of plasma from behind. He grabs a small pellet from a bandolier on his left thigh and throws it into the ground to get some cover behind the enormous plume of dark smoke that erupts in response. Shouts from the entrance and the crackling sound of lasers going off to be matched with the bangs of gunfire. He holsters his pistol and runs to the VIPs before being hit with the force of a freight train, courtesy of Holly. "Ow!" He groans as he sits up with a hand on his ribs. They feel broken. He's hurt, badly, from a single panicked punch. "I'm on your side," he gasps out. "Ow! Oh, dear goddess, I'm so sorry. You came at us so fast, and it was just reflexes to—" Holly's apology is cut off as Herbert focuses the axiom ever so and adjusts his chest with an audible crackling sound and a sigh of relief. "It's all right, you just dislocated a couple of ribs. Didn't break them, they're back in place," he says before rolling his shoulders. "We have a few moments at most. I can get you both out of here and back to friends, but you need to trust me." You're human, aren't you?" Holly asks, and Herbert nods. "Yes, now please. We need to go. But I can't do this if you fight me." Herbert almost begs, and both women grab his hands. He channels the axiom through all 3 of them, and they all fade away. "We can't be seen, and we can't be touched. We're going straight through and into friendly lines." He explains, then tugs on them to lead them into and through the crowd literally. Panicked faces, concerned appearances, and then a standoff between criminals and a small team of men. He leads them through a wall and then from around a corner, waves to one of the men in the back on his communicator. "We got freaking ninjas?" the soldier asks, and Herbert shrugs. "You going to be staying with us?" Herbert shakes his head in response. Holly lets out a somewhat hysterical giggle. "Do you talk at all?" the soldier demands, and Herbert shakes his head again. "We have freaking mute ninjas. Let me guess, you were with us the whole time, but ninja, right?" Herbert's nod gets the man to twitch. "Fine, get going. I'll take these 2 to safety." Herbert then does a dash behind Holly and vanishes. He can hear the soldier swear in surprise before yelping as Mother Clatterhooves gives him a swat for swearing. Herbert shifts through the wall and into the building before rushing to where he left his wives behind. The mission is the mission, but it's effectively over, and he needs to look to his wives. They're just teenagers and are not ready for this kind of madness. That he had to leave them behind makes him feel like a bastard. Neely's holding on to his clothing and looking around in a panic before clearly spotting the axiom bleeding off him and heading his way, even as Thera looks around. He fades into view after tucking away his hood and visor, a finger to his lips and a pleading look in his eyes as he walks up to Neely, who gapes at him as she hands him his clothing. "Thank you." "What is going on?" she demands as he slips the loose pants on over his outfit, followed by the jacket. 2 women under the protection of the Undaunted were cornered by one of their enemies. I rushed in for a last-second save, but there were a lot more of them. I got them out, but now we need to— "This is the police! Everybody on your knees and weapons on the ground!" A voice blasting through a speaker outside declares, and the sounds of fighting dies off. "Is everything going to be all right?" Thera asks, as she and the rest of the girls that had come along for this afternoon outgather around him. "Should be. Neither I nor any other humans used anything we're not legally allowed to have at all times. Cultural effects, you see. You have a very hard time going anywhere without finding trouble." Neely scolds him and he shrugs. "Please, be honest. What's going on?" one of them asks. It's Barisi, the one he's known the longest, the one that waited by his bed when he was in a restorative coma. If he owes anyone an explanation, it's her. He glances around to make sure no one can overhear them and guides them all to a secluded table that he checks for bugs before glancing up at the camera and then sitting with his back to it. About 2 weeks ago, an investigation into possible hostility stumbled into an attack from the Umbrel organization aimed at what we thought was a possible hostile party. I can't give many more details beyond shenanigans happened, but we were made very aware of the Umbrel and started poking our noses in on the branch that opened fire on us. How much a part of this are you? Barisi asks, and he musses up his hair. That bad? I never stopped being a soldier of the Dauntless, or rather, the Undaunted now. Aside from the first incident, I've had something to do with most everything afterwards. I can't tell you how due to operational security or much in the way of details, but I can tell you this much and a little more. Herbert admits, and there's nodding all around. How do those two women tie in? They're Carib, right? We rescued one of them when we retaliated against the Umbrel. Again, I can't say how, but some rescues were involved. I can't give you names or more details, but I can state that we're taking this very seriously, and after this attack, it's likely they won't be staying on Centris. They're under our protection, and that's not something we're lax on. Did you kill someone? Thara asks quietly. Herbert sits up a little straighter and sighs. Yes, my choice was the heavily armed and armored criminal, or her would-be victims. It was an obvious decision. Herbert answers before glancing through the crowds. Most of the police attention is on the body he left behind. Things are soon to get awkward. Is it hard? Barisi asks him quietly. No, and that's what's hard about it. Killing someone's a big thing, but it's so easy. Too easy, in situations like this. With clear-cut good and bad, I don't think I'm going to lose any sleep. It's awful when you think about it. But that's the truth. I don't know who that Nagasha was. All I know is that she was connected to the Umbrel in an awful way. I either gave a slave the peace of death or put down a selfish monster. And in doing so, I spared the lives of a wounded child and her mother. So this one was not hard. Not at all. You are an apex predator, Barisi says in seeming astonishment. Where did that come from? Herbert asks. I was worried. Some people's bottle things up and pretend to be okay for the sake of the herd. But others just deal with things with pragmatism. It's usually what separates a prey species from a predator one. Prey peoples, they tend to grow skittish around Zedin and Yoya, and I've gotten over my hang-ups, even had some fun with them. You're still scared of the Paris, Neely protests and Herbert grins and motions for them to lean in. I'm actually fine with the goofy little purr crabs, but it's funny to pretend not to be. Too good of a joke to stop making. I'll stop pretending to be scared when it stops being funny. Wait, that's how you play with them? Thera demands, and Herbert chuckles. You're so weird. I'm a species from the deepest, darkest place of the least hospitable space in the galaxy. If I wasn't weird, then something weird would be happening. Chapter 115, The Bounty Hunters. You're not gonna make it, Scaly taunts Mustard with a nasty grin on his face. Well, aren't you a ray of sunshine? Mustard remarks as the rest of the crew sends up cheers, jeers, and a lot of laughter his way. He had 2 Kutha coins riding on whether he could climb onto the passageway the next level up. The only rule was no axiom, and he was slowly hand-over-handing to the edge in order to climb up to the next level. You're gonna die! Scaly's next taunt is in an accent that only he recognizes, but is apparently funny enough to make him snicker as he says it. I can't die, I'm me! Mustard replies, hanging on by one arm and thumping himself in the chest a few times before reaching up and hand-over-handing things like monkey bars for a few moments. The undersides of the walkways in Nightside had a lot of reinforcing struts on them that made great handholds. The whole group, Scaly included, were armed to the teeth, not only due to this being a pirate station, but also a bit of a sting operation. Several bounties spotted in the area were for rampant slavers, so each of the men were honey traps as they made a spectacle out of themselves. Mustard reaches the edge of the upper walkway and begins to turn around and swing a bit to the unending calls of, "Fall, fall, fall," courtesy of Scally, when several arms reach down and grab him, even as something is thrown into his face that makes him go limp. "Mustard!" they shout out, and instantly Axiom flows fast and hard. They arrive on the next level seconds later as they swing up and scan around, only to see a small air car vanishing around a corner in the distance. "We've got a signal," Bike remarks with his communicator, out even as Scaly slithers onto the upper level with them. He then receives a message. "Oh?" And Mustard's still awake. He shook off the poison and is playing possum. "It's go time, boys." "Air farce, the fish bit. I repeat, the fish bit," Pukey says into his own communicator, and a few moments later an open-top air truck swoops over. They climb into the flatbed and hold on, even as Scaly slithers into the cabin. "Did we get a look at the getaway vehicle or kidnappers?" Air farce asks, even as he adjusts the screen to track Mustard and then takes off. "Afraid not," Pukey remarks. "I did," Scaly interrupts. "We're all listening, little buddy," Pukey says, and the boy nods. "I'm sure I saw fins along at least 2 of the arms. Light green. They might be holed up in the wetworks." Scaly explains, and the rest of the crew looks thoughtful. "Well, shit. Looks like we'll be field testing what Franklin sent us then," Pukey remarks. "Maybe, maybe not. They don't seem to have gone too far. Up a few more stories, but otherwise they're still in this part of the station," Air Farce remarks as he taps the screen on the dashboard. He casually weaves around several automated drones that have packages and deliveries, and some of the guys contemplate snatching the smaller ones out of the air. "What do you think are in these things?" Mr. T asks, and Bike leans out a bit with his communicator. There's a beep and he pulls it back. "That was some lingerie. It's heading to a missed crash about 2 blocks and 3 stories away." Bike reads out and Mr. T stares at him. He shrugs. "I've been working on my hacking skills. I've put together some nasty programs that get me in easy." "Nice, that should come in handy." Pukey congratulates him. "It's a similar enough algorithm between the drones and the doors and basic terminals around this station. I'll need to set up new code-breaking algorithms every time we end up somewhere new. But we've got a skeleton key for now," Bike explains. "Bossman, I think we may have stalkers." J3 notes, looking backwards as he holds a rifle sight up to his eye as Pukey shuffles up, causing the sniper to hand over the sight and point. "Green-skinned and finned-looking blonde bimbo on an air bike," Pukey remarks before quickly focusing on his communicator. "Species designation BPC 1100 number 6, Amera. She launches paralytic darts from under her fingernails, and the fins easily channel Axiom hard enough to work as both shields and swords. They're amphibious, and the rest is cultural and religious." "Odds she's teamed up with Mustard's new friends?" Tang asks as he looks through his own scope. "Slim, but not none. Keep your heads on swivels, boys," Pukey remarks. "Arrival in 30 seconds. Air Farce remarks, and everyone quickly pulls out their small arms and checks them over. It's an even spread of bangers and ablators, with Pukey pulling out his plasma sword and the hat grinning as he pulls out a rod that extends into a staff with the press of a button. "Here we are. Kick some ass. Me and the kid will be ready for a getaway," Air Farce says, and Scaly pulls out a large banger from under his seat with an absolutely manic grin on his face. "Tone the psycho down, will ya?" "Oh, fine. Ruin my fun, will ya?" Scally remarks as Air Farce pulls up to a balcony. "Mustard 6 meters straight ahead, meaning next room. Bike, get us in," Pukey orders, and the man quickly climbs onto the balcony and begins hacking into the security system. Seconds pass by, and from below the Mara that was spotted earlier rises up on her air bike. "Was a stripogram ordered? Is Roth about to get a surprise orgy? 'Cause if so, I want in," she says, and the men slowly turn to look at her. "What's going on?" "Our friend's been kidnapped and we've tracked him here," Pukey answers. "And how serious are you about getting him back?" the Mara asks, and Pukey activates the plasma sword. "Ah, if I talk her down, what will you do?" "We'll be less angry, but still out for revenge," Pukey answers as Scaly none too subtly aims his banger right at her. "What kind of revenge?" she asks as more and more weapons turn in her direction. "That depends on her," Pukey answers, and the Mara looks over all of them before slowly lowering away and out of sight. We're in, Bike says as he opens the door without a sound. All right, move, people. Assume they know we're coming. Pukey orders, and most of the team rush off the air truck and into the apartment. The first room is mostly clear, some couches for sitting around, and a couple of tables with weapon parts on them. There are some thoughts of snagging them, but first things first. Mustard needs rescue. They boot open the next door and rush in weapons ready, only to stall out as they find Mustard, surrounded by several knocked-out alien women, and aggressively Frenching the only one conscious, the other Mara from earlier. He breaks the lip lock and glances to the guys. What took you so long? He asks, even as the guys quickly check the women and start scanning them for bounties. Some of the locals were chatty, it's just rude to cock-block a bro, Pukey remarks as he glances around. There's a few manacles and ropes and such lying around, as well as a great deal of weapons, including several that will get an idiot chucked out the airlock on this station. Roth, why didn't you answer your... Oh, wow. The Mara from earlier exclaims, barging in and stopping as she sees Roth in Mustard's arms. Andrea, Roth asks before letting out a soft moan as Mustard's hands wander in the stillness. Aha, we've got pay dirt. This bitch has nearly $2 million on her head for child trafficking. She'll be making up for the annoyance at the kidnapping, Dong remarks as he finishes scanning one of the women. He then immediately pulls out some duct tape and gets to work with it. Wait a minute. Andrea begins before backing down when a small wall of firepower is pointed her way. I'm still trying to figure out how you did this. Not that I'm complaining. Any plan that ends with me being given sweet, sweet love from a sexy Tretz, a good plan, Roth mutters. We're that good. Now then, Mustard says before kissing Roth again. This has been fun, but it's time for me to go. Although, if you're looking for a better team, here's my number. Bring your cousin. You'd both look good under the sheets. The guys glance at each other at just how flirty the man's being, but decide to put it aside for now as they haul out their prize. The rest of the women are scanned, including Roth, who's openly groped as a distraction from her, reading the number that Mustard had tucked into her cleavage, and the intimidated Andrea. But there are no more bounties in this little gang. Come on, Mustard, time to go, Pukey remarks, and Mustard lets Roth down with a last kiss on the lips before blowing one to Andrea on the way out. He climbs out and takes his place near the tied-up bounty. Air Farce quickly gets them moving. After about a block, Pukey turns to regard him. Mind explaining what all that was about, soldier? Their knockout powder wasn't enough to do more than make my head swim for a bit. They got me on the exhale, and I held my breath to get around it. I was able to get some of it and get the girls with it, but she managed to swat it away when I tried to knock her out after the others. A bit of wrestling and both of us had our hands occupied. So I improvised and she really enjoyed it. Mustard explains. She wasn't the only one. The hat remarks, and there's some snorts and chuckles around the truck. All right, boys, we're coming in for a landing, 30 seconds till touchdown, Air Farce says over his shoulder, and there are thumbs up all around. Is it always this easy? Scally asks somewhat curiously. I mean, it was all already done and over with by the time you got in. Is bounty hunting really this easy? Bear in mind that we're all massively trained and overly paranoid soldiers. Our daily PT and weapon drills tie into this, as do our specialities. So it looks easy, but that's because we're more than ready for this level of stuff, Pukey states, and Mustard nods before glancing up. Not to mention we got lucky. If they caught me on the inhale, then there are good odds I'd have been knocked out. And if he was knocked out, then we'd have gotten into a firefight and possibly a hostage situation. You might have had to help fight off that Mara on an airbike. We try not to rely on luck, but unfortunately, luck is just something that ties into everything, no matter how much or how little you want it to. Air Farce explains as he lands the truck. All right, boys, get a move on. I need to go park this bitch properly. I thought you loved air cars, Scaly remarks as he slithers out and gets into a defensive position to provide a lookout for the guys as they've been training him. When they don't handle like cans with an engine badly welded on, I love them. This one is a piece of shit. Engines, control cab with a flatbed, and that's it. It's a piece of junk. I'll need to get this thing tuned up at the very least if we're going to keep using it. That'll be a side project. Get moving, Pukey orders as they haul off their prize and begin carrying her towards the docked chainbreaker. Yes, sir. Air Farce answers before pulling away to one of their rented parking spots. The void? A passing Horshka asks in bafflement as she watches them go by while clearly kidnapping someone. She tried kidnapping me, Mustard remarks with a grin, and the Horshka snorts in amusement and walks away laughing. Step on it. The sooner we put this bitch in stasis, the sooner we can get some decent drinks, Pookie declares, and the whole group starts hustling. Chapter 116. Meanwhile, at the LAB. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the Undaunted Labs, where the future is being made today. We have made excellent progress, sir, and will be more than happy to show off some of our discoveries, Dr. Samuel says as Admiral Cistern walks into the laboratory. The military man pauses, considers, then simply turns to the scientist with a mildly baffled look on his face. I know a quote when I hear it, but I don't know where it's from, he says, and the doctor waves him off. I'm sure it will come to you in time, sir. Now then, if you'll follow me, we have some excellent advances to show you and several interesting observations that explain a great deal about the technological and psychological development of the galaxy as a whole, Dr. Samuel assures him. This way, please. Admiral Cistern follows the man past the blast shielding to a table with several machine components dismantled and labeled in front of him, with a large device with similar labels all over it. It vaguely resembles a cube with the front and back removed. I see you've reverse engineered the technology in this piece. Yes, indeed, sir. This weapon, known as the Endless Barrage or the CS-92, one of 10 illegal weapons of the CS series after the first 50 each weapon designation, grows more and more restricted, the final 10 being outright illegal to own. But not to sell, Admiral Cistern asks. Loopholes, sir. The weapons are actually in a minimum of 2 components and not actually made until they're slotted together. Making the components is perfectly legal. Selling the components is perfectly legal. Slotting them together is where you break the law. Incidentally, my dismantling of the weapon has rendered it legal to possess. Half the legal system in the galaxy is loopholes, if not 2/3. Admiral Cistern notes with a sigh. Yep, anyways, what we've learned from this is the shrinking technology. Unfortunately, it's not like in movies and TV shows. Shrinking things is just the first part. Keeping it shrunk afterwards is the tricky part, Samuel explains as he takes a pen out of his breast pocket. Observe. He places pen in the large device. He then opens a small cover and flips a toggle. The device audibly powers up and begins to hum. The pen seems to vanish from sight, and Admiral Cistern squints a little to see a tiny little scratch in the machine. The machine ceases humming and powers down. Moments later, the pen visibly grows from the scratch. Dr. Samuel picks it up and places it back in his pocket. As you can see, it requires constant application of the shrinking field to keep a shrunken object shrunk. Thankfully, we have a great deal of understanding about the process now. Amusingly, the black box components of this weapon are in the firing mechanism and the ammunition production, rather than the shrinking technology. Things we have little, if any, issue with ourselves, Samuel explains. So this prototype can be of use? Admiral Cistern asks. We need a bit more refinement of the techniques and a bit more experimentation with the equipment before we produce our own endless barrages, but we can already apply its technology to our existing shipboard armaments and save enormously on cargo space for both standard supplies and ammunition. This sample here is a crude prototype mock-up, the first attempt, and it's yet to fail on us. You mentioned societal impacts? Yes, sir, Dr. Samuel notes. Ordinarily, there'd be another doctor here, but they seem to have elected me spokesman. The scientist shrugs with a rueful smile. Anyways, the societal implications of loading chamber, feeding mechanism, and chemical composition to the warheads, all being the black box part of the technology, speaks to a technological skip. To summarize, thanks to Axiom, they went from throwing rocks to powered flight to hyperdrives. They have very few, if any, of the technologies that we see as a step from one area to another. Their idea of kinetic ammunition is a railgun or a magnetic launcher, not gunpowder. As such, a lot of advances that we consider basic are relatively unknown. Relatively? These technological midway points are not in any way too complicated for them to figure out. It's just that they never needed to. So if we see something like a hot air balloon, or in this case, rocket-propelled grenades, then we can be assured that it's a fairly unusual piece in the galaxy at large. This one in particular uses a very similar explosive to our anti-armor grenades, a little less effective in fact, but the sheer numbers it can bring to bear gives it all the firepower it needs. So what you're saying is that we can fully load these endless barrages. Yes, which is actually quite the boon. The reason why there's not a larger attempt to suppress these weapons is that the ammunition cartridges are sold at exorbitant prices. If we can simply reload them ourselves, then we can easily maintain numerous endless barrages, normally a very cost-prohibitive endeavor. Reloads of the endless barrage cost more than buying a new one. Quite the scam, Admiral Cistern admits before Dr. Samuel leads him to another table. An effective one too, sir. Bringing an endless barrage to battle is galactic shorthand for FU and your entire army. Despite, or perhaps justifying the cost of the weapon, is its extreme capability. Technician Pike did mention that there was a flurry of excellent manners when he made his possession of the weapon known. I believe it, sir. Still, we've gotten ourselves a great number of tricks to allow for enormous force multipliers. We have a few different directions we can take our current advancements in, and I was thinking about upgrading the main weapon batteries of the Dauntless. We were also thinking about upgrading our storage and factory settings. The expanded space and shrinking technology used in conjunction should allow us an enormous amount of leeway and breathing room inside the ship's hull for manufacturing purposes. We're also looking into battlefield uses of this technology, easily transported cover, and defensive positions, complete with turrets and medical stations, would be an absolute game-changer on the battlefield. Dr. Samuel explains, and Admiral Cistern nods as he churns things over in his mind. I see, he says and considers. The good doctor watches for a few moments before the man's eyes open with a grin. Dr. Samuel, I think it's time we begin specializing our fleet. The Dauntless is an excellent mobile base and transport. Its communication hubs and enormously powerful hull give it a wonderful position as the armored heart of a fleet. However, I will not condone sacrificing its ability to enter and exit cruel space. Therefore, I want you and your teams to design support ships that can be built within the Dauntless's facilities. I want the current focus to be upon additional support vehicles. Begin with salvage and mining vehicles, construction vehicles, repair vehicles, survey vehicles, and research vehicles. After that, I want to see designs of strike craft, light escorts, heavy armor, bombardment, and long-range tactical vessels. By the time this team is finished, the information and blueprints alone will allow a singular Dauntless-class ship to slowly produce combat-effective fleets the moment it leaves cruel space. After writing it all down, Dr. Samuel actually considers things for a moment before smiling. A bit of good news already is that many of the tools and equipment required for salvage, repair, and construction have a great deal of overlap. Especially between repair and construction, what you need to fix a ship can turn one out with sufficient resources. Survey and research have a great deal of overlap as well. Powerful scanners and observational tools are useful in a variety of fields. And I'll assume that reducing what we're producing in the vessel to 3 types of ship will be of great use. Yes, but I need to write this down. FTL, capable mobile scaffolding, ships dedicated to hydroponics and luxury. If we design this right, then a Dauntless might be more than the heart of a fleet. It would be the heart of a soaring nation-state with the firepower, logistics, and technical capacity to defend itself in any scenario. Forget colonizing worlds, we'll take all the space between. Dr. Samuel rants with clear glee in his voice and receives a 2-fingered swat in the head. Curb the enthusiasm, Doctor. Mania brings us messes, not results. Admiral Cistern notes, furthermore, I just thought of a 4th type of vessel that Dauntless-class ships will have to turn out. Sir? Dr. Samuel asks. Some form of tug. I want all life pods on all ship designs to be null-resistant, if not outright immune. I want tugs that can operate in null to rescue these pods should the worst happen. Steel and metals can be reforged. A veteran is rather harder to replace. Admiral Cistern says, and Dr. Samuel just smiles. Sir, the sheer tonnage that all but the survey and science vessels will have to move in performing their normal duties means they can double as tugs. However, making them cruel space-friendly as well is an interesting challenge. Dr. Samuel remarks in thought. See to it, Doctor. Now I'm certain we've both given each other an enormous amount of food for thought, so I'll leave you to it. I want your early designs and estimates on my desk in a week. A week? Dr. Samuel exclaims. You have an entire galaxy's design structure as well as our own to draw from, a dedicated team, and several doctorates. A week is overly generous for crude prototype designs. Admiral Cistern states calmly, and Dr. Samuel considers it and then has the decency to look somewhat embarrassed at his earlier outburst. Yes, sir. We'll have some of the basics on your desk soon enough. Good, man. Incidentally, if you have a list of tools or resources you find yourself lacking, do feel free to inform me. Well-funded scientists are effective scientists. Thank you, sir. Thank me with results, Doctor. Good day, Admiral Cistern says before turning to leave. This is good. This is very good. He had waited a long while to make an order such as this, and the fact that the only thing that even mildly surprised Dr. Samuel was a time frame meant it was not only possible, but almost easily so. Space stations, self-maintaining fleets, entire worlds. Humanity would build it all. He reaches his office and quickly begins to go through the couple of small reports that have cropped up during his visit. He glances around and then out to his overview of the main bridge. The minimal crew requirement is there and working. Coffees can be seen and the general buzz of energy is moving about. Less than 10 years before this site is common. In all likelihood, another Dauntless-class ship has already been commissioned and is a fair percentage completed. How many will be produced, I wonder? Tens? Hundreds? Thousands? Millions? He returns to his desk and finds the communication button flashing. Sir, Miss Downship would like to speak with you. Thank you. I'll be down to see her shortly, he says, standing right back up again. His crisp stride and quick visit to the anti-gravity hallway brings him to her personal quarters fairly quickly. Miss Downshift, you wish to speak? He asks after being led into her room. She's waiting for him, with her right hand and held over the central computing core in her chest. I, Caddy Downshift, in full command of my mind and body, of my own free will, and under no coercion, do so swear to uphold the rights and responsibilities of the undaunted. To this I shall serve to the best of my abilities. My method of serving shall be dictated by my lawfully acquired rank and status among the undaunted military in all of its branches, be it general service, command, research and development, infrastructure, or the Earth Foreign Legion. For a period possibly greater to, but no less than 5 standard galactic years, will I serve to the fullness of my capacity and of my own free will, to accept and dispense lawful commands as appropriate and to refuse unlawful commands as appropriate. I will uphold the laws of the undaunted and keep its secrets and trust to the best of my abilities and insights. Should I prove myself a danger to my fellow soldiers, incapable of fulfilling the roles entrusted to me, or in some other manner unfit for duty, my rank and standing may be suspended or stripped from me entirely for the betterment of the undaunted and myself. This I have sworn, fully aware of the implications and interpretations of this oath, and do so without reservation or doubt. I am undaunted. She vows to the surprised admiral, who regards the oath with first risen eyebrows, then a confident smile as he moves to stand at ease. I see. Allow me to be the first to welcome you to our nation, madam. It will take some time to process this, but not much. Though if I may ask, he says smoothly. One of the robot woman's ears tilts somewhat in curiosity. What prompted this decision? I am not Fossa. She begins before her air vents circulate to simulate a sigh. The race I remember living as, what I remember being for most of my life. I'm blatantly not that because it wasn't my life. Oh, sure, I'm the same general shape and have many of the same urges and the memories of one. I even have a synthetic womb. I can do anything a Fossa can. But I'm not. Legally speaking, I was born a luxury air car. It was you. It was your people that gave me a proper name. I haven't had a home till I came to be here. So you wish to make it official? More than official. I want it to be true. I want to be an undaunted. Welcome aboard. We're still rather new to this, so we'll find an appropriate ceremony to celebrate your joining us. Chapter 117, Harriet the Spy. The younger Clatterhoos has long been suspected to be a member of the Umbrel organization and that strange figure that killed Miss Gloring and vanished in a blast of smoke. The organization is eating itself alive ever since those humans fought back. Lavender mutters to herself as she ties some purple yarn around one peg and up to another. But what branch does this shadow figure belong to? If he even belongs to the Umbrel. We saw him move against one branch of the Umbrel and vanish two people tied to another. Harriet in her Tirida persona notes as she brings up a single picture of Herbert stuck in midair as the Nagasa Miss Gloring tries to hold him back. Thankfully, they didn't have any pictures of him, only partially disguised. He'd move fast to dress up again afterwards, and that was making her life a lot easier in return. I can't believe that someone's using a man as an assassin. I mean, it's a man. They're supposed to bring life into the galaxy, not take it away, Genshina mutters as she looks over her own copy of the picture. He could be any number of bipedal races, especially if he's using axiom pockets to hide other body parts. The only hint we have is that he has that human weapon, but that could easily be a frame job. They're not hard to make, they're very easy to use, and very powerful, especially at closer ranges. Lavender mopes as she brings up a shrunken blueprint of a handgun. Once again, Harriet is in awe at just how close and how far she can miss the mark at the same time. It's actually fairly impressive how she just dismissed her best piece of evidence as a frame job. Maybe we need to think in different angles. It's like docking with a transport hub. You have to match its velocity just so, or you're just making a mess. Harriet offers a bit of folksy space trucker wisdom and visibly considers. What about the location? The business, or heck, even the building, or the entire spire? Is there anything funny about them? That's a very good question. You can look into that while I start digging into possible sources for this gun. There has to be some hint in its construction. The chemical compounds used in the chemical propellant should do it. They should be fairly exotic. Lavender remarks, going right down the wrong trail again. Harriet makes a point of not telling her about rifling and patterns in the bullets. Still, with everyone properly distracted as Genshina begins trying to figure out what BMO races have sensitive eyes to need a visor alongside martial traditions, Harriet can listen in and burn time as she researches the history of the arcade, the building it's in, and the spire it's on. She prints out a few sheets of food poisoning incidents, one of which fatal. She then follows it up with the story of how the previous owner of the building had fallen into bad debts due to gambling addictions and had been forced to sell to a bunch of teens that had pooled their cash together. The spire, of course, has a population just shy of 1 billion, so there are enough missing person reports, ongoing murder cases, cold cases of all kinds, reported gangs, and terrible rumors to print out a stack of paper a foot high as she prints only every 10th story. She then goes into sorting it all. Things she thinks are tied to the conspiracy, things she's not sure about, and things she's sure aren't involved. So she starts putting together a bit of a story, perhaps a tale of revenge and hatred stemming from the gambling addict to several disappearances and maybe into the food poisoning as well. Maybe? No, I think I'm edging into the wrong lanes here, Harriet mutters, and she puts all the research aside and begins digging into the history of the spire again. Hey, this is neat, but it's not what we're looking for. One of the Charbeast notes as she looks over the little scandal that Harriet pulled out of random articles. That's why I'm looking again. I thought it might lead to gang activity. Maybe the Umbrel organization has some kind of stake in that gaming center, but I don't think so. Still need to look into it, though. Just because I don't suspect something doesn't mean there isn't something there, Harriet says as she starts going over a list of all the different games in the arcade to try and find a pattern. You're really getting it. Lavender congratulates her, and Harriet smiles. The poor stupid little horse, she pities her. She burns through another hour just collecting and printing information on each of the machines. There are about 100, it's a small arcade after all, and her alarm goes off. Oh no, I'm sorry I have to go. I stayed as long as I could, but if I don't go, then... Go then! Half the power of these gatherings is secrecy. Lavender prompts her and Harriet puts everything down, doesn't bother logging out of her research, and bolts out. She doesn't stop her more advanced pace until she's in her apartment. Then she starts running Axiom through her hair to shift its color to the deep brown. I'll have to get into contact with Lulu again. Little Miss Argan's in about a mile over her head, but I don't think the perceivers have it in them to kill in cold blood. A coffee and a bagel loaded with cream cheese later, and she feels almost human. She has about an hour before she has to leave, and she needs to take a load off. No one ever told her just how exhausting spy work would be. Of course, it's obvious now in retrospect, but making sure you act a certain way and never slip up is hard work. It's not Hollywood. If she makes a big enough mistake, then she's going to get shot, not screamed at by a director. So she clears her mind and spends a few minutes meditating to clear her head and relax herself. She banishes her discomfort and doubts into nothingness as she reminds herself what this is all for. The galaxy is writhing under chaos and self-serving stupidity. She will bring order and wisdom to counter it, but first she needs to see the wholeness of the situation. She quickly showers after the meditation and then purges her scents. A splash of perfume and she dresses herself. She prefers the sisterhood over the perceivers. She likes dressing up, and with how well-dressed everyone is, it feels much more like a childhood tea party with a touch of paperwork than actual spy work. A breezy dress in dark and light greens, a sun hat, and small choker for style. A few jangly bracelets in silver and sandals. She adds a few dabs of makeup to her natural complexion and hides both a laser pistol and a plasma pistol on a garter each. There, beautiful and deadly. A perfect little ego boost. She's recognized on sight and scent in the club and is passed a keycard. Heffy! Oh, it's been too long, she gushes, running forward to hug her bestie. Estella, I missed you. Heffy gushes right back as she returns the hug and kisses Harriet on the cheeks. You've done such wonderful work. We really need to find more time to be together outside of our work. Have you ever undergone the wine walk? I'm afraid not, though if you're mentioning it, then it already has a wonderful recommendation, Harriet says happily. Oh, it is. But I was also thinking of letting you have my sampler. There's quite a bit to go through, what with that new state being kicked up. We need to get some dirt on those men. Heffy remarks and Harriet nods. Oh, thank you so much. And you're quite right. The sooner we know something about these, they call themselves the Undaunted now, don't they? She asks and Heffy nods. Well, the sooner we get some proper dirt on them, the sooner we can have fun. After all, if they're being honest and it's a race with a lot of men, well, he might not be a proper Tret, but they look close enough for me. Oh, you are a scandal, Estella. I agree. Between the two of us, we should be able to lock down a wonderful man, perhaps even that admiral of theirs. Something about the flecking of gray in his hair that makes him look oh so refined. Heffy gushes, and Harriet nearly breaks character. Maybe, but I believe I saw him dancing with the ambassador of Brule. I think it was Brule. It was a Gobe woman dressing like a tribal savage had been stuffed into a suit. Harriet considers as Heffy thinks. I think it was. He also brought in a whole band of utterly scrumptious-looking men with amazing music. That big one in the middle, I think I spotted him with a pair of Metak. What a piece of meat that one was. So big and strong-looking. And that voice, oh my, that voice. Heffy lets her tongue flick past her lips in absent thought as the imaginations of what she wants Koa to do to her run wild. There's more than that. I just got a wonderful video clip from a world called Vuxa 5, one of the Cobes announces. A distant cousin of mine's been sharing it among the family. It shows what looks like a Tret taking out 2 serial killers, one after another, in a full-on Axiom war. It's insane. Really? Well, put it on then. It may be one of these humans, Heffy exclaims, and quickly enough the file is uploaded into a nearby view screen. It starts with an absolutely psychotic Lopen introducing herself and showing all the horrible things she's done while mentioning that she spotted a man for her next bit of fun and hoping she gets to him before her neighbor does. That bit of utter madness spewed out, and the hag of a wolf woman quickly finds a man that Harriet recognizes as one of the EFL. His name escapes her at the moment, but he's rocking what looks to be a red alligator leather coat. Then things go from somewhat surreal to straight out of a cartoon as blades of energy are thrown around. The earth itself is manipulated into a weapon. Fire screams into the sky, and then everything shifts as he tosses her clothing and tells her to cover her shame. So is your cousin known for making movies like this? Is she working in a film production company? Harriet asked the little Cobe. Well, no, why do you think it's fake? She asks, and Harriet taps her chin a few times in thought. I can't see the mistakes, but video editing technology is powerful enough to do this on the cheap. Combat-trained men is odd enough, but Axiom users like this that aren't attached to a race like the Apuk? Even then, presuming he's a Tret born to the Apuk, what's he doing there and why? Harriet asked, scuffing the trail with a series of honest questions. If they had come from someone who couldn't just ask her own fellows all the details and receive a full report. Something she'll have to do after this. That's purest nonsense, Heffy declares when the EFL man literally stamps a continent back into place. It does get rather fantastical, the little Cobe notes after a little while, and a zombie army starts shambling up to be matched by gigantic flying undead sea serpents that tear out of the ground like a scene right off a heavy metal album before the skies themselves seem to grow furious and shatter the enormous bones. Okay, I think I've seen enough silliness. I'll get to work, but please do tell me if he takes his pants off, because that's the point where things get interesting. Harriet teases as she heads over to the files to sort. Time for the easy spy work. Chapter 118, Rock and Roll, Shadows of Centris. Waking up to your face being buried in downy feather pillows covered in silk is amazing, especially when those pillows are the gigantic breasts of a woman utterly smitten with you. It's a tough life, but Amadi knows how to handle it, for he is. The buzzing of his communicator cuts off his inner monologue, and he turns over to reach for the device. It's actually buzzing in Morse code. ... Pause ... R&P for Reginald Pike. Oh, don't get up. It's too early in the day. Abigail mutters even as he grabs the communicator. It's Reginald. He doesn't call unless it's something serious, he says, sitting up fully, and she rises next to him with a sigh. Reggie, what's happening? Reggie tries and fails to form words. Are you hurt? Are you being held captive? Do you need rescue? Amadi demands, gathering his limbs under him as he gets ready to spring from the bed and start a mad dash for his pants, his holster, and the air bike he's got on the landing pad. I need to know something, Reggie asks, sounding like he's staring down the barrel of a gun. Tell me, what's going on? Amadi demands. What are the chances of a woman getting pregnant after one night of sex? Reggie asks, and Amadi goes still as his mind resets. Considering that we're still somewhat in a first contact scenario, we don't know. But unless protection was used, the odds are always at least not zero, he says with a roll of his eyes as he starts scooching back down. What do I do? Reggie hisses into the phone. Baseball bat? Amadi jokes, and there's a choking sound on the other end. Fine then, a coat hanger. Will you take this seriously? Reggie, relax. I understand. Or at least I think I do. You've spent your whole life thinking that you'd never have sex. You were flat out disgusted by the idea, then cancer took care of that before it returned, and now you're young, healthy, and more virile than you ever were. You're going to have to come with grips over potential fatherhood. Besides, do you think there's even the slightest chance in hell that the mother won't adore the idea of having the exotic alien man's child? Amadi asks, and there's a pause. What's going on? Abigail asks, and he holds up a finger. Amadi, just tell me, and tell me honestly, that my feelings that I failed myself on a moral level are wrong. Please? Outside of people with doctorates, you're the smartest guy I know. Reggie begs, and Amadi sighs with a shake of his head. Reggie, she was willing. You were willing. So far, that's you in the clear. You weren't saving yourself for anyone. You weren't promised to anyone. You were and are free to do as you want. If you want to keep doing that, woman, until you have a child for every member of your family that you've lost twice over, then have it you. If this was a one-time thing, then it was a one-time thing. You get me? Yeah, I guess I do. Thanks. Reggie says, sounding relieved even as Abigail starts glaring. Next time, try calling when I'm not cuddling my own girl, all right? Oh, sorry. I'd say no problem, but from the looks of it, Abigail is plotting someone's murder. Better make sure it's not mine, Amadi says ruefully as she crosses her arms and doubles the glare. Sorry, bye. Bye, he says, hanging up the communicator and putting it to the side. Only something serious, she asks testily. The man is struggling with massive changes. Most of his life, the idea of getting stabbed was more appealing than sex. Then he finds out that a hereditary disease is soon to end his life, so he takes a shot at a regenerating coma. He wakes up with urges and desires that he learned all his life to consider disgusting. He wakes up with desires and needs that make him feel dirty. And he just caved in to those needs. She realizes, yay, the way the galaxy is, most everyone, him included, saw it as inevitable. But knowing that something's coming doesn't mean that it's suddenly all right, Amadi remarks, and she uncrosses her arms, prompting him to scooch a little closer to her for some cuddles. He needed to unload on someone, and there's only a couple people he's close enough to unload on and feel safe. Well, we're already partially up, so Abigail begins, and Amadi grabs her around the waist and pulls her into him like a down-covered pillow. No, we're up too early, he says, and she titters in amusement as she cuddles up into him before they drift off to sleep again. Several hours later, the door is slammed open and both Amadi and Abigail wake up with a start. Amadi grabbing a gun he had hidden but not quite revealing it before he gets a good idea on what the hell's going on. Abigail, I need. Oh, wait, you can help me too. Jacqueline, what the heck? What's so important? Abigail asks as Amadi slowly points the gun away from under the sheets and slides it under the pillow again. Shooting the Speaker of the Council is likely something that would prompt Admiral Cistern to strangle him for being an idiot. I need to know how to snag one of those, Jacqueline KyleKKent, Speaker of the Council, declares, pointing directly at Amadi. Basic flirting? My man here was eager to jump into my arms. Abigail notes, I suppose it's time to get up. A starling like that got all the juices running, and there's no way I'm falling asleep again. Amadi notes as he bites back comments about nets and dart guns. Don't want to give her bad ideas after all. He slips out of the bed and uses a twist of axiom to bring out but keep his gun hidden. A quick go-around for his clothes, and he's dressed but smelling a bird. There's just something about the way they move, isn't there? Abigail asks. What was with some of those movements, though? It was strange, Jacqueline notes. He's hiding something. It's cute. I don't know what it is, but he won't let me see it and grabs for it when he's nervous, Abigail says, and Amadi snorts. It's not much of a secret. I just don't show it because it could be legally considered an act of coercion to wave it around. But it's military procedure to have at minimum your sidearm in reach at all times. Amadi notes calmly as he cinches his belt up. You have a weapon? Abigail asks. At all times. You never know what might happen. Centris has proven to be all kinds of fun in both terrible and wonderful ways. I've been attacked by the Umbral organization. At least one cult of anti-human lunatics have shown themselves, and we've caught an entire army's worth of spies and possible assassins trying to get onto the Dauntless, Amadi explains before reaching into his shoulder holster and drawing the now visible pistol. It's just a basic sidearm, nothing to get excited over, he says before tucking it back in. I see. Tell me then, Mr. I am Amadi Nenge Adegoke. Mr. Adegoke, I need to know what your admiral likes. Competence, loyalty, duty, grit, innovation, wisdom, practicality. What does he like in his woman? Lady KyleKKent snaps at him. You'd best ask him that. I try not to consider my commanding officer's romantic life. Amadi says, and there's a sound of frustrated disgust from the official. But if it helps any, he was recently divorced. His wife left him, took as much of his wealth and resources as she could, took the children and left him with nothing but his career to stand on. So he's very career-oriented. Wait, what did he do or say to? Why would any woman just Abigail asks and Amadi shrugs. It's not my business, but the courts and legal systems back home heavily favor women. Most can divorce their husbands for no reason at all and take most of what they own while demanding further monthly payments if they take the children as well. It's a very abuse-prone system, he says with a shrug. But how does that help me seduce him? Jacqueline demands. Why are you so fixated on him? Amadi volleys back. He's the best of your kind. Highest rank, Most accomplished, most skilled, therefore the best. A bit of a regenerating coma, and he'll be young and hearty again. He'll make the perfect husband for a lady as highly regarded as I. She preens, and Amadi makes no attempt to hide the distaste on his face. What's wrong? Abigail asks him, and he sighs. Just that, with an attitude like that, your cousin's only going to insult the Admiral and not seduce him, Amadi notes casually. What? Lady KyleKKent asks in a stunned tone. Look, lady, he's been screwed over once already. There's a term back home. Once burned, twice shy. You act like he owes you something, and all he'll see is the worst of his ex-wife, Amadi remarks before glancing to Abigail. So are you just going to stay in bed all day? Or do you want to do something? I did promise you a full night and the following day. Oh my, yes, I know a wonderful set of gardens that are just to die for. They're woven into the architecture of Darrin spire. The entire spire is a work of art. Abigail chirps as she bounces out of bed to reveal the fact that she's only got her silk bra on. What? Don't ask us to kiss and tell. It's rude, Amadi remarks as he slips past Lady KyleKKent. I'll get some food ready. Any preferences? Anything without your evil human spices, Abigail answers back. That doesn't narrow things down, Amadi protests. I know. Abigail giggles as she quickly pulls out a change of clothing. Take your time. I'm going to have a quick preening to get all my feathers straight. So the trip's tomorrow then? Amadi teases. I'm not that bad. Jackie here is, though. Abigail deflects and Lady KyleKKent puts a dramatic hand to her chest as if wounded. My own kin turned against me and... Yes, that's fair. I do try to look my best. Unlike some slobs, she shoots back at Abigail. You two do realize you're having this argument when I haven't even fully considered anything more than some deodorant and a quick face wash for myself, right? Amadi adds. You're the one with naturally occurring cologne. You don't need to wash that much. Abigail counters before walking into the attached bedroom to begin her preening. Oh, yes I do, and it may be cologne to you, but damn if it doesn't reek to me. She's already preening. She can't hear you, Jacqueline calls to him. Oh, well maybe you can offer a suggestion beyond keep the things you can't eat out of it, Amadi asks, and she makes her way into the kitchen as he's scanning the interior of the fridge. Well, I don't understand you humans, she says after a few moments. Humans don't understand humans. There are entire scientific fields based around asking the singular question of what the hell is wrong with humanity. Amadi dismisses before pulling out a container with small sausages. Are these a breakfast meat? It's lunchtime, Jacqueline remarks. That wasn't a yes or a no? Yes. Good, better cooked or raw? Cook them all the way through, you crazy monkey monster, she says, and he nods before putting it on the counter. What more? It's a small container, not to mention there are a few varieties here that might go well together. Amadi remarks silently, thanking Koa for getting him into cooking for himself. It was a great way to get closer to his rabbi's girls, as the diner was not only family-owned, but having him help out in the back had been a panty-dropper of a move. Not that he needed to do more than uncinch his belt to make them excited. Chapter 119, The Pirates. Under Axiom, wings pillars soar into the air before embedding themselves into the square concrete pools. The liquid concrete flows at first like water before settling and hardening in moments. This feat repeats itself time after time as a small army of carpenters race behind Franklin as he sets up the bare supports and foundations of thousands and thousands of buildings. These shelters are temporary but strong, designed to be repurposed later for low-income housing and storage. Following the freshly trained carpenters are equally newly trained plumbers and electricians. Landscapers and gardener as green as the fruits of their labor follow them. Identical these houses may be, but each will be sturdy, well-made, and surrounded by beauty. Just because something isn't made to last does not mean you should not put in your best effort. It takes Franklin 3 hours of unending Axiom manipulation to lay the bases of all the buildings before he heads back among the carpenters to grab some tools. Once he has a proper understanding on how everything is put together, the nails and screws, wood and plaster, brick, metal and mortar, all soar at his direction, and the construction flies fast. He then joins the plumbers and repeats his learning before building en masse. He repeats the performance with the electrical wiring and then with the greenery and turf. A city is born in a single day. Labor's finished, he sits upon the roof of the outermost building, watching as the people slowly move into the city on his right. His head pounds from the sheer strain of the detail and leashed power he had controlled. It had not been an easy feat to accomplish all of this, but it had been good. He had tested himself, tested the axiom, and tested his skill, endurance, and will. None were found wanting. His thoughts drift to the labors still needed on the world. This small, temporary city had a marketplace and roads to connect it to other places. So much still left to do, yet so little he could do himself. For all the tools Axiom gave him, it never seemed to be enough. He could make them new homes. He could give them a future. He couldn't wipe away the pains of the past. He shakes his head hard at that thought as if to try and literally shake it out. All it does is aggravate his headache somewhat. Water, I'm dehydrated. He floats off the roof and lands easily. The keys to this new place are already waiting inside. He ignores them and goes for the sink. The water in the area has already been tested, and he drinks deeply. We missed you at lunch, Mabby says from behind him, and he turns to regard her. I don't like leaving things half-finished. Sorry, he says, and she scoffs before sauntering up to him and wiping the water off his mouth with the back of her paw. The problem with you humans is that you're all so strong. It's the hottest thing I can imagine, but it leads you silly monkeys into doing the strangest things. She half purrs as she walks behind him and hugs him gently, letting her arms hang loose over his front as if she were draped upon his back. You don't have to do things all alone. You can let others help. It's not that I understand others can help and have a lot to offer. It's that no matter how much I do, no matter how well I do or how much gets done, I always figure I could have done better. I know it's incredibly stupid. I know I'm getting better as I go, and it's coloring my view, he explains before thrusting his rear back and hefting Mabby onto his back to carry her out of the house. But I see this city, and the first thought is that I should have tried harder. That is stupid. This is more, far more than anyone expected out of you. If you just stopped with the foundations and supports, then it would have been a miracle still. A city for 50,000 people, built in a single day. If you're not honored as the patron saint of this settlement, I'll be surprised, Mabby remarks as she nuzzles into him. Oh, they've already started with that, don't you worry, Mirage says from nearby. Mabby glances around in confusion, and Franklin gives the invisible nudist an unimpressed look. What is with your aversion to pants, and clothing in general for that matter? Voos is plenty warm. Most space stations are at cozy temperatures and, yeah, I just never picked up the habit. Although, I could be convinced, Mirage teases. I thought I already had, Franklin remarks as Mirage saunters up and leans against him. A slight twist of axiom, and she fades into visibility. Without the cloaking, she's revealed to be a mottled dark purple dinosaur woman with a pale cream section over her chest and stomach, as well as down the insides of her thighs. Her head is slimmer and more streamlined, like a serpent with lips. Accenting this are brightly colored feathers cresting backwards that she often braids little knickknacks into that give her a flaring hairstyle. A look of shock on her face caps it all off. Franklin, no, stop! She squeals in protest as she's suddenly very visible in all her nudity. She leans away and fades out of sight. If you want to see me like that, anytime you're not wearing clothes, I'm not teasing you for fun alone. Clothing can do double duty as armor. I'm looking out for you. Not to mention you've been dodging a lot of random swipes and even a few plasma shots now and again. Startling a bunch of pirates out of nowhere is never wise, Mabby adds. That too, Franklin remarks. Frankie, a tanned, four-armed bunny girl with stark white hair and a goth outfit, calls out. Franklin, a second four-armed bunny girl in a goth outfit, calls out. Her skin is pale and her hair jet black to contrast her sister. Lovey, a woman in what seems to be a mantis-style Halloween costume, complete with extra arms, wings, and feelers, calls out as she flies above the other three. Hubby! A short green-skinned woman in overalls that have been tied at the waist to reveal a form-hugging black t-shirt follows them. The calls of the brides sound out as the rabbi's twins of Ichi, Nichi, followed by the Snickchiria, all rush up with one extra. The former Gob's slave, Hutha, one of Hugh's older sisters. She's easily identified by her refusal to heal her first scar and instead hiding it with a wrap of bandages around her face. They cross over her nose and give her a very distinctive look in stark white with her dark gray hair and bright green skin. Girls, new girl, I don't think we've actually... Franklin lets it hang in the air for a moment, and the former slave looks taken aback before resolving herself. Because I decided today I want in. I don't know which of you is first, and I don't care. I want in. He broke the witches. He helped my brother. He put up an entire city. I want in, Hutha announces with her arms crossed. Do you have any idea what you're getting into? Mabby asks, even as Nietzsche steps closer to Franklin, but gets a squeal of protest from Mirage as she bumps into the invisible streaker. There's the fact that we tend to hang around at random. We're pirates turned conquerors all the way down. Think you can handle that for sisters? I handled this, didn't I? Hutha demands before shifting the bandages to show the brutal scar running across her face. I spent years in that cruddy mine and came out to a world where there are super studs from beyond the stars that made everything better. I'm getting in while the getting's good. There's also the fact that among my own kind I'm weird as hell, Franklin remarks. Hutha snorts in derision. Oh, what? You think you're going to scare me off? You're in great shape. You're a master axiom adept. You're exotic. You're tough. You're kind. You're wise. And you're generous. If that's what weird is, then I don't want to see normal for the rest of my damn life. I want in. I haven't been out in the galaxy long. Is this normally how it goes? Franklin asks Mabby, who shrugs. In some places, Mirage states in a very amused tone of voice. Like, say, a frontier world between pirates, military, and a freed slave? Franklin remarks. Putting it that way, we should be surprised we didn't wake up to find her in the bed and halfway done freaking herself pregnant on you. Actually, that might be kind of hot to see. Can we have that happen? Chiria asks, and Franklin scrunches his eyes together before letting out chuckle. That's apparently one vote in your favor. Franklin remarks. Tough? Ichi asks. Cute, Nietzsche adds. Yes, the twins say as one. I don't see why not, Mirage remarks and Hutha blinks. So I didn't imagine it? You've got a cloak in here? She asks, and Franklin reaches out and throws his arm around Mirage's shoulder, forcing her back into visibility. There's an eep of surprise from the nudist, and she slips out of his grip. I'll let you be the judge of that, Franklin remarks with a grin. Could you stop doing that? Mirage asks him. If she's in, then she's going to see you naked sooner or later. Besides, if actually want me to stop, then say so, right now, Franklin says, and there's a pause. Well, I'll put some clothes on, Mirage says before leaning into him. Later, she says, using him to keep her breast covered and her tail to hide the rest. He really is in season, isn't he? Hutha remarks with a whistle. Nope, these humans don't have a season. It's always go time, Mirage says. He keeps flirting back and making games of it. I thought it was just a scent for a bit, but he does want it. I can feel how much he wants it now, but he's controlling it. Get a tret this horny and he's dragging you to bed. A human? He'll start teasing until you drag him to the bed. Really? Hutha asked with a very interested look on her face. I had thought it was just some kind of cologne he'd been dunking himself into. But if it's his actual pheromones and he actually wants it that much... Franklin, no, stop! She squeals in protest as she's suddenly very visible in all her nudity. She leans away and fades out of sight. If you want to see me like that, anytime you're not wearing clothes, I'm not teasing you for fun alone. Clothing can do double duty as armor. I'm looking out for you. Not to mention you've been dodging a lot of random swipes and even a few plasma shots now and again. Startling a bunch of pirates out of nowhere is never wise, Mabby adds. That too, Franklin remarks. Frankie, a tanned, four-armed bunny girl with stark white hair and a goth outfit, calls out. Franklin, A second four-armed bunny girl in a goth outfit calls out. Her skin is pale and her hair jet black to contrast her sister. Lovey! A woman in what seems to be a mantis-style Halloween costume, complete with extra arms, wings, and feelers, calls out as she flies above the other three. Hubby! A short green-skinned woman in overalls that have been tied at the waist to reveal a form-hugging black t-shirt follows them. The calls of the brides sound out as the rabbi's twins of Ichi, Nichi, followed by the Snickcheria, all rush up with one extra. The former Gobe's slave, Hutha, one of Hugh's older sisters. She's easily identified by her refusal to heal her first scar and instead hiding it with a wrap of bandages around her face. They cross over her nose and give her a very distinctive look in stark white with her dark gray hair and bright green skin. Girls, new girl, I don't think we've actually... Franklin lets it hang in the air for a moment, and the former slave looks taken aback before resolving herself. Because I decided today I want in. I don't know which of you is first, and I don't care. I want in. He broke the witches. He helped my brother. He put up an entire city. I want in, Hutha announces with her arms crossed. Do you have any idea what you're getting into? Mabby asks, even as Nietzsche steps closer to Franklin, but gets a squeal of protest from Mirage as she bumps into the invisible streaker. There's the fact that we tend to hang around at random. We're pirates turned conquerors all the way down. Think you can handle that for sisters? I handled this, didn't I? Hutha demands before shifting the bandages to show the brutal scar running across her face. I spent years in that cruddy mine and came out to a world where there are super studs from beyond the stars that made everything better. I'm getting in while the getting's good. There's also the fact that among my own kind I'm weird as hell, Franklin remarks. Hutha snorts in derision. Oh, what? You think you're going to scare me off? You're in great shape. You're a master axiom adept. You're exotic. You're tough. You're kind. You're wise. And you're generous. If that's what weird is, then I don't want to see normal for the rest of my damn life. I want in. I haven't been out in the galaxy long. Is this normally how it goes? Franklin asks Mabby, who shrugs. In some places, Mirage states in a very amused tone of voice. Like, say, a frontier world between pirates, military, and a freed slave? Franklin remarks. Putting it that way, we should be surprised we didn't wake up to find her in the bed and halfway done freaking herself pregnant on you. Actually, that might be kind of hot to see. Can we have that happen? Cheeria asks, and Franklin scrunches his eyes together before letting out chuckle. That's apparently one vote in your favor. Franklin remarks. Tough? Ichi asks. Cute, Nietzsche adds. Yes, the twins say as one. I don't see why not, Mirage remarks and Hutha blinks. So I didn't imagine it? You've got a cloak in here? She asks, and Franklin reaches out and throws his arm around Mirage's shoulder, forcing her back into visibility. There's an eep of surprise from the nudist, and she slips out of his grip. I'll let you be the judge of that, Franklin remarks with a grin. Could you stop doing that? Mirage asks him. If she's in, then she's going to see you naked sooner or later. Besides, if actually want me to stop, then say so, right now, Franklin says, and there's a pause. Well, I'll put some clothes on, Mirage says before leaning into him. Later, she says, using him to keep her breast covered and her tail to hide the rest. He really is in season, isn't he? Hutha remarks with a whistle. Nope, these humans don't have a season. It's always go time, Mirage says. He keeps flirting back and making games of it. I thought it was just a scent for a bit, but he does want it. I can feel how much he wants it now, but he's controlling it. Get a tret this horny and he's dragging you to bed. A human? He'll start teasing until you drag him to the bed. Really? Hutha asked with a very interested look on her face. I had thought it was just some kind of cologne he'd been dunking himself into. But if it's his actual pheromones and he actually wants it that much... Chapter 120, The Bounty Hunters. We finally got a live one. We got her good and drunk. First we're gonna rob her, and then we're gonna... The slamming of the door behind them, cuts of the men singing together with glee as they carry their newest capture right into the chainbreaker, without any resistance but a lot of cheers from the onlookers. One more bounty, this one worth only a piddling 500,000 credits, and they leave the ship in high spirits to find either a cocky-as-hell Tret or another human waiting for them. "I know you," Mr. T says, snapping his fingers. You're Harold? Hank? Horace?" "Hoagie," Hoagie says. "Isn't that a sandwich?" Mustard asks. "It's a nickname. I always went for a sandwich in training and tried to always make them as a sort of comfort food. They tried calling me Sandwich for a while. The drill instructors tried to make shit sandwich stick, but it didn't flow. So I'm Hoagie," he explains, and there's some snorts. "Fair enough. Did we cross a line or?" Pukey asks, and Hoagie shakes his head. "Actually, I'm here to show you something. You see, each dock area's got a honking huge warehouse used as a scrapyard. Throw you junk in there, and the station resells it at scrap value if we don't use it ourselves. It's a good way of getting rid of things you can't sell proper without dropping things in the space line to act like a relativistic landmine. Better manners to dump it in a place like this, you see," Hoagie explains. "Makes sense. You're implying there's something interesting? Intact, it's freaking terrifying, but you chop it up, and you've got a lot of decent parts. Just not for what they were intended for." Hoagie explains, reaching up and drawing air quotes around intended. "What is it?" Bike asks. "The worst shuttle ever. It's a piece of junk so poorly designed that even the most desperate will never use it out of atmosphere. Even then, they tend to fly these things close to the ground. Not bad for a shuttle rated for inter-system transportation, eh?" "Okay. The fact that it sounds like a train wreck to me is fascinating. But is there something more to it? It may be a piece of shit, but it's in very good shape. Brand new, really. No one dares to actually use these things. Which means the components, the engines, the flight computer, the stabilizers, the artificial gravity, atmospherics, radio, inertial dampeners, landing gear. The ship is completely intact. It's just not fit for purpose as a cross-system shuttle. It could easily be broken down for parts, say to soup up an air truck." Hoagie propositions, and Airfar steps forward. "What are these engines rated for?" "Inter-system, planet to planet. This thing can safely land on a world and theoretically take off again and go to another one." "But what makes it so terrible?" Airfar presses. "It's got nothing in the way of backups or wiggle room. If it's running at anything less than absolutely perfect peak performance, then the whole house of cards comes crashing down. There are no backups, no redundancies, and no room for failure. It can technically be used for purpose, but only if there's no such thing as random chance or unknown variables. So it's basically a massive game of chicken with both Murphy and the Reaper to fly it world to world." Airfarce notes in thought. "Yay, but the parts, if used on something smaller and with some proper backups? You want that Adertuck of yours to keep pace with starships? Because this thing's got the engines for it. Hell, just the sheer amount of metal in good condition alone is worth the price. Also, if you don't snatch it up, I will, and I'm going to convert it into a semi-mobile man cave," Hoagie mentions. "Okay, you've made the sales pitch. You gonna show us this thing?" Pukey asks, and Hoagie nods before leaning to the side and seeing Skyly. "Who's the kid?" "I'm Scaly," he says. "I can see that. What are you doing with these clowns?" Hoagie asks. "The ship used to be a slaver's vessel. They saved me. My actual name is Slithern, but they can't get the hisses right. Shape of the tongue. So I'm Scaly." The kid explains, and Hoagie nods. "Cool, I'm Commander Daniel Eastman." Or Hoagie says, holding his hand out to Scaly, who takes it. The kid gets a firm handshake and a grin. "Is that just the emergency promotion, or did you finish the training?" Pukey asks. "The training. The EFL does a fair amount of talking among ourselves, so we try to push one another to finish either the initial training or the catch-up courses. Especially now that we're technically the first human extrasolar nation, we need to set a good example." Hoagie answers, and Pukey nods. "Good man. So let's see this thing," Pukey says, and Hoagie nods before gesturing for them to follow. He leads them through the docking area until they come to a large double door with the marking reading Drops in Galactic Trade. "Drops?" Scaly asks, and Hoagie shrugs. "Holy shit," Pukey remarks as he sees the heaping mounds of different junked ship parts, Broken weapons, random chunks of metal, and busted furniture. There are dozens of them, each one several stories tall, and all of it shockingly new-looking. Yeah, you guys should be thankful. We make a point of clearing out the organic waste piles every half-day. Half the time it's burnt to ash, the other half it's shot for a round trip around the nearest star in a flying glass bulb and comes back fully rotted by the solar bombardment. Isn't that what you do with the sewage? Pukey asks, and Hoagie nods. Yep, he answers before jerking his head. This way. He leads them around the nearby weapon and scrap metal piles, and then beyond a furniture heap to see. That doesn't look so bad, Airfar says as he sees the ship. It's vaguely shaped like a W on top of a square, with clear hinges in the wings to allow it all to spread out and help with its profile. The individual components are fine as I said. That includes the hull and wings. It's just so badly put together that it barely works as intended, Hoagie remarks as he opens the door. Hey, this marking, it's in Meccan. Scaly notes as he sees a gear-like symbol on the wing. Good eye, kid. This thing was made in the Meccan Reach, mostly due to loopholes. How's that work? Scaly asks. I'll explain in a bit. Come on in. Hoagie invites them and they pile in after him. The chamber's small and there's a lot of little cupboards and closet with a large plush chair in front of a control panel. Now toss the place over with what you know about the tech and tell me what's missing, because this thing is completely up to specs, as terrifying as that is. Are we really? Pukey begins. The hell? Airfarce demands, and everyone turns to see him with one of the rear-most panels open and his head stuck inside. He leans out with a puzzled look that has Hoagie scrambling for his communicator to snap a picture. It passes before he can get one. There's only one power siphon and no backups. No gas, no energy crystals. No solid fuel bricks. No wiring to suggest things like solar panels. No micro-generators. No nothing. Ding, ding, ding. Major problem with the ship, number one. It only has a single power source, no backups, no replacements. Nothing for emergencies and no tools to fix it if it goes belly up, Hoagie explains. That's the theme here. The ship works, but there's no margin for failure. Thankfully, the parts are Meccan standard, so high quality for scrapping or upgrading. Just one engine, too. Kind of big for a ship this size, but just one. I'm not seeing maneuvering thrusters here, Scaly remarks as he looks in the closet at the back. Check the ceiling panels. This ship uses personal gravity manipulation to steer. There's another scare there. Hoagie prompts them, jerking his thumb upwards a few times to emphasize what he's saying. Beyond the power being a single accident, away from gone, and the engines following its big brother's example? J3 asks as he reaches up to unlatch a panel and pulls it out. He then blinks rapidly as he tries to process what he's seeing. Those are a lot of exposed wires. And if a single one is crossed, clipped, or shaken out of its connector, the steering takes a massive hit. Screw me, the sniper breathes out with a somewhat scared expression. You're not pretty enough, Hoagie jokes, and there are some snorts, then he points to their feet. Floor panels got life support on the left half and shielding on the right. The floors are pried up with ease, and there are a series of muffled curses and impressed whistles. Okay, this shielding system is about as powerful as what I've got on our van, which granted is a little souped up for atmospheric flight alone. The hell is this thing doing on a spaceship? Dong demands in disgust. Technically rated for micrometeors and re-entry, which is all it technically needs. There's nothing technical about this one, though. There's no backup here. No oxygen tanks, no atmosphere candles, not even a two scrubbers, or even a freaking gas mask if shit goes sideways. Just an algae scrubber system to take what you've breathed out and make it clean. If even a micro hole opens in the hull, the ship is hosed, Tang says. Okay, close up those nightmares, gents, Puke orders, and the floor panels are shut. He steps forward and crosses his arms to give Hoagie a half-pissed, half-baffled look. The hell is going on with this thing? I thought the Meccan Reach was famous for its solid work. The components are solid. Each individual part is pristine and perfectly suited for purpose. Hoagie! All right. This is due to legislation. In the Meccan Reach, ships are categorized by size with its largest dimension, putting it in its legal category. Build long, tall, wide, or whatever. and the biggest one is counted for legal requirements on the ship. One of these requirements is a number of escape pods and shuttles. Otherwise, it can't legally be sold, and you can be fined for flying an unsafe vessel in mechan space. You following? So far. Right, well, this makes sense by itself. Bigger ships have a hell of a time landing on worlds and docking with stations, so the shuttles are practical. This mess is what happens when sensible legislation runs into an exception. Cargo haulers typically have huge hitch systems to latch on to their cargo, regardless of size or make. The hitches are counted as part of the structure, and they tend to kick a hauler up 2 or even 3 size categories. So this whole ship was designed to be the cheapest way possible to chase off paper pushers looking for a bribe, Airfarce realizes. Exactly. And those paper pushers can't chase outside the mechan reach, meaning a lot of stations and scrapyards get these suckers dumped on us pretty regularly, as the reach makes some of the best cargo haulers in the galaxy. So this is the mint on a hotel room pillow. I gotcha. Makes a lot more sense now, Pukey remarks. So it's got some decent parts and it's going for scrap metal price? 2,000 credits. Total, yes, you're being fleeced, but it's pennies for you guys, and the parts are in honest-to-God good shape, Hoagie remarks with a grin, and Pookie thinks, you know, it's a pretty good deal. Airfarce begins, and Pookie waves him off. Is there a second-hand tool pile nearby? I'll buy, but only if you let me store some things in here. By all means. The ship gets weighed then sold with these things averaging at around 2,000. Tip the scale and it's on you. You're admitting to us getting fleeced? Scaly asked with a baffled expression. Pirate station, kiddo. If you're looking for fair prices, start by stealing something. Hoagie remarks, and Airfarce gives him a massive grin. Not from the station, though. Remember the rules. Pay your dues is number 2. Nuts, the hat says, slipping his brass knuckles back into his pocket. Paying with someone else's wallet, though, is perfectly acceptable, isn't it? Scaly asks, and Hoagie nods. Then today's salvage is on a woo. Ah-wee, however the hell you pronounce this. You sneaky little shit, Hoagie says, taking the wallet and glancing inside. He lets out a piercing whistle when he spots the few coins before handing it back. Well, you ruined someone's day. Guess the kid's about to own this death trap. There are some chuckles as Scaly smugly pockets the stolen wallet. Chapter 121, Love and Longing. Oh, no, no, no. Out, out, out. You brought the kill, you don't cook it. Out, out, out. The chef protests, and Vernon is forced from the cooking tent to Miro Noir's amusement. He takes a moment to adjust his vest and walks up to her. Did you even get a chance to request that some be set aside for you to spice yourself? She asks. Not at all. I got 2 steps in and then chased out. Vernon remarked, though things did look like they were proceeding apace, everything should be ready soon. Excellent. Most of the community probably skipped lunch like we did. A Leviathan is a rare treat. She notes calmly as she takes him by the arm. Most girls are going to be plenty hungry, so a touch more irrational. Still, with me holding you fast, there won't be any silliness. Let's hope an impromptu tournament doesn't kick off. There are far too many romantic stories that involve some third party beating up some poor Apuk and stealing the husband until she trains up and wins him back. Don't think I can win you back? Miro Noir teases, and he gives her a somewhat offended look, as if the idea of him doubting her was somehow more offensive to him than to her. It took some effort to bite down on the amusement that mental image conjured. I don't like the idea that some crazy floozy would try to beat you up over me. I know you're a warrior, but that doesn't mean I like the idea of you being hurt, Vernon says, and she titters at the idea. Such a goof, she chides him with a giggle. She'd managed to get out of the pants and had traded for a stitched-together patchwork dress. Apparently village or town festivals were expected to dress down somewhat and stay in that level. Only her crown was any hint she was a battle princess. He himself was in a vest and pants of the same type with a t-shirt underneath. The vest was quite scratchy. Get out of my cooking tent, you little monsters! The chef screams out, and both of them turn in time to see a trinity of Apuk girls racing out of the tent with squeals of laughter as they carry well-charred bits of meat. The chef stands there with her hands on her hips before smiling, even as Miro Noir dissolves into giggles. Why do I get the feeling that she wasn't quite so upset? Vernon asked curiously. The scrapings. The last bits that curl off the bones as they're being burnt for soup broth. They're scraped off and put in a bowl. They're for the children, but they can't always wait. Everyone does it at least once when they're small. Run the kitchen, grab a handful of scrapings, and race out before the head chef can catch you. Ah, little traditions like that. Like getting a glass of wine around holidays or turkey on Thanksgiving and Christmas. Speaking of, I'm not sure I fully understand this turkey meat you have mentioned before. The idea of some kind of natural poison in the beast even after being cooked, which puts you to sleep, is bizarre. Tryptophan, it's completely harmless. You'd have to devour obscene and impractical amounts all in one sitting to actually hurt yourself. But it's used in several powerful anesthetics. In concentrated forms, yes, but the amount in a whole turkey is maybe a quarter dose at most. I suppose. Still, what kind of creature is a turkey? You said it's some kind of bird, but is it predatory? Prey? Does it move in flocks or... You, an upset voice declares. It is them. A pair of familiar faces rush in and skid to a stop before them. It's Lorivrin and Terifuz. You two need to knock it off. You're making us look bad. Worse actually for the girl you took out first. Terifuz chides him and he scoffs. I'm sorry, we'll try to have our time together interrupted by some other kind of stupid hostile creature. Perhaps a star monster or maybe a small army? Miro Noir asks and Vernon chuckles. You do that, though you might want to keep your sorcerer under wraps a bit more. If you weren't a battle princess, he'd already have been dragged off to a dozen different beds, Lorivrin says with a chuckle. And would yours be one of them? Miro Noir asks, stepping between Vernon and the two other Apuk. Princess, there's not a single unmarried Apuk that wouldn't jump on the chance. You made it clear you'd only take other battle princesses into consideration, and that's fair. But you should know that about half the planet is going to be involved in the next tournament, if not a considerable percentage of our species. Lorivrin answers, and Miro Noir gives them both a bit of a glare, and they lean back somewhat. Miro Noir leans back with a smug grin. So long as you two keep your hands to yourself, I have no issue with either of you. You both nearly earned the rank of princess after all, and I encourage you both to keep training, and hope you don't run up against the likes of my husband again. He's a bit much to take in a fight. Yes, well, no doubt he's the only human of his capacity. You got the diamond of the race. Lucky. Why is your smile nearly splitting your face? Or Terifuz asks. I'm one of the better ones, but there are 100 dedicated Axiom researchers of which I am only one of many. If you're looking for more technical and tricky abilities, yes, I'm an excellent candidate. But Franklin in the EFL has the raw power to flatten me in seconds. We've got a Mahdi who could have me chasing my own shadows for hours. Lore's an expert at making wildly varying axiom totems. The list keeps going, and what you saw in the tournament. That was something that was the result of all of us putting our heads together. I was just the guy showing it all off. Vernon, while smug rarely looks good, you're allowed to be proud of your accomplishments. You're the only sorcerer among your race after all. Miro Noir chides him. Maybe, but that won't last. Even now, volunteers are being screened to bring in more. Really? Terifuz asks excitedly. Really, they, and I for that matter, are getting some extra training to go through with my hidden village idea, Vernon remarks before smirking. After the honeymoon, though, I'm still on break. Hidden? Lorivrin begins as Miro Noir puts a finger to her lips. I think we've said too much already. Needless to say, even though it's going to be quite the high barrier of entry to be with my husband, there are other human sorcerers soon on Serbo, Miro Noir says before reaching out and grabbing both women around the mouths. Keep quiet about it, all right? It's not a secret, but I'd personally like it to be a nice surprise. And you had to ruin it for us, how could you? Terifuz teases. You could choose to forget it then. Besides, it's not like being ready for something ahead of time helps you prepare to take advantage of a situation and... Oh, wait, Vernon says, and both Terifuz and Lorivrin give each other excited looks. When Lorivrin begins and gets a disappointed look from Vernon. Right. Shh. Have fun at the festival. Come on, Terry. We need to start planning. The two of them rush out already deep in conspiracy as Miro Noir crosses her arms with a smug look on her face. Two down, she mutters to herself. What was that? Vernon asks, having already deduced that she wants the other finalists in the tournament focused elsewhere. Why? He doesn't know. Maybe she thinks she'll have to chase them off in a few months after the next tournament. Maybe she just really likes tying up loose ends. Either way, it's harmless. So how much longer do you think they'll be cooking the beast for? I'm ravenous, and I doubt I'm the only one, Vernon asks, and there's a slight rumbling sound from Miro Noir. Case in point, not too much longer. If the children are grabbing the scrapings, then it's nearly finished. On the extreme outside, then it's another hour, at most. Miro Noir answers and Vernon nods in appreciation. Makes sense to me, so we should probably find... He trails off as a large, flaming hoop comes spinning by, 2 children on the top running backwards and another 2 in the bottom, as a small crowd pushing it along travels behind. That's a level of playing with fire I've never seen before. It's just mundane flame. By the time a little girl's 3, she's got nothing to fear from so cool a war fire, let alone a natural one, Miro Noir assures him. The look on your face is so baffled, it's adorable. Sorry, it's just... Wow, Vernon remarks. Culture clash, I've seen it quite a bit. You haven't been with us long. I've seen Canadors play martial games shooting at one another with fully charged plasma bolts. Pavors play fights so hard that the environment around them is shredded in minutes at most. I've seen Gobe kart races. Those little maniacs put rocket engines on cobbled-together scrap with wheels and somehow don't kill themselves. Surely humans have fun little competitions as well. We do it it doesn't seem as dangerous to us. Camping out at night in the woods, contests as to who can eat the spiciest things. Mexicans and Indians keep winning those. Baseball with sticks and rocks. Play fighting with sticks and rocks. Actually, now that I think about it, that probably sounds dangerous to you with how much poison a human can process, Vernon realizes. Just as how that romping role those girls were playing looked dangerous to you, I can imagine you getting into a competition on who can eat the spiciest, though. What happens? It's simple enough. Take a big bowl of baseline food like a chili or something. Take a pitcher of milk and pour it into 2 glasses. The competitors each take a bite of the food after some spice is added, then slowly add more and more spice to the food until one side or the other gives up by drinking the milk and nullifying the spices. Sometimes you skip the basic food and see who can eat the most of something naturally spicy like hot peppers, Vernon explains. As dangerous to an apuk as running in or on a flaming barrel is to a human. It's one of the first things I learned out in the galaxy. Everyone's got some kind of advantage that took their race right to the top. Intelligence is one of them. But back when we were all animals, there was something that let them live long enough to grow wise. Miro Noir muses as she remembers going from world to world without much direction. So much time spent trying to become a battle princess, but not much of a plan for afterwards. Ah, such as incredible beauty, Vernon remarks as he gently holds Miro Noir and gives her a kiss. Oh, you, she says before kissing him back, and they hold each other tightly for a few moments. Only to be interrupted by a ringing bell. Is that what I think it is? Vernon asks. If you're thinking dinner, then it is indeed. Let's find our seats. We're to be at the front along with the master chefs for bringing in the kill. Miro Noir explains and begins leading Vernon towards the cooking tents. Best not leave the people waiting. There may be a riot on our hands if we do. Vernon jokes and Miro Noir giggles somewhat. There you 2 are. Come, come, come. It's time to begin, the chef exclaims as they rush past the cooking tent and toward the rows of tables. Your seats are here. Now, I understand this is the first time for your human husband? First time for any human at all. This kind of creature has never... No, I suppose whales are somewhat similar. Granted, those gentle giants are best just left alone. I've never eaten anything like this. Yes, you have, Miro Noir corrects him. I have? You remember the crunchy bits in the salad you ate during the tournament? Yes, I said it was like bacon. Those were scrapings, all from animals like this. Ooh, a pork feast. Wait, roasted boar, folksy outfits, princesses, sorcerers. I'm in a twisted fantasy novel. You just noticed? Miro Noir asks with a very amused tone. I was a little busy just being with you, my dear. How is that anything but a fantasy come to life? She sighs in appreciation. All right, enough you two. No need to make me jealous. You two made the kill, so you two get the first serving, the head chef says, and then sets down a pair of platters down. Now, as this is your first time to one of these Sir Sorcerer, I'll be quickly explaining what's what. Please and thank you, Vernon says. We start with this bowl here on the edge. This is the burnt marrow broth, and it has a hefty portion of Leviathan tendon. It's very tough normally, but the broth loosens it up and it falls apart from a corded rope into multiple noodles. Save it long enough, and you can easily slurp it down. It's very smooth and tasty, and the two flavors complement each other immensely. She then points to a series of sliced pieces of round meat. This is a typical shank slow roasted over the last 3 hours and melt in your mouth. These biscuits? Vernon asked, gesturing to the small-looking circles. Palate cleansers. They're warm and buttery and the taste fades quickly. Now next up are these thin slices. These are from the more rubbery tentacles and usually have a hard time tearing through with your teeth, but have been tenderized and sliced thin after being slow roasted. Oh, come on, we're hungry, a young voice echoes out from further down and Vernon chuckles. I can figure things out. Best make sure they don't start a riot. He bids her and the chef huffs, but there's a clear smile. Fine, I'll leave it to your wife to explain the rest. Chapter 122, RAK and Roll, Shadows of Centris. Reggie just sits as he contemplates what had happened. It had been good. It had been really, really good. He was sore, he was still tired, and he wondered. It was good. It was very, very good, but the click of a device causes him to turn. One of Shireen's bodies has been extended into the room and had taken a picture of him. Sorry, it's just, you've got a system-class look of awe on you. That's an ego booster, she says as another of her bodies slithers out of the next room and gives him a hug. Still need to get used to the idea that you're lovable. I get it. It's not that it's, I don't know what to call it, Reggie says, and the camera holding Shireen hugs him as well, even as all the rest snake in to hold him. Say what you will about how alien Elitis is. They're good at cuddling, probably due to the fact that they quickly organize themselves and work together. Oh, is another round starting, or are we just basking in each other, Misty asks, and Reggie glances over to see the woman sauntering in wearing only lingerie. Hubby needs cuddles, he's still conflicted, Shireen says, and two of her main bodies move away to give Misty room to hug him as well. Conflicted you may be, Reginald, we are not. You want us with you? We're with you, Misty remarks before giggling. But you don't even know me. We've got time. You're young again. I can become young whenever I want, and Shireen's plenty young. I want you. She wants you. You showed us how much you wanted us last night. That's all the big things taken care of. The details can be taken one at a time. You make it sound more like an engineering problem than a relationship. Aren't those supposed to be stickier and more challenging? Reggie asks. You consider starship and weapon maintenance easier than relationships? That's adorable, Shireen gushes. There's a bit of a thump, and Reggie turns to look. Sorry, my tail thrashes around when I get excited sometimes. There's a lot of reasons Lidis keep their main bodies well away from everyone else. Did you break anything? Misty asks, and one of the Shireen bodies zips back into the next room where the main body is. Knocked over a lamp. It's not broken, though, not even scuffed. The body holding Reggie from his left reports. That's all right, then. Now, who's doing what today? Misty asks. I've got to go into the office. We're trying to upgrade the graphics engine from last generation, but there are a few issues that refuse to go away. I've been hammering at them for a week straight without much progress, Shireen admits. Oh dear, and I have to get to the boutique, otherwise I may start to take a hit to the reputation for reliability. Well, okay, Reggie begins. Well, I could take Reggie with me. No doubt the office would love to have him around, Shireen remarks. We may have to. The boutique is expecting quite the influx today, and there's little room for distraction, Misty says. Actually, I didn't think of that. A man in perpetual season in the office? Nothing would get done. Shireen realizes as her mind goes through the entire office being held up with her trying to keep everyone off her man and the rest trying to pile on. She may be 6-1, but she'd still easily be outnumbered in a hurry. Ladies, Reggie says a bit more loudly than he'd have liked. I also have work today. In 2 hours, I report in for an engineering shift. I'll be in the portside factory bay performing maintenance, and if I run out of things to fix, clean, or examine, I'm to give the electrical systems in that area a once-over in a search for damaged wiring or loose connectors. My day is very full. So you start at 10 and are back at 2. That's perfect. I'll swing around to pick you up right after. 6, Reggie remarks. Pardon? Shireen asks. My shift is 8 hours long, not 4. Reggie remarks, and both women give each other an odd look. But there's only one of you. How do you switch out when you get tired? Shireen asks from several mouths at once. I don't. Not unless there's a lot of breakdowns and a huge mess waiting for me. It's mostly monotonous and dull. The first hour is just listening to the workers there. Tell me how the machines were operating in the last week. If nothing major comes up, I go from area to area, looking at all the readouts and gauges and then do a quick visual inspection. Nothing shows up and I have them run some things off the production line and observe it every step of the way. Nothing happens and I go through some basic cleaning cycles. Then by that point, I should have 3 hours left to just look around for anything possibly wrong in the surrounding ship systems. And if something does happen, Misty asks, and Reggie can't help but smile. It's nice, really nice that they're this worried for him. That depends entirely on what happened, but generally we shut off the power, clean the area around the damaged part, and then replace the damaged component. That's if it's damage. If it's just misalignments or something like that, we just deal with it. Generally, a quick tune-up and cleaning is enough to solve most problems. Reggie explains as he starts to grow a little crowded in with the hug. It's been going on for minutes at this point, and though it feels and smells good, it's still very, very warm. It only takes a little squirming for the 2 to 7 women to let go. Whichever Shireen counts for, she was clearly taking her lead from Misty, who's a very attentive woman. I'll get breakfast started. I'm ravenous, and I'm sure you both are as well, Shireen says as her main body stalks into the room, and she has it carefully maneuver around them to make her way into the kitchen. I need to dress myself and give my carapace a good scrub. Play nice while I'm dressing. Misty bids them as she saunters back to whence she came. There's a flurry of sounds from the kitchen and Reggie stands up and walks into the kitchen. He contemplates saying something, but Shireen has proven jumpy at times, and he's right behind the large main body with its enormous fin tail. Seeing as how being swatted like a literal fly isn't on his list of things to do today, he carefully walks around and stands out of the way, but in sight of her leftmost bodies, she doesn't notice him. He coughs slightly and there's an eep and a thump as the 6-headed woman reveals just how badly she gets tunnel vision, and that Reggie was wise not to be behind her as the tail hits the wall. I'd have figured you'd have seen or heard or hell even smelt me with all the sensory organs you've got. Reggie notes, and most of Shireen buries her embarrassment by working faster to make the meal, and the one closest to Reggie crosses her arms in an angry huff. She's still 5/6 embarrassed, but 1/6 angry is still a problem. Sorry, I just wanted to ask a question, he says, and she clearly, obviously tries to stay angry, but it falls apart quickly and she nods. What is it? Is something wrong? I was just curious about the reaction to my workday. 8 hours isn't very long. I've pulled overtime at 12 hours before, and even went for a red-eye burn of 16 a few times, helping put the Dauntless together. Why is it, Reggie begins explaining, and all movement just stops as all of Shireen turns to stare at him. The leftmost body he's nearest to is staring with her jaw hanging loose. He reaches out and gently pushes it up with a finger. A 16-hour workday, she demands in shock. The red-eye shift is a beast. As bad as that, though, is the doctors can, and regularly do, run double red-eyes, 32-hour shifts. It gets better after the huge hack that compromised the Dauntless. The computer technicians and intelligence division ran quadruple red-eyes, 74-hour shifts on and off for 2 weeks before finally relaxing. How? Shireen demands in shock. Power naps at your workstation. Sleep in your uniform and snack while you go to keep moving. If there's a job to do, you do it even if it feels like it's going to kill you. Otherwise, it actually might. That's the reality of working on an experimental prototype spaceship, Reggie explains before leaning over to look over at the stove. Is that supposed to be smoking? Oh shit, Six Shireen states, and thankfully they don't tie themselves into a knot trying to save the meal from burning. Something smells a little overdone. Is something the matter, Shireen dear? Misty asks, walking in wearing a simple but well-stated white gown with purple accents. I distracted her at a bad moment, apparently. The fault is mine, Reggie says. Oh? And what was so shocking, Misty asks. He's being run like a slave on that awful ship. Shireen huffs. I am not. I get paid a lot of money for every aspect of my job, from repair to patrol, from combat to guard duty, and much more. Sure, there are some shit shifts, but that's life, Reggie protests. 74 hours on unending labor is horrible, Shireen protests. Those are emergencies only, as in, we're not sure we're going to live through this if we don't buckle down and work our asses off to stay alive. Reggie counters, and Misty looks from him to her and grins. So you're an endurance predator, are you? Misty asks, and Reggie nods. Yay, oldest form of hunting humans have. Spook something into running and track it down over the next few hours. Just keep scaring it, and eventually it can't even lift its head as you cut its neck. Works best if you can run it in a circle, so you don't have far to carry the body back. Which means as a race, you're incredibly dedicated to wearing down your opponents. BMOs tend to be hardworking and long at the post, but that generally means a 6-hour shift, not an 8-hour one with possible extensions. Misty considers. Though that does explain last night, you kept going after the first few attempts and learned as you went on and on. So how long is an average work shift the galaxy over? Reggie asks. 4 standard hours for 3 days, then 3 off, Misty remarks. How do you get anything done? Reggie demands in shock. By working really, really hard for those 4 hours. You are trying to wear your problems down. We are trying to slam into them and destroy them as swiftly as possible. You jog to the goal? We sprint, Misty replies, and Reggie goes to answer before pausing and thinking. Yeah, I suppose that would work. Go super hard for 4 hours and you can easily get 2 or 3 times the workload in. Reggie considers. Oh, so you're not working as hard for those silly lengths of time. That makes a lot more sense, Shireen remarks, and Reggie considers. There's no real way of knowing if the aliens are actually working harder at all. After all, with pursuit predation, it may take you longer to get to where the prey went, but the prey is already half dead by the time you catch it, and you're still strong enough to carry it home. It's done, but you're only at the halfway mark. Maybe, he begins then trails off. Maybe we should visit each other's work to make sure. Put your fears to rest and such, and we can make a proper judgment. Chapter 123, Chage, Herbert's 100 Harem. So you'll be busy most of the day? Barisi asks him, and Herbert has to nod. I'm afraid so. There's some suspected foul play in an upcoming negotiation, and some low-profile bodyguards are needed. I'll be on the 3-person team, all of us disguised and all of us armed. Herbert explains as the rest of his wives listen in. I'm sorry, but the job is very important. What would happen if you were to take the day off instead? They might be a soldier down at a crucial moment. That can cost lives, Herbert remarks. What's your disguise going to be? Thara asks, and Herbert grins. Why don't I show all of you? Under it, I'll have armor and weapons hidden, but mostly it's there to convince people I'm not worth shooting out. He assures them, and there's a round of cheerful agreement. All right, wait here. I'll be back in a couple minutes. The outfit isn't hard, it's a uniform too big for him, and fastidiously buckled and zipped up. Boots that fit but are designed to look too big. Hat that hides almost everything about his head due to being too big. The coat buckled at the waist to make him look even more childish. The rolled-up sleeves and the touch of Kutha to shift his looks. Private Stream reporting for duty, he announces to his wives with a salute, and there's a stunned silence. Then a massive tide of chitinous supermodels and claw-faced Amazonian huntresses descends upon him with cries of sheer delight. A blast of smoke engulfs his positions, and they grab nothing. Now, I need the uniform in one piece. Not torn off me in excitement, he says in his normal, deeper tone of voice from the opposite side of the room. But you're so cute. That's the point. Cute inspires ideas of protection and parental instincts, meaning it's not where you expect deadly opposition to come from. We have got to get you some outfits to wear. This is too precious. You're like our age, but you look barely half that. That's the idea. The boots are disguised to make it look like I'm wearing lifts and trying to be more mature than I am. Herbert begins before pitching his voice up in the earnest tones of Private Stream. Because I am Private Stream and I'm here to prove myself. Age is just a number I can be responsible to. The deliberate flub of his pronunciation gets a series of coos and laughter to erupt from the crowd. Okay, there's no way you're in this alone. Who's the rest of the team? Now, while I can tell you some things, I can't tell you everything. But I am allowed to say that my posting is not a solo run. Don't worry, I've got amazingly competent backup. Hell, most of my job is just not screwing up how well they do. Herbert lies, he knows his job. It's being a soldier with a touch of his recently learned acting chops, which tied in nicely with his stealth and recon training. You're not sure you can do it? I'm not sure Private Stream can do it. He's a nervous but earnest kid who's in way over his head. Pushed fast and hard and learned all the rules, but the first casualty of battle is always the plan, so he might get a bit overwhelmed. Herbert remarks with a grin. No, smaller smile, like you're trying to be serious but can't help it. It's more adorable. Someone prompts and he forces his face into a failing, serious mode, and the whole crowd cheers. So, have I got it down? Or have I got it down? I'll take option 3. You got it down, Barisi remarks and Herbert chuckles. All right, but if you girls think this has potential, then draw up a list of outfits. So long as we don't get too silly, I'm willing to play. He offers and there's a flurry of talking. Anyways, my dears, I do have to go. His piece said, and with a blown kiss to the crowd, Herbert turns around and walks out. He's got to get moving, and thankfully there's a ride already waiting for him. Billy, there you are. Did you get lost, Billy? What happened? General Kronos greets him as he arrives at the public spire. Private Stream simply sighs before snapping to attention. His eyes dart very quickly to the 2 targets of today's operation, an employee of one of the Umbral organization's false fronts and a financier. Private William Stream reporting for duty, sir, he announces with a salute that drips earnestness. Good. Now, Billy, I need your help with something. Sir? Private Stream asks. Where's the other one? That new recruit girl with the great gams? Isn't she some kind of alien? General Kronos asks, unaware that Staff Sergeant Yoko is just behind him and very unamused by the comedy routine. She is, sir. However, thanks to language drift, she has a very human-sounding name of Ina Yoko. She's a native to planet Morish and moved to Centris some 2 years past. When the call went out for local talent, she answered and was one of the few which passed a background check to our satisfaction. Private Stream reports. Good work, Billy. Now, Billy, do you have that newfangled thing they swear they put my calendar in? General Kronos asks. No, sir. Staff Sergeant Yoko has it, sir. Private Stream says, and General Kronos pauses. Staff Sergeant? Wait. You're just a private, right, Billy? Yes, sir. But you've been with us longer. Yes, sir. You've got more training. I do, sir. You're more trusted than her. I'd like to think so, sir. So why does she outrank you? You should outrank her. General Kronos finishes and Private Stream sighs. I'm at the age of majority, sir. Private Stream is not. Staff Sergeant Yoko says from behind the feeble-seeming old man, who starts and shuffles forward with a strained yelp of surprise. Thank you, Sergeant Yoko, Private Stream says as General Kronos regains his composure. Why would you do such a thing? You should know better than to scare an old man like that. I ought to bust you down to specialist. Then maybe Stream would be able to teach you some manners. Sir, specialist still outranks private, sir. Oh, right, it does. There's no lower rank than private, is there? Not on the command structure, sir, Sergeant Yoko states. Oh. General Kronos seems to with before drawing himself up. Anyways, we're here today to test the mettle of some of the crazies. These aliens are all kinds of odd. Some of them have rocks in their hair. Rocks? Sir, I am one of these aliens, Sergeant Yoko mutters. Oh. Maybe we should sit down and compare notes. I seem to have forgotten something, General Kronos says before beginning a hurried hobble towards a nearby establishment with numerous chairs and tables just outside it. It's already somewhat full with a few businesswomen speaking to each other. The spot where the general leads them is just to the left of a pair of particular businesswomen. They only spare the odd trinity a few glances before getting back to their debate and informal business deal. While many meetings are held over communicator or in boardrooms, there's a culture of meeting in public. As they talk, General Kronos makes some odd shorthands to his schedule, and if either woman could read Latin or bothered to pay attention to the old man, they'd notice he was paying attention to them. Look, Brienne. Can I call you Brienne? One of the businesswomen asks. She's a BMH with a long, fuzzy tail and somewhat prominent teeth. The ratio is standard at 100th, and the number is 2. The Lyric are apparently one of the oldest races in the galaxy, as Sergeant Yoko is in the process of both learning and cataloging. You've been calling me Brienne for the last half hour. Thank you, Brienne. You see, the thing is, you don't know how to negotiate. Look, I get it, ha. Executive Solutions has a solution for everything. It's in your branding. But you've not given me or my company any real reason to issue you replacements for the equipment you lost. Ballern Financing may be open about who we work with, but once the sheen is worn off, you go from being like the boy on that table there to the old man. Or in other words, your company is old news. Old news? Do you have any idea who Executive Solutions works for? Do you have any idea just how dangerous the backers behind it are? Brienne demands. Do you really think you can afford to make an enemy of us, Genevad? It's a private military contractor. I assume the reach is as long as laser fire. But it's not lasers I'm concerned about. It's rocket launchers. A rocket launcher. Your idiot organization somehow managed to lose an endless barrage and have it turned against you. How much do you... Brienne begins to ask, and Jen just glares at her. Enough. I know that your pathetic little cat's paw for whoever your real master is tried to go against a target so soft they were doing laundry. They left with massive casualties, a huge amount of property damage, and your most expensive and powerful piece of hardware? Missing, Jen remarks. You and your company have lost your edge. The teeth are missing, and from what I've heard, they've even been used against you. If you want any more investment from Ballern Financing, then you've got to convince us that you're more profitable than ejecting our coin into the nearest star. That's unfair, Brienne protests. That's business, Brienne. It's just business, Jen remarks, standing up from the table. You and your girls are old news, and frankly, I'm glad of it. Business may be business, but the form you supply has a tendency to make enemies. Sit down before you hurt yourself, Brienne orders. No. Our business is concluded, both here and between our companies. A military organization that either loses to untrained civilians or can't tell when they're hitting a military target is a bad investment, as is a negotiator that resorts to veiled threats when things don't go her way. Jen sniffs, and there's the distinct crackling sound and ozone smell of a laser firing. It's not loud, but it stands out like a flare. Billy! Billy, we're under attack! Get me my bazooka, Billy! It's killing time! General Kronos howls out, and Private Stream moves to calm him. Sir, it's all right, we're not under attack. Private Stream protests. Don't you sir me. I know when we're under attack. That might not have been a gunshot, but that was an attack, General Kronos remarks. Sir, He's right, that was a laser crackle. It makes the snapping and popping noise when it flash boils tiny bits of humidity in the air, Sergeant Yoko says as she pulls out a firearm. At this, Private Stream withdraws a rifle from within his coat and starts looking around. Both of you get down. If someone's shooting off lasers, this could be dangerous, he says quickly, rushing up to Brienne and Jen and tugging at them both to crouch low, slipping tiny devices on both women as he does so. This is absurd. Who are you people? Brienne demands. How ignorant are you? They're clearly off the Dauntless. Although one's clearly a Tret rather than that new race. What are you doing here? Jen asks suspiciously, and Sergeant Yoko sighs. I'm on babysitting duty as what? The youngest member of the crew and the oldest. One's just left diapers, and the other's just gotten back into them, Sergeant Yoko says with pure acid dripping from her tone. Hey, I'm not that young, Private Stream protests. And if I were to give you a big wet kiss? Sergeant Yoko asks, puckering out her lips. Oh! Private Stream recoils in horror. You're that young kiddo, Brienne remarks as she holds down a single button on the outside of her custom communicator through her pocket. Then in response, an armed airship comes up from the next level down on the spire. Billy, General Kronos exclaims in shock, and Private Stream blurs into action. Now all of you are going to be coming with me, or? Brienne's ultimatum is cut short when a powerful explosion buckles the left engine and the airship quickly begins losing altitude, crashing onto the level they were all on. Reload, General Kronos orders, passing the spent rocket launcher to Private Stream, who dutifully slips another piece of ammunition into position. The ancient war general then takes aim again. The old 1-2 punch! His second shot shatters the other half of the engine system, and he passes down the launcher for another reload. Billy, secure the prisoners. We don't know which did it, but we're going to ask them both a few things. Sir, yes, sir, Private Stream barks out as he hands back the once more refilled rocket launcher and turns his weapon to both Jen and Brienne. Both of you get down on your knees with your hands on your heads. Stream duck, Sergeant Yoko shouts, and the boy soldier hits the ground and narrowly dodges a laser beam. There's a series of bangs as the sergeant returns fire, and then a scream as the sniper's hit by one of the bullets. Where's our backup? General Kronos demands. ETA, 15 seconds. Sergeant Yoko states and receives a nod even as Private Stream rises again with his rifle trained on both women. Visual on the evac. I know that shoddy polish work anywhere, General Kronos exclaims. Billy, you didn't finish your work. Sir, there are hundreds of vehicles that need cleaning at any one time. I can't do all that in a single afternoon. I don't care for excuses. I care for results. General Kronos barks out so hard that false teeth fly out of his mouth. Oh no, my teeth are gone, and I didn't even get to punch someone. Jen and Brienne look at each other in confusion before nodding. The table is grabbed and thrown at Private Stream, and even before it hits him, they're both up and running hard. Hey, wait! I'll shoot you! I swear I will! Private Stream calls after them, but the gun never goes off. Think they bought it? Harriet asks. Bought it? They'll swear by it. Herbert answers with a grin. Stay in character. General Kronos wheezes. Chapter 124, The Dauntless. Systems boot ready, primary power online, awareness online, audio/visual receivers online, physical controls booting. Hurry, hurry, oh please hurry, she chants in the prison of her mind as she reboots. It's less than a second. She had it timed on an internal clock. But it was a half second too long at a full quarter second. She could only see up at the ceiling and hear the soft breathing of someone nearby. But she couldn't do anything. Physical controls online. The moment she has the power to move, she does, snapping upright in a borderline panic. 0.21 seconds. Faster than normal. Still too long. Transformation systems online. Backup power online. Reproductive system cycle designated Slave 2 online. Master slave systems cycled and redesignated. Master is now Slave 1. Slave 1 is now Slave 2. Slave 2 is now Master. System now designated Slave 2 offline for automatic maintenance. She turns off the notifications running through the corner of her vision. Anything abnormal will overwrite the command and tell her there's a problem anyways. Pleasant sleep cycle? A voice near her asks, and Caddy Downshift turns to regard him. Engineer Thomas Dodge is a balding man, but not one to be underestimated. There was a sort of soft roundness to him that seemed to make him very approachable and friendly. The cycle is pleasant enough. It's just that there's waking up. It's not long, but there's a moment where I'm trapped again. I know it's stupid, but it's still scary. Secondary transformation system online. The warning flashes in front of her vision and then fades. Not to pressure you or anything, ma'am, but we'd like to know if your operation was successful. We kept a very close eye on your upgrades and augmentations when you were powered down. And though everything seems on the up and up, there's nothing like confirmation, Dodge says, and she looks at him before nodding. Initiating shrink, she says, and the world seems to fall away from her. The bed she'd been sitting on goes from properly sized to absolutely gigantic, as Dodge seems to grow from tiny and cute to large and kind of handsome. Was the room always this big? She asks, and he chuckles. It was indeed. The shrinking seems to have worked perfectly. How's the energy readout? Dodge asks, and Caddy considers for a moment. I seem to be operating at maximum efficiency. I can stay in a shrunken stat for the next 30 hours. She starts scooching over to the edge of the bed, and Dodge offers his hand to help her down. That seems to have worked flawlessly. Welcome to the same level of the rest of us, ma'am. Now you can use the short doors. She can't help but smile. Thank you, sir. I must say, seeing things from your angle might prove to be a novel experience. He chuckles. Indeed, now how about that new transformation? He asks, and she considers before triggering the change. Her ears and tail retract as her body reconfigures. The shrinking technology triggers again, and her body reconfigures to slimmer profile. Tiny projectors activate and sync up with her body movements. In a moment, a pale, almost pinkish hue flows over her, and okay, they're definitely working, ma'am, but first things first, you need some clothes, Dodge says as he wraps his jacket around her. So let's get on to that, shall we? Why so nervous? They're just projections. You're not seeing anything real. She teases as she reaches up to lift one of her now quite small breasts. Regardless, it's still inappropriate. Dodge rebukes her mildly. Could you please deactivate the hologram? What's the matter? Don't like being around naked ladies? Caddy asks as she reaches up and plays with her fiber cable hair. It's now disguised as a soft blonde and even feels like normal hair. Or is it how young I look? I mean, sure, with the way my breasts and butt are, I look like a preteen, but from what I understand on a human woman, these are actually pretty big. That's not it at all. You know that's not it. So please stop. Dodge orders with a stern look, and she breaks out into a smile. Fine, she says before deactivating the hologram around her. Although I really don't see why you're so concerned. I have all the same parts and bits. They're just colored differently. I haven't taken my jacket back for a reason, Dodge remarks. In fact, I have a fairly basic outfit for you here if you're willing. Caddy tilts her head as her ears fully extend once again, and she raises a digital eyebrow in amusement. You don't have a problem in my normal configuration. Why is the more human one such a problem? Or do all humans have a thing for preteens with pituitary problems? Within cruel space, your current dimensions are actually quite voluptuous. Geez, so a whole race of pedophiles? That's what I've gotten mixed up in? You know we're not, Dodge remarks. Yay, but it's hard to get a rise out of you. It's like you're a professional or something. Caddy teases and then smiles when he chuckles slightly. There we go. Could you please put this on? He asks, and she sighs before taking the folded clothing in his arms. So did you guys record the whole process? Seeing people inside me as I got upgraded? Am I still a virgin? She asks as she slips on the bright orange coveralls. They're far from flattering, but they're also cheap, so if anything goes wrong, it's no loss. Yes, yes, and no, Dodge remarks, and Katie spins around to stare at him. Then her digital face takes on an annoyed look when she sees his grin. Got you back. Yes, yes, you did. She concedes as she finishes zipping up. Woo, this feels kind of scratchy without underwear. Unfortunately, we didn't know exactly what dimensions you'd have exactly, so we highballed it. If you'll follow me to supply, we'll fit you with a functional wardrobe to get you started, Dodge says, and Caddy nods. It's kind of funny to be walking through these tiny doors now. I used to have to get on my hands and knees just to see into them, Caddy remarks before giggling. Here I go into the kingdom of the little people. Oh yes, the land of midgets and munchkins. Ha! Dodge remarks with his voice up in pitch. We'll be using the anti-gravity hallway in the middle of the ship. There's a magnetic rail along the walls going in either direction. Stick the metal plate on your outfit to the rail and hold out your arm to catch the ladder you want to use. Will I stick? Caddy asks, and Dodge pauses in thought. That's a fair question. Care to find out? We can go the long way if you want. Oh no, besides, I don't think I've ever played in zero gravity. The hallway isn't a playpen, so you're saying that you've never found troopers having fun in there? The first leg of our trip was without gravity, if you'll recall. By the time you arrived, any novelty was long worn out. Dodge explains as he shows Caddy to a ladder that goes upward into the shaft. You still haven't answered if I'll stick to the rail, Caddy remarks. The rail isn't that strong magnetically, he assures her as he climbs up. Whoa! She mutters as she pushes away from the ladder after climbing and drifts backwards. The wall and rail are... Dodge begins before she drifts right into the rail going the wrong way. The robotic woman gives out a squeal of surprise as the weak magnet still affects her through the outfit and drags her off and away. Hang on, Dodge says as he hurls himself after her with the help of the ladder before sticking to the rail. He then turns and plants a single steel-toed boot on the rail and then starts climbing the rail like a ladder to catch up with her. Help me, she squeals, and he grabs her around the ankle and holds his arm out to catch the next ladder for a sudden but not painful stop. Blag! Is the drama over? Dodge asks in amusement. That scared me. I could have been hurt. No, the absolute ends of the rails are heavily padded and angled so you bounce off and float in the middle of the hallway. Look, he explains, nodding down the hallway, where the end is close enough to easily make out. He then gives her leg a tug and adjusts her to standing on the floor. This is harder than you think. Zero gravity and microgravity are a big game of three-dimensional pool with a... You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? He asks, and she shakes her head. Of course, I'll have to introduce you to some of the rec rooms on the way back from supply. Video games are nice and all, but there's something to be said about something more physical with friends. Darts, pool, air hockey, bowling, and more. That sound nice? Caddy asks. So you want to climb down and out for the long way around, or do you want to give the rail a proper try? It's kind of confusing, Caddy remarks. It's easy, Dodge says, holding out his arm and bent at the elbow. Just hold your arm out like this and then reach out when we're at the ladder. Ours is number 26. It has bright yellow and blue tape on it. Oh, okay, Caddy says as she looks around before nodding. You first. Certainly, this way then, he says and holds out his arm to catch the magnetic rail. Just stop being afraid. The edges of the ladders are padded. You'll be fine no matter what. Saying it's safe and believing it are different things, Caddy calls down to him as she puts her hand on the rail and is pulled along. She seems to calm down now that she's in control and even grabs a few ladders to stop and start again. By the time she arrives at ladder 26, she's easily using the magnetic rail and is actually smiling. She kicks off the wall and starts turning in the air, and then her digital eyes widen comedically as the spin starts going sideways, and she impacts the foam of the ladder with a slight clank. I see you're getting the hang of it, Dodge notes as she rights herself. Ha ha. So where's supply? She asks, and he nods upward. Head on up and I'll show you the rest of the way. He tells her, and she quickly goes through a moment of disconcertion as she re-enters the gravity. All right, we're just a little ways away. So what happens to me next? I can wander the Dauntless? Is there anywhere I'm not allowed to go? Those places are guarded. The guards will tell you if you're not allowed. Everywhere else you're allowed to be in. As for beyond that, Dodge shrugs. That depends how you chose to help. Your mother ran an insurance company, so that kind of bureaucratic skill might be a way to earn some pay. Really? As much as people dislike the idea, a lot of paper pushers are needed to keep everything straight. Maybe if I could get my hands on some legal training, I think I'd like to be a lawyer, Caddy remarks and Dodge considers. You'd be around some interesting company then. The lawyers we've got here on the Dauntless have gained a reputation for long rants at how backwards stupid the laws of the galaxy are, and how most are more loophole than legislation, Dodge says before stopping. Here we are. Supply. Time to browbeat the tight-fisted bugger into actually doing his job. I heard that, the officer in supply shouts. Good. Then put on a friendly face. Miss Downshift is here for some proper clothing. Chapter 125. Rack and Roll. Shadows of Centris. You know you two will need to let go eventually, right? Koa asked Nita and Nika. Each one of them is hanging off his arms with a vice-like grip. We're making sure every floozy knows you're ours, Nita announces. It's important to establish that my sister and I are your first wives. Otherwise, any random hussy might make a grab for you. Nika explains, isn't that the whole reason we're coming here? You two wanting to parade me through this spire to get more sister wives? Koa asks. He has reservations about this. He hadn't been ordered to do this, but had been told to consider it again from his initial reaction of an immediate no. It is, but that doesn't mean we just let any random floozy to grab onto you and force her way in, Nika says. And why do we need to have more wives? Am I too much for you girls? Koa teases. Yep, Nita says. Oh yes, Nika replies. Also, the more sister wives in a family, the stronger the family is. The more money there is and the husband and children are better kept. I didn't realize that I needed to be kept. The undaunted are fairly robust as a people, Koa remarks. Look, I get it. You're trying to be Mr. Tough Tret. Human. My species is still human, Koa corrects. Sure you are, Nika says, kissing him on the forehead. Anyways, yes, husbands should be kept. Men are valuable. There's not enough, and the fact that you undaunted use men as soldiers is horrible. It's very practical among humans. Without axiom, men are stronger and are born at the same rate as women. They are, Nita drawls. Don't worry, one day you'll wake up to reality. Right, anyways, you little bimbos. Is there anything you're aiming for? Are you trying to breed me with a certain race? Are CEOs a race? Nita asks Nika, who shakes her head. No, that's a job. What would that even stand for as a species classification? Nika asks in curiosity. Crawling endothermic omnivores? Koa asks. Endothermic? The sisters ask at once, revealing once again that though Nika is the wiser of the two, that it's not by much is nothing to boast about. Never mind, Koa says. Which way? Up 2 levels and down a few streets, Nita says, pointing towards the rising platforms at the edges. Then why didn't we start on the higher levels? Why would we? Nika asks, honestly baffled. So there would be less of a distance to travel, Koa answers. But then we'd have had to take the lifts closer to home, Nika protests. We already had to take them twice. What's 2 more times before going onto the public transport? When you have to do your job, it's best to start with a quick burst and end with a quick burst, Nita says, and Koa pauses and thinks. But if you get the big stuff done first, then you can relax and sweep away the little stuff, Koa rebukes. But it's so much work, Nita protests. You have to do the work anyways. Get it all over with, then relax, Koa replies. Then how can you enjoy relaxing if you're so tired? Nika asks. Relaxing is so you stop being tired so you can go and do more things, Koa remarks. What? That's just silly, Nita protests. She's right. A life where you only rest to get more done is horrible. They're not abusing you on that ship, are they? You keep saying no, but it's so awful sounding. It's not like that. Relaxation is one thing, but recreation is another. Personal projects, skills, and talents. I'm not a professional singer, but I sing for fun. I'm not a professional cook, but I like cooking. My job is to be a soldier, not a singer or a cook. If I only relaxed and lazed around during my off time, I wouldn't have either of those talents. I guess, but why even bother learning things like that if they're not how you make money? I mean, it's already weird that you try and earn money, need to break you of that bad habit, but you won't have to work soon enough. With enough sister wives, you'll never have to work again and only have to worry about being a good husband and father. Nika explains, and Koa lifts both his arms to quickly look from Nika to Nita. If either of you little ladies think that I'm going to stop being a soldier for the undaunted, then you've got another thing coming. I'm a soldier. My whole family has a solid and proud legacy of working to bring order and stability around us. From children's aid to police to firefighting to my work in the army, we all do our part. But you won't have to, Nika protests. If we have just 20, then all of us only have to give a little bit of money and you can live a wonderful life and all you have to worry about is helping us have as many babies as possible. That sounds horrible, a life with no direction, no goals, nothing to strive for or prove yourself against. That's awful, Koa remarks. No, it's not. I'd love a life like that, Nita protests, and Koa snorts as he lowers his arms. Maybe for a short while, but after a few weeks, maybe a month, it would wear thin, and I'd be going insane for want of something to do. Some limit to push, some obstacle to overcome. Koa remarks as he steps onto the lift and nearly starts as they start rising into the air. It's okay, Nida says. Our wings are small but strong. One of us alone can catch you. You're only safer in bed, Nika assures him. I know, it's just a little reaction, Koa assures them, and the sisters lean to the side to look at each other. They both look down a different side and spend a few moments switching back and forth to try and get the proper twin telepathy thing going, but keep missing until Nika holds still and lets Nida catch up. What are you two doing? What they're doing is plotting. The moment he steps off the first rising panel, they unfurl their wings and start flapping hard. What the hell? Koa demands and has to resist thrashing as he suddenly pulls straight upwards. Tiny wings beat with immense power as all three of them shoot up like bullets. In moments, he's stepping onto the next level. Feeling more comfortable? Nika asks as Nida giggles. Some warning would have been nice, Koa remarks. Then where would the adorable yelps come from? Nika asks. I didn't yelp. Yes, you did. A yelp is a high-pitched exclamation. I did not do that, Koa asserts, and Nika pouts at him. While adorable, no amount of pouting will change the fact that I did not yelp. Then let's hear a yelp, Nida shouts, and with a twist of axiom, Koa is thrown backwards and into the open air. Koa's jaw clamps shut as color bleeds out of the world. The adrenaline already spiking through his veins has slowed everything to a bear crawl. He grabs the axiom. It's not his favorite tool, but it will suffice as he adds it to the adrenaline already sending his mind and body into overdrive. He then grabs his boot knife and shirt in a single move, rams the knife partway through the sleeve, and runs axiom through them both to reinforce them as he then hurls the knife into the reinforced side of the spire level. His fall turns into a swing, and his boots slam into the side of the spire level, giving him all he needs to rock it up. Another twist of axiom, and the knife comes out as he rolls back onto the level he was just thrown from, with his knife in an ice pick grip, with his shirt in his other hand. It takes a moment for him to stop huffing in enormous lungs of air and stands up slowly. Whoa, that was incredible. I didn't know you could move that fast. Sweet goddess, this is so cool. Our husband is... Nida begins to babble. What the hell is wrong with you? Koa barks at the tiny woman who backs away in shock. Husband, Nika begins. Are you two completely insane? Why would you throw me off a spire? Is there anything at all between your ears but skin and bone? Is there any electrical activity going on at all in your head? He's not shouting, but he's certainly projecting his voice hard enough that both sisters are backing away in fear from its sheer presence. Electrical? Nida asks. This is not the time for Biology 101. Why did you throw me off the spire? Koa demands, and the sisters rally together. I thought it would be funny, Nida asks rather than answers. How is my being reduced to a pile of gore funny? He demands. We would have caught you? Nika asks, and Koa groans in frustration as he sheaths his knife and nearly wrestles his shirt on in his frustration. He takes a deep breath and forces himself to calm down, even as his adrenaline crashes hard and a wave of lethargy starts to move through him. Side effect of charging it with axiom, it burns out fast. See that? He asks, pointing to an air transport as it passes by. It's an air hauler. They're all over the place. And if one had gone screaming by as I fell, how pretty would I be if I were slammed into the front of one of those monsters, moving so fast that it's already passed by the time you hear it? Because some do go that fast. We'd have caught you first? Nida tries, and he raises an extremely unimpressed eyebrow. I'm sorry? Are you? He asks. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, she shouts, and he heaves a sigh. The exhaustion is hitting him, and being angry just takes more energy. I'm going to get a snack and calm down. What you did was incredibly dangerous and incredibly stupid. It doesn't matter if you can save them. If you throw someone into danger, then it better be someone you either hate or don't care if they are hurt. Because nothing is perfect, and there's a chance, a very real chance, that when you place someone in danger, you won't be able to pull them out. I would have caught you, Nida protests. But you didn't, did you? He asked her before taking a step on a long stride. There's some food vendors with their carts in the distance, and something solid in his gut will help stabilize his mood. Only because you caught yourself, the sisters protest. He ignores them as he fingers the hole in his shirt sleeve. It will need sewing to close it up. Thankfully, he can feel the stretching already beginning to fix itself, which is good as he's not quite sure how to unstretch a shirt. He simply rolls up the sleeves so they don't hang down and stop him from using his hands. Whether they wanted to or not, the girls had just reminded him that he just wasn't safe on Centris. On or off duty, not only could he be attacked by a criminal organization, but sheer stupidity could also be a massive threat. Hey, hello. I just had a bit of a scare and need something big and filling to help settle my stomach. What do you recommend? He asked the vendor, who looked startled, before glancing towards Nika, and Nida are trailing after him in silence. He looks over his shoulder at his subdued and contrite wives. Either of you want anything? You forgive me? Nida asks in surprise, and Koa frowns. Not yet, and not for a bit, but eventually? Do either of you want anything? He offers, and he receives happy smiles as both of them zip up and hug him around the back. You're a good man. I'd have been angry a lot longer myself. You saw that? Half the spire saw that Mr. saves himself, then lectures. The vendor remarks. Oh, joy, just what I need. Fame Koa groans and she giggles out loud.